There we go. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for October 5th, 2021. No public testimony is permitted during the review session. The first item up is zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 23, 2020-88BZ, 315 Berry Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, and I'm going to make another announcement. This is a fully remote public hearing.
Oh, sorry.
For the month of September, we held hybrid public hearings where board members were in the office at 22 Reed and also working remotely. So it was hybrid, and the public was invited to attend in person, though actually no public came in person. And the rest of the hearing was remote. Now, because the governor has extended the right for us to operate fully remotely until at least mid-January, we've switched to a fully remote public hearing system. So, there is no longer any opportunity to attend in person, okay, until at least the middle of January. Okay, so with respect to the Berry Street application, I have a lot to say. I'm going to break it up into headings to make it a little bit easier to follow, because otherwise it runs together. First, I'm going to speak about public testimony, and there may have been other submissions that I missed that happened in the last 24 hours. So if someone saw them, please add in. We last heard this application in April with one adjournment in June. The applicant posted notice of this hearing in the Berry Street building lobby, as was requested. We have many new letters of objection. One refers to a recent facade violation. One speaks to we have some background noise. Can everybody please mute? Even Tony? Thanks. One refers to a recent facade violation. One speaks to a contract agreement to use the driveway that is now proposed to house additional batteries. This is a contract dispute that we can't get into. Other comments concern the structural stability of the building and the landlord's poor maintenance history. Several letters are copies of each other, and many are from the same person, although making different points. At least one tenant spoke of being threatened by the applicant's representative. Such behavior, needless to say, if true, is unacceptable. We also have a very detailed letter in opposition submitted late Friday that goes through the findings, burden versus benefits, and the environmental issues. That letter helpfully provides a link to the community board's April 6th YouTube land use meeting, which I recommend the commissioners listen to. We have two letters in support of the need for these types of energy support systems. We received a similar letter in support of these types of systems from Borough President Adams and State Senator Salazar. And I just want to note that I don't know, because it's not expressed in those letters, if the elected officials are aware of the exact location of the proposed use, or whether it's kind of more general to the need for such storage systems. The Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce also submitted a letter in support of such storage facilities in residence districts without commenting on the specifically proposed location. Several letters spoke in support of BSA's Zoom hearings, which not really related to this case, but I just want to say in response to those letters that interactive simulcast remote hearings are now a permanent part of the BSA's hearing process, whether or not members of the public choose, when BSA permits, to attend in person. Until mid-January 22, as I said, the governor has suspended the requirement for in-person hearings under the open meetings law, and all hearings for the balance of this year will be entirely remote. The next section is about BSA jurisdiction to consider this case. To begin, I don't believe the BSA has the authority to allow a public utility substation on the roof of a residential building in an R district, and this is why. The language in the special permit states that the BSA may permit, quote, electric or gas utility substations, unquote, with a maximum, quote, site area in a residence district if certain findings are made. I won't go through the findings yet. Electric or gas utility substations, which is a defined term, is a use listed in section 32-15 of the commercial use regulations as use group 6D, as in dog. Appendix A in the zoning resolution also refers to electric or gas utility substations as use group 6, and with respect to which in R districts, an asterisk indicates that a special permit from BSA is required to allow them. Section 22-21 reiterates the possibility of locating an electric or gas utility substation in an R district by BSA special permit. So the use is a commercial use group 6D use. This view is underscored by the applicant's own alteration type 1 application to DOB to obtain approval for a change in the certificate of occupancy to allow use group 6D use on the roof of the residential building. So the proposal is to place a commercial use on the roof of a residential building in an R district. And in this case, there has been no history of allowing these specific uses to be installed in small quantities as of right on residential rooftops under a TPPN, the way that the Department of Buildings has done for decades with cellular equipment. And further, that when cellular equipment applications have come to the board, they have come under special permit section 73-30 for radio and television towers, which are not a use group. Hence, there was no discussion at the board of the use group 6 use on the roof of a residential building. So therefore, this is a case of first impression in the city of New York before the BSA. And the question is, can use group 6D electric utility substations be installed on the roof of a residential building in an R district? If this residential building were in a C mixed use district, a commercial mixed use district, the answer would be a determined no, an absolute no. The supplemental use regulations of section 32-42 prohibit the location of any commercial use above the first floor in commercial overlay districts and above any residential use in the higher mixed use districts. We asked the applicant at the last hearing to produce examples of these best systems installed on the rooftops of mixed use buildings in commercial districts, and they provided nothing on that. I have to assume, therefore, that there are none. And although the building was converted to residential use under Article 1, Chapter 5, Section 15-022's exception for interweaving of existing commercial spaces with to-be converted residential spaces does not apply to new commercial uses to be added to another level of the building that didn't previously exist. The public policy of Article 1, Chapter 5 is to preserve existing commercial uses while allowing new residential uses to be interspersed among them. And in any event, this building is in an R district, and conversion of any spaces from residential back to commercial is just not permitted. The right to those non-conforming uses was abandoned. Naturally, the zoning resolution didn't contemplate installation of a commercial use above residential uses in an R district. Commercial use isn't permitted at all. But by way of comparison, if you look at a permitted use group for ambulatory care facility in an R district, so that's a community facility use, that use, which is equivalent and has been stated as such by city planning, which is equivalent to a use group 6C professional office use. Such use, the use group for ambulatory care, is not permitted above the level of the second floor in a residential building by section 22-14. And this is not to say that the special permit does not permit a BESS system to be installed on a zoning lot in a residence district with no other uses, or even on a zoning lot containing residential uses in an R district. On the contrary, that is clearly what was intended by the special permit and what has been done at other locations. Con Edison has installed substations in R districts by special permit, and battery storage systems have been permitted in empty lots, Con Edison battery storage systems in empty lots, and in parking lots and in yards adjacent to residential buildings where in compliance with zoning regulations, as is noted in the TPPN that has to do with these battery storage systems. Such systems have not, however, ever been installed on residential rooftops or above residential uses in a residential building. And if we just look again at the supplemental use regulations that protect commercial residential buildings in commercial districts, it would be absurd to think that in a residential district, there wouldn't be the same protections offered, because the zoning resolution couldn't have contemplated a commercial use in a residence district where commercial uses just aren't permitted. So it's actually would be an absurd result to allow residential use, allow commercial use above residential in a residence district, but not allow it in a commercial district. That makes no sense. So whether this should be allowed at all is actually a public policy issue that must be addressed by the administration, by the legislature. If the administration is interested in allowing battery storage facilities to be installed on the rooftops of every residential building or mixed residential and commercial building in the city, then it should make that clear in the zoning resolution. For now, it hasn't been contemplated, and it is my firm opinion that it is not for the BSA to say. We are not legislators. If I go just to the findings, I don't believe that all the findings have been made, the findings of the 7314 special permit. The alternate site search that was provided is a list of other sites that were suitable, but where the applicant failed to make a deal with the property owner. Failure to make a deal is not the same as a serious difficulty, which is the requirement in the finding. They have to have found serious difficulties. Raising the offer, shortening the time period of the lease, sweetening the deal somehow by other kinds of amenities being offered, that makes the other locations possible. This is a commercial activity, not a school. Hence, there should be greater exigencies in establishing the serious difficulty finding. For example, that the service area is only one-family homes on small lots. Maybe that would be a serious difficulty finding. I'm not sure, because we're not really looking at that. But you can't say that we looked all over, we went to landlords, we made them this pretty weak offer. We insisted on a 20-year lease, and we couldn't find anybody who was willing to do that. And therefore, this one building is the only building where we can place it. That is not a serious difficulty. That's just maybe sort of cheap deal offering. We talked about that at the very first hearing. And in terms of the conditions and safeguards, which I discussed further later, this is a multiple dwelling. The proposal is to put commercial use on the roof of a residential building. When we look at multiple dwelling law waivers, to add a penthouse to the roof or residential use on the roof, the fire department demands that the stairwells and public corridors be sprinklered. Why is this different here? Not just sprinklered, they also demand that there's 2-hour fire ratings in all the corridors and in the stairwells. And so there's an enormous amount of work that ends up having to be done to the multiple dwelling just to add a residential penthouse to the roof of a multiple dwelling. So why is that different here? And I'd like to know whether the public corridors and stairwells are sprinklered, and if they meet the same level of fire rating as would be required for adding a penthouse by the fire department. Unpermitted obstructions and rooftop recreation, that's another heading. And I'm sure Vice Chair Shonda has something to add about this subject. There was a submission in July, but the design changed with the September submission. Some of the July materials are relevant to the review, while others have been superseded by the design change and frankly should have been voided out because it made our review more complicated. Plans have been revised to respond to comments about required rooftop recreational area, which had not been changed in the July submission, but in the September submission, it was changed to respond to that. So now we're back to having 50% of the gross area of the rooftop, or 5,070 square feet, devoted to recreational use, except that there's drawing Z102 of the what's described as the TADA, T-A-D-A architecture and zoning set. That one only shows 4,805 square feet of rooftop recreational area. So that's not really in compliance. But there seems to be disagreement with Z101 in the proposed plan set. Both are submitted on September 15, 21. So I don't actually know which is the right drawing. One has enough, the other one doesn't have enough. Providing the recreational area seems to have been accomplished by moving the equipment to the sidewalls away from the front lot lines. I believe the transformers are now located on the ground level, though they're shown in a roof plan, which makes it very difficult to read. That's a very odd way of doing a drawing. Anyway, no complete first floor plan was provided, although there is a zoning plan that tells part of the story. So a lot of the equipment was dropped down into the ground level. I don't see more than a passing explanation in the July submission of applicant's position that the additions on the roof comply with permitted obstructions in an R6. Drawing Z-102 shows the equipment clearly penetrating the sky exposure plane on the South 3rd Street side. Just to finish this installation is not a solar panel system. It is not. This is an 11-foot high battery mounted on top of a 4-foot high platform. If there is a solar panel on top of the battery, it is the battery raising the height of the panel. Even the little arrow on the drawing says the box is a battery storage. There isn't even a mention on that diagram of a solar panel. In the huge stack of materials that we received, there is not one cut sheet or diagram or detail sheet of the solar panel system attached to the battery. All of the 3D diagrams merely show the battery boxes. And I don't even know which is the solar panel. Maybe it's that little hat that's located between the boxes. Don't know. And if those are solar panels, they are clearly an afterthought, accessory and incidental, if you will, to the use group 6D batteries. So you need to get off of the idea that this is somehow an accessory solar system, because by the way, you're saying on the one hand that it's an accessory solar system, and then it's a use group 6D battery. You can't be both accessory and an individual use at the same time. You have to pick what you are. So since you really are applying to be a use group 6D battery system, you have to just drop all of this accessory use analysis to try to get away with the permitted obstruction rules for yards and rooftops. Okay, so I'll go on. And of course, if it were accessory, you would be supplying the power to the building. You're not doing that. You're supplying the power to the batteries, and the batteries are feeding into the grid. And if somehow it makes it back into the building, that would be impossible to calculate. And obviously it's not its purpose. So stop, please get off of that, that approach, that argument, which is weak and not believable. None of this installation, by the way, is mechanical equipment accessory to the building. So just get off of that. And we discussed this at length at the last hearing. The applicant was given the opportunity to respond to that and never responded with any credence. 42 feet of the property, I'm getting into another aspect of the permitted obstruction. 42 feet of the property measured along Berry Street requires a 30-foot rear yard. So any equipment on the roof not listed as a permitted obstruction in a rear yard is unpermitted and would increase the degree of noncompliance as to the required rear yard. The only relevant choice for permitted obstruction in a rear yard is, quote, an accessory power system under section 2344. And I think we've established already that the BESS is not an accessory to this building. So none of the equipment is permitted within that 42 feet of the property that we're shown includes a lot next door. So specific to the rooftop that we're talking about, that would be the last 18.75 feet on the south side. So all of that equipment has to be removed, as does all of the equipment that's in the sky exposure plane penetration. And then there is also some portion now at the ground level on the northeast where the switchgear and some other equipment are shown. That is either in an outer court or in a non-complying side yard. Those are also not permitted to be obstructed except with accessory power equipment. So all of that equipment has to go unless it's not in, and let's say unless it's considered a non-complying side yard and it's wider than the side yard requirements, or I believe it's an outer court. So I don't think you can remove it. You can have any of it. So if we remove all of those unpermitted obstructions, I'm not sure how much is left. It's probably not worth the effort. Now I just go into the general review of the submission. I didn't get into the details that were submitted on the on structural analysis and all of that, because I assume probably Commissioner Sheta has done that, but also I didn't want my review to go on and on and on. So this is just the general review of the application. A fence was not clearly indicated on the plan around all of the equipment to ensure security. No information on the height or material of the fence was provided. The fence must be opaque and acoustical based on the directions in the EAS. There are sound barrier panels pointed at on the elevations A300, but I can't figure out what and where these are in the plan. It was kind of like they're not really taken seriously. It's just we'll give you that. No details of these were provided in the voluminous submission, not that I found anyway, and I think I looked at everything. And since the barrier is adjacent to the residential recreation area, it should be high enough and properly and decorative to conceal the system from the residents. In the same way that this board requires other commercial users to buffer their uses from adjacent residential uses with landscaping. All of that should be on the commercial side of the property and not cut into the recreation space. These are explicitly stated conditions and safeguards outlined in the special permit itself. So there should be landscaping, in other words, planting, to conceal this installation from the residents who are going to be going to the roof and sitting on the roof on chairs and so on. They shouldn't be looking at what is really an offensive installation. A portion of the enclosure at the South 3rd Street side seems to be obstructing free access from the fire stair to the roof. And I read in, I think in state regulations that there needs to be 10 feet clear from any route of egress. And actually, if you look at, there's sort of this bump out on the portion near that fire stair. That means when you open the door to the fire stair, you are swings out, right? That you have to actually sort of make a turn in order to clear the installation. So that has to be pulled back. And I think it doesn't meet state code about the distance from the egress route. most of what they provided us, DOB quote approved sets of drawings, but those refer to the July design. So not to the design that we're looking at right now. And those were drawings prepared in 2020. So they weren't prepared for us. They were prepared as part of an earlier, prior to the submission of this application, or prior to the board's review of the application. There is a July conditional fire department sign off for the system. And I'd like to know, actually, from fire department, I don't know whether Chief Daly can respond to this, whether the sign off includes analysis of the placement of the system on the roof and side yard. Does it also assume a fire suppression system? I think there is one there, but that part I don't remember. Elaborate structural analyses were conducted of the building to determine its ability to withstand loads and to ascertain the cause of the decay noted by the tenants. An EMF analysis was also prepared to understand any potential impacts of electromagnetic frequency, right, electromagnetic fields. Both sets of studies conclude there is no risk. There are still 2 open partial vacate orders on the building, one of which was renewed as recently as August 21st. And there are 37,000 ECB violations that must be paid. $37,000 in violations due that must be paid. And those are my comments for now. So Vice Chair Shanda. You're
I was
muted.
taking notes of your statements. So first of all, I would say a very comprehensive review and was conducted by the applicant to respond to board's comments that were provided at the earlier hearings. I do agree it was a little confusing to review the same set of documents submitted in July and then again in September. But nonetheless, there was a lot of information provided in both of these submissions put together. I did appreciate the fact that the applicant had reached out to DOB and fire department to review some of the critical components associated with the project. I would again ask the applicant to go back to DOB and have the entire plan reviewed with part of the facilities now being proposed at grade and ensure it is in compliance with all the other regulations with regards to rear yard and fire egress encroachment. And I have a comment to that coming a little bit later. I would say all in all, the applicant has done due diligence in looking into the structural integrity of the building and has shown a commitment to work with the tenant and in engaging the tenant. It is unfortunate that the tenants chose not to engage in this discussion, but the opportunities were provided. The applicant has also provided a very technical report on the issues around the human exposure from BESS. What I found interesting was I went back and read the building bulletin about the BESS and how the system works. And that goes to the question of, some of the questions I had raised as part of the zoning, are there basic thresholds of zoning? And one of the question was with regards to, does ZR 32, 421 or 422, does it apply in R6 or not? And what the applicant provided a revised DOB objection sheet. In that, it clearly states that a special permit pursuant to 7314 has to be sought to allow use group 16 in R6 district. That gives me some level of comfort in reading the bulletin, and there's that DOB assumes that use group 60 would be allowed, not just there's an exception in this use group 60 is that it's not just use group 60 in zoning districts where 6 use is allowed, but also in other zoning districts through 7314. However, it would be helpful for DOB to provide a very clear bulletin on that going forward. And the reason I say that is when you look at the zoning resolution and the mapping of the various zoning districts, it is almost impossible to find, I would say, in New York City, an open area that is not in a shadow of any other building or structure that would make a solar energy system effective. Especially, it would be very difficult to find in areas such as the Water Street Network area and others where you have the peak issues to address the non-efficient, non-climate sustainable energy system and provide an alternate energy grid system. So I think keeping all of those things in mind, and we all know zoning resolution documents are always written and adapted and adjusted to something that is akin or closer to the new system. And that is what DOB and DCP has done with regards to extending use group 6D as part of the BESS and allowing that in residential districts through a 7314. So that is, as I read these documents and as I have some feel of how zoning regulations have been, the uses that were written back in 1961 have been adapted to 2021. This is one of those. And it is unfortunate that the bulletin is not very clear, and it should be clearer about that for everybody to understand how it is supposed to be used and where it can be located. So with that said, I will accept DOB's objection sheet that is requiring a special permit from BSA pursuant to section 7314 to allow use group 60 in an R6. I also want to note that, at the last hearing, I had made a very basic threshold question as to differentiation between site and lot area. And I apologize significantly for my misreading of it. I went back and read the section, and I read some of the other sections where site and lot area has been used, and I apologize for the misuse of it. There is a clear distinction between the way zoning resolution does define, lot area is a defined term, and site is not, but the way site has been used. And I think in this case, the site, that is the footprint within which the system has to be placed, is one, and the lot area is another. And from that point of view, it does meet the requirement of 7314 A. 7314 in terms of the best space will occupy a combined site area of 6,700, which is less than 10,000 square feet, and the lot area is more than 4,500 square foot. So that is, I'm okay with that, and I apologize for my misreading of the regulation. With regards to the recent changes that the applicant is proposing, and that has been in response to the question that I had raised, was you cannot increase the degree of encroachment, the degree of non-compliance of a non-complying building. And to that effect, the applicant has moved a portion of the BESS system at grade, which does eliminate which therefore does not increase the degree of encroachment within the heightened setback along Berry Street. And the applicant in its statement stated that because a solar energy system is a permitted obstruction, the battery system associated with which is part of the entire solar energy system is therefore a permitted obstruction. I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that there's a percentage of permitted obstruction, and I hope it is within that permitted obstruction system. I recognize that, and this is just a footnote to myself as I was reviewing it all along. I had to keep reminding that this is a solar energy system, and we are always used to seeing solar panels on the walls, on the roof, and then that solar panel is transferring energy or storing energy in a battery. This is that, but this is much more advanced than the rudimentary ones that we see in our building rooftop or in a school rooftop. This is providing a much bigger network of energy load, and therefore the system is much more advanced and much more complex than just a solar panel sitting on a rafter. It is a system consisting of, and also there has to be the energy in and out. It's feeding into the grid and taking the energy out from the grid. So it's serving both of those purposes. So it's a much more complex system. And so the fact that DOB and city planning considers this to be part of a solar energy efficiency system, and it is a part of a solar energy efficiency system. The fact that it may not look like a solar panel entirely as we see it, I'm okay with it. And this is a technology that is going to change. And not all our regulations will be up to snuff with every element of this changing technology at the speed that these are going. So I will accept this as a solar energy system, and as part of that, as part of a permitted obstruction on the roof. I do have, with all that said, I do have some additional comments with regards to the additional uses that are being located at grade. And that has to do with zoning resolution. The applicant stated that the switchgear and transformer proposed to be located along the rear lot line at grade is permitted for floor area deduction per 1210 item 8. Item 8 is, quote, floor space used for accessory mechanical equipment, including equipment serving the mechanical, electrical, or plumbing system of buildings. Now, per 1210.8, the floor area definition, it is for floor spaces used for accessory mechanical equipment, as I read. However, DOB and DCP considers BESS as non-accessory use. So I would like the applicant to clarify why would the relocated systems on the ground floor be exempted from floor area. And in this one, I do want a ZRD review from DOB as to how DOB would review this as part of the floor area exemption. This is not something, should the board approve it, leave it to DOB to consider whether this is floor area or not. This has to be determined before, because it is part of the complete public service establishment application. So on this one, ZRD should be provided beforehand as to how DOB would consider this to be an accessory use and therefore exempt from floor area.
Question before you go on. I don't understand. Why would it be floor area? What's the definition that you're?
So the floor area exemptions are floor area used for accessory mechanical equipment, including equipment serving mechanical, electrical, or plumbing systems of buildings.
So wait, but is that in an enclosed space? Where is it located?
This is 1210.
No. Where is the equipment that you're referring to located?
This is the equipment located at grade.
At grade, but is it in an enclosed space?
Well, some of it is enclosed and some of it is not.
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the equipment that's in an enclosed space.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. I'm specifically, let me just enlarge the drawings. I'm specifically referring to the switch gear at ground level, which is an enclosed structure.
Okay.
I also would want to make sure with the equipment at grade, would it require sprinkler and fire alarm system? And I don't think FDNY reviewed the revised plan where portion of the system was at grade, and nor was it reviewed by DOB. So again, going back to my earlier comment, the revised plan of splitting the system from a roof and at grade needs to be reviewed by fire department and DOB and ensure that all the compliancy of the zoning regulations are being met. Any new DOB objections that would arise from it is addressed, and fire department's review of fire safety measures have been factored into this. And should the board approve this, I think I was very, very impressed with fire department's conditions. So thorough, so detailed. I think the fire department's conditions, the construction safety plan that the applicant has provided, the tenant protection plans, all of this should be part of the restrictive deck and should be part of the conditions also. But we are not there yet. We have some ways to go. But I think overall, I do appreciate the applicant doing their best. This is the first of its kind, so there are a lot more questions to be asked, but I do appreciate the applicant being responsive to the questions. And the other part is the applicant needs to, in the plan, show the entire zoning lot, which is the tax lot 1, and the subject lot where most of the facility is going to be located, and all the zoning calculations. The statement of fact in page 1 includes lot 1, but it does not include state it in the, it includes lot 1 as part of the complete zoning lot dimension, but it does not refer to it as part of the zoning lot. So I think it needs to be clear in all the documents consistently. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
My main question to begin with had to do with the structural stability of the building to be able to support the extra weight of the equipment on the roof. And I was satisfied with the information provided by the applicant as regards to this subject. So I in light of that, have no other serious questions. I also had questions about the fire safety issues concerning this whole battery installation, but I feel confident in the fire department's regulation of this, being that they are one of the chief regulatory agencies, and they seem to have instituted many conditions that would need to be followed, and they would continue monitoring the system. So I feel confident in the fire department's ability to ensure the safety of the people living in that building as regards fire. So I don't have any other questions. I do have actually one question, Chair, if I can ask you.
Yes.
I listened to the beginning part of your statement closely, but I was confused. Were you saying that section 73-14 was never contemplating a use of a battery system in a building with residents, and so therefore should not be morphed to apply to this situation? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, so the 73-14 does not specifically say that a use like that would be permitted in or on a residential building. And we have experience with Con Edison a lot, actually, of battery storage facilities in lots in residence districts or in yards of larger apartment buildings in residence districts. And that is what I think 73-14 was contemplating, which makes sense because, and we also have, never mind battery storage, electric substations installed on lots in residence districts. That's what I believe 73-14 was contemplating. And then I was also saying that because of the supplementary use regulations, I don't see how you put a commercial use on top of a residential use if it's not permitted in a commercial district. because then that would be completely absurd. It's not allowed in one district, but it is allowed in another district. And the zoning resolution has not been amended to accept from the list of supplemental use regulations these battery storage facilities. They could easily do that, but they haven't done that. So for instance, that application, that would be an as-of-right installation in a commercial district.
Right.
But it can't be as of right because supplemental use regulations, unless modified, would prohibit the buildings department from allowing it.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for it. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, sir. I just want to start with saying that I look at this proposal as totally not a solar system based power generation. If they want to prove it to me that it is, I did look at the 3D images or diagrams that they provided, and I just was able to see two solar panels on the roof, just two. So if they want to prove it to us that this is solar based, I would like them to answer this. The storage capacity of this entire system, let's say it's 100, just for argument's sake, 100 whatever. How much power generation capacity for the solar panels proposed as part of this system? And what is the percentage of that with regard to the 100? In other words, how effective is the solar portion in the entire system? So this is, for me, this is one of the key points to say this is solar or not solar. It's not solar because it's advanced. Any basic, and I do have some experience with solar installation because I have seen some solar installations. Any solar system installed on a single family house does have the ability to generate power, to inject power into the grid, and to get power from the grid. So to say this is solar because it's advanced, because it could send power into grid and take power from the grid, I can find this argument flying. This is point one. Point two, the structural stability of the building. I honestly would say that I was feeling bad looking at the kind of analyses that were done on this project. Are they not exact, not precise? No, but I'm looking at a building, and I'm a structural engineer. I can talk to the buildings. Structural engineers can talk to buildings, and they can understand the language that buildings talk. Yes, and indeed, structures talk. When you look at a structure, a reinforced concrete building, and it has cracks, these cracks are kind of complaints that this structure is conveying to the structural engineer who's inspecting this building. My takes on the analyses that were done so far are as follows. Number one, that in order for the structural engineer to evaluate the building, he did a very sophisticated structural analysis. I have to admit that. And this is not strange for the kind of structural engineer that has done this job. But step one is to look at the building and see what kind of material is this building built of. Actually, this is step one, but step zero, you have to inspect the building and make sure that this building is not complaining. It's not crying, it's not screaming, but this building actually is. There are cracks that were described in the reporting to us that they are hair cracks. They are not. I just want to show this. This is not a hair crack. This is kind of crack that's white, and it's very white actually. So I'm not sure how to describe a crack like this as hair crack. The second thing, the cracks were attributed to water infiltrations. So they said water infiltrations caused the cracks. Actually, this is incorrect. Water infiltrations does not cause cracks. The opposite is correct. Cracks do attract water infiltrations. And what happens when cracks start? Water infiltrations come, steel start corroding, concrete starts falling, and then you see an event like the one we heard of a month ago in Florida. I'm not saying this building is about to be another tragedy, but that there is clear signs, I would say crystal clear signs that this building is suffering. The steel is in this building is corroding. There is a significant issue with steel corrosion and concrete spalling / cracking in this building. If I go to a building, and by the way, this is the law in the country where I'm coming from, where I got my 3 degrees from. If you go to a building to evaluate whether you can add something on top of this building, step 0 is to look at this building, and if it's cracking, done. You don't need to do any structural analysis. The only instruction from this point and forward, go fix the building, done deal. No addition, no enlargement. But in this case, no, the cracks are just minor. They are coming from water filtration. We recommend that they're gonna be fixed. And then the argument came like that. This building was a manufacturing building. It was designed to sustain very heavy loads. Right now it's used as a residential building. The loads are much less than it's designed to sustain. So it's good. But if you look at the testing, which is the next step after you look at the building and you see no cracking and no issues, you do some testing to make sure that the building material is as required by the code. And the kind of testing that was done were core testing. They cored the concrete. And the main reason for the structural analysis to judge the capacity of the columns. But guess what? None of the columns was cored. No single core test was taken from the columns. All of the cores, the 6 cores, were taken from concrete slabs. Actually, 2 or maybe more of them were taken from staircases. And the results of these core testing came with 3 of them under 2,500 PSI, pound per square inch. And what is the 2,500? This is the minimum structural concrete that one can use in a building today per the ACI 3ET. So this building doesn't satisfy in 3 out of 6 samples that were cored, does not satisfy the minimum requirement for the structural concrete per ACI, which is the design code for reinforced concrete buildings in US. And still the structural engineer, despite of the cracks, despite of everything he has seen, the 3 core tests that, let me read the numbers. One of them was 1,800. Remember, the minimum is 2,500. One of them is 1,800. The second one is 2,460, slightly less than 25. The third one was 2,540, slightly above the requirement. And then the other 3, one of them is 1,640. Imagine that the concrete is 1,600 and the minimum is 25, almost double. And just 1 core came good with almost 5,000 PSI. If I'm looking at a building like this, and I'm a structural engineer that I care about my sign and seal and my license, only 1 sample came good and the rest of the samples were like that. No, this building was designed to sustain like gazillion pounds or gazillion kips. But the way it's built, the as-built, is not that good. So I'm not sure how the structural engineer is saying that issues are minor, the building can sustain the loads. I totally disagree on that. So on the conclusion that the building is okay, the building is good, I totally disagree. I really recommend that people look at this building, try to fix the cracks, because if these cracks were left without a serious fix, they're gonna deteriorate. Probably once a day, one of the slabs could just fall down on top of, I don't know. So I just raised the concern, and I wanna leave it there. So on the structural integrity thing, I totally disagree with the finding that the building is okay, can take the loads. No, that's incorrect. And the cracks are not minor. The cracks are serious cracks. They should be fixed. And this building should be repaired. It needs serious repair. Then the next concern for me was that, and I raised this last hearing, the impact of the electromagnetic field on the neighbors. And I really did read the report. I want to thank the corporation who prepared this electromagnetic field evaluation report. But if you look at the report at the very beginning, it says preliminary. And at the very end of the report, like the heading of the report, it says preliminary. And at the very end of the report, in the conclusion portion, there is a bullet point that says, if you want to evaluate the collective impact of every single piece of equipment on this, do a model. Why it's saying that? Because the guy who prepared this report, he's very smart. What he did is he gave us the evaluation of a single piece of equipment, which is single switch gear. This is like when you look at the lumen spread and you just look at one light pool and you say the lumen coming from one light pool is this. But if you want to look at the total, the collective action of this system, he recommended that a computer model or a modeling based study can be done. I'm not sure why it's not done at this stage. If you're coming to a government agency and you're like seeking an approval, that's gonna probably let you know build this establishment. So yes, I agree with that, like the methodology of the analysis, that they said that there is no like a well-known regulation or a provision in New York that established the maximum exposure limit for electromagnetic fields. They actually came up with a number from the Institute of Electrical Engineers manual C95.6. They said that limit is 9040 microgauss, and they consider this as a limit, and they compared this to the resulting electromagnetic field from one switch gear, which was about 500, but they said that the 500 is 2 meters away from that switch gear, and the amount of the resulting electromagnetic field is inversely proportional to the distance squared. So if you're 2 meters away and you have 500, if you get to 1 meter, which is half, the electromagnetic field will go up by 4 times. My point is this: the limit is 9,000, got that. But if you got 500, 2 meters away, if we get 1 foot away, which is about 1/4 of a meter, 1/4 with respect to 2 meters, this is 1/8 of the distance. That means that the electromagnetic field will be 64 times the 500. 64 times 500. That's huge, as it's almost 30,000. If you compare it to the 9,000, it significantly increased, exceed that. And if you add the effect or the impact from multiple switch gears next to each other and do this in a computer model, I'm not sure what is the impact is going to be. And at the end of the day, you look at this, this is kind of, for me, if you're adding all these equipment on that rooftop and this electromagnetic field is going to be there, this is like placing an antenna with significant radiation on top of a house. So why would you do that? This is another thing that make me very skeptical about like the feasibility or the how can we permit this kind of a structure or establishment or substation on a rooftop? Thank you.
Thank you. I have one question for you. Thank you for that. This equipment, because you did that analysis about distance, and so the equipment is located adjacent to a recreational area where residents would be sitting on benches and so on, reading magazines, you know, or whatever, outside. Is there, when you looked at that, did you look at how the distance, normally when we look at those EMF studies, the roof is not accessible to the tenants. In fact, the tenants are forbidden from accessing the roof. In this case, the tenants are required to be allowed on the roof. So if the system, that's an old drawing, but right, because this is the July set, it's the September set, right? But anyway, so the tenants would be sitting around essentially where the green boxes are, or even, yeah, where the green boxes are, more or less. So just outside of where the fence is of the batteries, right, with not much buffering physical space between. You could even have benches right up against the fence or the planting that's protecting. So let's just say 3 feet away from the batteries. So in your review, that's my question.
It's as simple as that. 3 feet is 3 times 0.3. That's almost 1 meter. It's slightly less than 1 meter. 1 divided by the 2 meter is 1/2. That means that 1/2, you just get the reciprocal of that, so it's 2. You square that, so it's 4. So the resulting electromagnetic field would be 4 times what they evaluated in their report. Right now, what they said in the report is they said that it's less than half the permissible exposure limit. Yes, it's less than half at 2 meter, but if you get to like 1 meter, it's not gonna be less than half. And if you get to, like I said, 1 foot, it's gonna be significantly higher. Like I said, 64 times, almost 60 times that limit that they evaluated. And this is just coming from 1 single box of these green guys. Just one. Right now I'm looking, if these are the switch gears we evaluated, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 switch gears. If you add up this, it could be significant. And I'm not sure if how about the ability of the concrete to like isolate or to insulate the apartment right underneath that equipment from this electromagnetic field being penetrating into that concrete and filtering through and going to like whoever occupant down there. This wasn't like discussed in the report. My point is this, it's like you're putting hazardous material. I'm not saying this is hazardous, but it's the analogy is there. It's like you're getting a hazardous material and putting it on top of a roof of a residential building. And I can't see reason for that.
Okay, understood. I think, but I'm not sure, that the switchgear was moved down to the ground floor if you look at the September submission, but I don't know whether there's also switchgear left on the roof in the September version. And also I didn't understand when I was reviewing the EMF whether it's only switchgear that produces the EMFs or the batteries also produce the EMF.
They said that EMFs coming from the battery are going to be minor. They're not going to be like as much as the ones that are coming from the switch gears. I'm not an expert. I'm not an electrical engineer, but I do have some background in physics, and I did read through the report. It was like very simple and clear. But like I said, I wrote it in my comments at the very beginning. What is this? What is this? What is this? And I found the answer at the very end, that whoever prepared this report, he left the door open to protect himself. I want to like commend them for that. And he said that you could do model to like finally evaluate. So he like admitted at the end that this is really a preliminary analysis.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Commissioner Shabeta, thank you.
Chair. So this has been a long review. I'm just going to bullet point some of my questions and concerns. I'm going to defer to Commissioner Sheta with regard to his multiple concerns that he identified through his expertise. So I guess the first part is, for me, is this akin to a solar panel? So there is a solar panel attached to it, but according to the statements of the applicant, it's not simply a solar panel, nor is solar power what drives this application. In their operation plan in the statement of facts, they list their operation, and it says that this is done by utilizing network late at night when there is unused capacity and storing energy near to where it is consumed to be released at peak demand at the location it is most needed. So that statement there shows that the very operation of what's before us is not a solar power, nor is it getting the energy from a solar panel. The purpose of this is a battery. And now, so for me, that ends the discussion for solar panels. If you can add a solar panel on top of an extra, it'd be akin to adding a floor to a house and adding panels to it and calling the whole floor a solar panel. That's not the primary purpose here. So now let's go on to the whether or not this battery is permitted on the roof of a residential. So the question I have here is that I find that the zoning resolution has to be read in a way that its purpose and its goals remain consistent within itself. So if we look at section 3242, as the chair noted, that commercial uses are not permitted above residential uses in C districts. Similarly, in section 2214, zoning doesn't allow medical office to be located above residential uses in our district. For me, that makes it seem to me that it wasn't the intention of this section to permit a commercial use above residential, because it is not consistent with the remainder of the zoning resolution, where even in districts that are, let's say, for lack of a better term, less preserved, they have greater protection. I have some other statements that were pretty much stated already, and some that were stated by Commissioner Sheta.
Actually, it might be helpful if you stated your position so that they're understood, because we have a variety of opinions. So let's hear your opinions. You don't need to cut back.
Okay. So here I have a bit of concern, similar to Commissioner Sheta, with the structure and the cracking. I also had the same concerns, although not as detailed as Commissioner Sheta, with regard to the exposure to electromagnetic fields. And that's pretty much the extent of my my statements.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Any last minute comments? Thank you, everyone. Oh yeah, Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, I forgot to mention two things. One of them is regarding the structural analysis and review of the building, and that relates to the imaging that they were done in the building. And this is something that's not frequently done. I haven't seen like the kind of work that was done on this building, even during my entire career, probably 5 times. They went inside, they surveyed that rebar in the columns, inside the column, with some sort of like an imaging technique. And the conclusion came that some of the columns with a diameter that exceeds probably 20 inches, they just have, according to the details that they are shown in the structural analysis, they just have 4 rebars in them. So when you have a concrete column, let's say I'm designing a round concrete column right now for a building, and this column is 20-inch diameter, and I want to put reinforcement inside, and I do have a certain steel area that I want to put inside that column. there are minimum number of rebar that you could put. Of course, let's say you have 5 square inches needed for this cup. You could get one bar, 5 square inches, put it inside at the center. But this is not acceptable by the ACI. You cannot do it by the code. How about 2? Each is 2.5. No, it doesn't work. So the ACI, the code provisions, call for minimum number of bars, or in other words, maximum spacing between bars. And when I looked at the diagrams provided in the structural analysis and calculation package, I have seen some sections that even do not conform to the code. This is another clue that tells that this building was not built up to a code or the code. I'm afraid to say the code, so everybody's gonna say, oh, back then they didn't have the 2014 ACI. Understood, but back then, you think the code tolerated to put just 4 rebars in a big column like this? This is one point. The other point is on the electromagnetic field evaluation report. One of my questions was, you indicated that the maximum exposure is about 9,000 microgauss or milligauss. What is the time frame for that exposure? For every single hazard, according to OSHA or any similar regulating standards, it tells you the maximum exposure a human could be exposed to, and it tells for how long. They didn't indicate that in the report, and I'm actually curious to know. And what if the exposure period, like you, Chair, mentioned, somebody's gonna be sitting there and he's gonna be exposed to that electromagnetic field for 2 hours or 1 hour. Would this maximum exposure limit be reduced? And if it's reduced, how it relates to the electromagnetic field that's gonna be resulting from the switch gears on the roof? So I would like them to answer these 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good point. Actually, we did have an experience, quite a strange one, with one application where there was a radio tower, and we learned that this exposure for a human was something like, I don't know, it was like 4 minutes. And after 4 minutes, they'd have to run inside and not be exposed anymore. And that's for the worker. That was a much lower standard for a worker, right? So that was.
They have something similar. They have something similar in these provisions. They kind of like hovered over them, but they didn't go in depth. So one of my points, I was like, okay, so if that, I believe that the standards, if I'm correct and I understood it right, the standards reference like a very short period of exposure, like somebody's like that, it's gone, done and gone. But I'm not sure if it's much longer. I believe that exposure, the 9,000 figure should go down significantly. And if it does, I do have concern regarding like the entire conclusion of the report.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, last minute. Okay, we move on to the next. Thank you.
SOC calendar, continued hearing items, item number 24, 4297BZ, 9320 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. Someone has feedback again. Everyone, please mute. Okay. Oops. Sorry, I have a lot of notes on this. Okay. This application has been going on for what feels like forever. It may have been actually forever, but I think we're actually there, I think. We last heard this in March with one adjournment since. There were many new submissions, June 11th, June 14th, June 15th, and September 15th. It's actually very difficult for the commissioners to know what to read with so many submissions. Really, the applicant must void out those that have been superseded and reorganized. Otherwise, there's no question that we missed something. For our council's information, the relevant submissions are actually, just to save you time, are September 15th, and the June submissions have been superseded. On the illuminated signage, the applicant reviewed the files and provided us with 2 letters from December 1997 and January 1998, which respond to comments from the board regarding the signage. The first states that there are 3 frontages that would allow a total of 150 square feet of illuminated signage, while the proposal is for a total of 461 square feet that the applicant argued is appropriate for the location. That their argument was it's appropriate. The second letter responds to the board's direction, which it obviously didn't agree, where it obviously didn't agree that that much signage was appropriate. And the direction was to reduce the signage to comply with C1 regulations by stating that the 131 square foot double-sided, and then the applicant responded by saying the 131 square foot double-sided pylon sign will be removed, bringing the total of illuminated signage to 139 square feet, or 53 square feet and 86 square feet per actual signage frontage. I didn't see any further demonstration that the board actually accepted this approach, but it may have agreed with the applicant that although the signs are only on 2 frontages, the signs themselves, the site itself has 3. And I think that was the argument that was being made by the applicant. And so it's not unreasonable for the board to have accepted, I think, that it has 3 frontages, you get to multiply by 3. Whether or not that's the way it's done today, kind of no comment. I don't know how the Department of Buildings reviews this now. We have clarification in the revised statement of facts that the only remaining waiver needed on the site is for parking, since the use is now as of right in a C13. So as to the signage, I would just say, because now the use is permitted in the C13 as it would signage be, we can leave to DOB about the signage. Since the signage is no longer the subject of a use variance, we'll clarify on a resolution that the only waiver here that's continuing is the parking. That leaves the signage out of our domain. A lumen spread study with lights on, lights off, which was submitted on September 15th, indicates no spread onto the residential property. I'm actually not sure if I understand where or what the light sources are and what was done to improve the situation. The statement of fact states that the fixtures are new and the poles reduced to 20 feet in height, but I don't see that on the actual lumen diagram. So it's actually, or the one that I looked at on 915. So it doesn't say, you know, source is this, light pole is this high. I think that should be clarified on that drawing. Maybe in those prior submissions, there was clarification, but again, it's just so hard when there's multiple submissions and then you have one that looks like it's the last and therefore the most accurate and complete. Landscaping was supposed to be completed by September 21st. I didn't see a submission of photos showing the installation, so hopefully the applicant can even do a share screen and show us the photographs. And those were my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
After much back and forth, the applicant did its best to piece together the history behind the signage. And I agree that I think in this case, we should just let DOB weigh in on it and not and focus on what is with regards to the lumen and the landscape. And I don't think I saw any latest submission on the landscaping work, so I will reserve my comments during the public hearing if any additional information is provided at that time. But at this point, I have no additional comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ali Brown.
I have no comments.
Okay, are you okay with the sign?
Okay with the sign and leaving it to DOB's determination when they review the plans.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, I share the same comments about the luminous spread. The readings for on and off, they seem to be exact same readings. So I'm not sure if this is a mistake or are they really the same for the two cases on and off? Would they provide some footage for the readings to like justify that this is not a mistake? The other thing is the leaching chambers. They are attributing the flooding that happened before to the catch basins. But in this submission, they provided sort of a drainage plan that's showing 5 leaching chambers. In other words, like dry wells. So my question is, how do you know that the catch basins were behind the flooding? Did you test the leaching chambers? Did you have somebody look at their design? Are they functioning? They may be clogged. So I want to then make sure that the flooding is not going to happen one more time. So these are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
It's a long time coming for me. I have no further comments on this, and I agree with you, Chair, and the rest of the board to let DOB decide about the sign.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. You can go to the next.
Item number 25, 2017-261BZ, 527 East New York Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Sorry, also a lot of notes because this one went on for a long time. Okay. We have had an open issue about common ownership of the adjacent lots and the possibility that the hardship complained of is self-created. Applicant made an absolutely excellent series of arguments supported by careful research that was well organized and easy to follow to counter this possibility. Importantly, this included drawings to show that an as-of-right residential building could be developed on the subject lot and that a community facility building that satisfies the applicant's specific programmatic needs could not, even if the adjacent lots were combined into one. So I have to say on this submission, bravo, such a good job. And provided that council has the DOB objection that it needed, which was what started this whole reopening of the case, I'm ready to close this application again. So I'm just reaching out to council to make sure they have what they needed in the first place. Okay. So Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. I agree. This was a very thorough analysis that was provided by the applicant, and very careful research that was done with regards to ownership history, the development patterns on the 3 lots. So I'm very satisfied, and I really don't have any additional questions. So I'll be happy to recommend to close this.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown.
I think they satisfied our questions about self-created hardship. I have no more problem with this application.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Sheta.
Chair, I have no further comments to add, and I'm okay with closing the case. Thank you.
Thanks. Commissioner Shabeta.
On the application responsive, and I have no further questions with regard to self-created hardship. I'm satisfied with it and ready to close.
Thank you.
The next item is appeals calendar, item number 20. Oh, sorry.
I guess the board doesn't want to vote right now because we're going to hear from them. Never mind. Sorry.
Sorry, this is still open, right? It's still open. We
opened it, right?
We opened it to receive materials.
Right, but we're going to hear, sorry, we're going to hear from the applicant before the board votes to close.
Yes, exactly. Oh, I see. We could close now. I don't know. Let's hear from the applicant just so that they can say whatever they want to say. Okay.
Jella's hand is up.
Jella, go ahead. Jella.
We did receive the DOB objection that was needed on November 6th, 2020.
Okay, and council's okay with the objection?
They can save.
Yeah. Objection. Thank you. I'm going to put Bella's hand down. Let's see, Lorraine. Okay, let's do the next.
Okay, appeals calendar, item number 26, 2017, 59A, 3857 Ocean View Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, oops, something just happened. Okay. Sorry, scrolling. Sorry. Where is it? Okay. This is a General City Law 36 case for a single building that's been at this agency for 4 years and in hearings for 3. We last heard this in March 2020 after a dismissal warning had been sent out and agreed to give the applicant time to resolve their DEP issues. The warning letter prompted the hiring of a new engineer and a new architect who began to submit to DEP. The engineer submitted to DEP. In the interim, counsel for the applicant withdrew and then was reinstated. And so now we have a new owner's affidavit to that effect because they needed to be reinstated formally. We have, though, at long last, DEP sign off as of July 9th, 2021. September 30th letter from the architect includes a set of plans with the September 30th date. So that's what should be used. We had previously, on February 11th, 2019, fire department conditional sign off that requires sprinklers to be installed. I don't see any sign of sprinklers on the September 30th, 21 drawing set, nor anywhere else in the record. Fire department should verify, but if sprinklers are missing, we must have a revised set of drawings with sprinklers. And that's, and then I wanted one comment though, in the resolution, I would like it to clarify that this is only a GCL 36 waiver and that the board makes no representation on the legality of the use of the building or whether it complies with flood regulations for the first floor occupancy that's located below the base flood elevation. And the reason that I'm saying that is because even though it's a residential building, it's represented that the ground floor, which is below base flood, is being used for community facility use. Doesn't totally look like that to me. DOB is skilled at determining whether they think it's an acceptable response, or let's say an acceptable proposal, and whether or not it has to comply with the flood regulations, because I don't believe you could occupy that ground floor below the base flood if it isn't community facility. So that's why I want that added to the resolution. Okay, so those are my comments. So Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. I had a little difficulty in terms of, I was not able to find certain plans that were being referred to. I think the last set of plans that I was able to find was dated 8/3/2018 that was submitted on June 24, 2020. And I just downloaded it again. Now I see, I think I may have reviewed this before the 10/1 submission was made. So I didn't see the 10/1 submission. Based on the earlier review.
And one is, that's the most recent. So what I understand is that the plans did not change from last summer, from June 2020, but I was very nervous that maybe they did and we would be approving ancient plans. So I insisted that they resubmit and redate. So if you looked at those June plans, then you're seeing the same thing, I think, because the architect represented that it's all the same.
Okay, all right.
But it doesn't have sprinklers, notably.
Right, right. I mean, that also did not have sprinkler and this one also does not, as I'm looking at it quickly. And I think at the last hearing, we had asked about the compliance with Appendix G, and I agree with you, Madam Chair, that if the board grants it, we are not weighing in on the zoning and the flood regulation and allowing a community facility use in the basement. That is for DOB to determine. Other than that, I have no additional comments on the GCL 36 application.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Light Brown.
No additional questions.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta.
I have no additional comments other than that if they can add a note to the plans indicating that none of the Appendix G provisions is waived on the plans, just to alert the DOB that we're not waiving any of these. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Good point. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Shabeta.
Additional comments or questions from me, Chair?
Okay, thank you.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 27, 2019-263BZ, 2122 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Here we go. I believe we're still waiting for DOT and DEP review of traffic and noise issues. I think those were the only things. I believe otherwise commissioners' comments were responded to at the last hearing, although we will need lighting studies once the work is complete. So that would be a compliance hearing at say 18 to 24 months from the date of the decision, assuming grant. I note that the last lumen spread diagram submitted on April 8th, 21 showed 0.9 to 3.1 lumens located 5 feet from the property line, so on the property, and then stepping to 0 at the property line. Don't know whether that's actually believable, but whatever. So I'm just putting that out there. I still don't understand how the trash will be handled. This is something we talked about at the last hearing. Why isn't there a door directly to the outside from the trash room so that the trash can be easily picked up by haulers? There was a not believable representation at one of the prior hearings that the haulers would actually come into the facility and take the trash out. That's not the reality of how trash haulers work. For one, you don't want them, given what they do during the day, walking into a restaurant or into the kitchen, which actually this is the kitchen. You actually want the kitchen people to be taking the trash out to them. So, or better, you want the doors to open so that the truck can drive up and they haul it right out directly. So they really need to put doors. I just don't believe this is going to work. And then we'll end up with piles of garbage bags instead, just all over the place. Or again, one of those containers floating around the site, which is not okay. All right, so Vice Chair Shanda.
The last set of DOT comments from September 27th was kind of interesting in that DOT identified that it had safety concerns issues and the site will not be able to accommodate anticipated demand at the site and think that the queuing will extend back to Richmond Avenue during peak hours. So these are quite a heavy set of questions for applicant to respond. All in all, what I'm getting at is I'm waiting for DEP and DOT to comment and sign off on it. Otherwise, I'm okay with this plan.
Commissioner Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Okay, Commissioner Sheta.
I have no additional comments, and I would say that lumen spread is based on computer modeling, so it would be like needed that they submit actual readings after they are done with the installation of that lighting system, so we can look at it and like evaluate it based on actual readings. not just computer models.
Right, okay, so that goes back to the compliance hearing in 18 to 24 months. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Nothing further from me, Chair.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you.
Next item is item number 28, 2019-192 BZ, 16 Harrison Place, Brooklyn.
Oops. Sorry. Okay. Financials were revised to respond to comments and result in no changes to the proposed plans. Actually, none since the very initial submission. So it's the same exact proposal as we first saw. That is 2.2 FAR, 4,838 square feet, 4-story plus narrow cellar, 40 feet high, 7-unit residential building with long, narrow kind of railroad flat ideas. We had discussed reducing the FAR and the number of stories to be similar to neighbors, but that wasn't responded to. There also was discussion about whether this use actually fits in with neighborhood character, given the minority of residential uses on the block. And this is just to kind of remind board members of our prior discussion, though I'm sure you all have notes and know what you asked before. I defer to Commissioner Otley Brown on the B finding. Fire department should review the modification to the roof. And there is open DEP on hazmat, noise, and air quality. So Vice Chair Shanda.
Okay. I wish the applicant in its latest submission in its narrative had elaborated how a full basement for office retail use has better return than a full basement for residential use, and how a full basement for commercial retail use can offset the cost of the full basement construction at this site. This was a question I think that all of us had asked. At the last hearing, the board had asked for a difference in cost for steps footing versus a full basement. It was not provided. So again, since most of the comments were related with financial analysis, I would like to hear from Commissioner Otley Brown on this. Thank you.
Right, okay, thank you. Just one second. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So as of the last hearing, my major criticism about this case was that the construction costs were so high that they were driving the B and the E finding. And so I recommended strongly that the applicant rely on Marshall and Swift cost estimator in order to reduce those construction costs to a more reasonable factor. What I received was first a lengthy statement about how I should not be using Marshall and Swift for any type of building in New York City, period, because it does not recognize the intricacies of New York City. I am not convinced by that in any way, shape, or form. And as I said in the hearing, telling the applicant to use Marshall and Swift is simply because historically in the BSA, since we have allowed cost estimators have been pushing the envelope in terms of construction costs for buildings in the outer boroughs to such an extent that with a cost like that, I'd be surprised that anybody would do anything with vacant land other than park some cars on it, because it is absolutely cost prohibitive from their perspective. They had costs of $500 a square foot and upwards for all of the scenarios in this building. And so I said use the Swift cost estimator for us to get an idea of, all things being equal, what is the general average construction cost per square foot for a building that doesn't have any specific issues going on with the land in terms of contamination, poor soil, that kind of situation, of which this building is that. This building is a building that is being proposed on a small lot, and the small lot is the issue. There are no underlying contamination issues and there are no underlying structural issues. Therefore, Marshall and Swift should work pretty well. As for constructing within New York City, Marshall and Swift does build into its product a location multiplier. All you have to do is put in the address and the zip code, and it will then figure out how much a building would cost to be built in that area versus in like Nebraska or North Dakota or something like that. So it kind of diminishes that argument as well. Anyway, this applicant used the Swift estimator not as a fact-finding mission to find out what the true cost per square foot would be. No, they used it to justify their extraordinarily high construction costs. So if you go into the Swift estimator, just to give you guys some background knowledge, it asks you various things like, what is the use of the building? What is the perimeter of the building? What is the square footage of the building? And you build up your building in sections, above grade, below grade, and then you choose certain variables, like what would the construction class be of this type of building? Is it structural steel protected, which is the top class A, or is it a class 2B masonry structure in which there's some fire resistance but no extra fireproofing on the system versus a wood construction? There are all these different things. And then you can choose the quality of construction. Is it the topmost, like what you would see on 57th Street in 157, 57th Street or 432 Park Avenue? Or is it your, run-of-the-mill construction in the borough? And it gives you different classes, like there are different numbers, 4 for the top and 2 is average. If you use average, a class C construction class and a quality level of 2, which is average, and you don't add in all of these different items that are already accounted for, unless you're trying to add on a higher quality version of it, which isn't warranted here in the boroughs, you could get a cost factor of $237 a square foot, which is what Commissioner Shetta and I have been stating all along, that the costs for construction should be halved. But no, this applicant made each scenario based on the highest construction class that you can use, the highest quality of construction. And then when that didn't raise the cost per square foot high enough, they added in all sorts of things like balcony on the commercial, on the non-complying office where there is no balcony. All it is a roof terrace that's basically taking the roof of the commercial on the first floor on the retail and making an outdoor space. No, they're adding a balcony to it. The best HVAC, elevator, sprinklers, fire alarm, all this led to a very high price per square foot, which incidentally just about justified what they had originally said through a cost estimator would be the cost of constructing this building. So anyway, I went online and I did a lot of emailing back and forth with Marshall and Swift to find out what is included and what's not included in the basic construction costs. And what I found out was, based on the type of building that you put in, they add in all the components that are considered to build this basic building based on the use and the height and the Department of Buildings requirements and that, all of that. The only thing that they don't add in is an elevator. That's the one thing you can add, or fire alarm and sprinklers. You can add that too. But there's no need to add HVAC. There's no need to add, there were a number of other things that this person added in. All that does is it's just add-ons on top of the cost factor, add-ons upon add-ons upon add-ons to get to a high construction cost per square foot. So all I have to say, and I'm sure Commissioner Shetta has done similar work himself, is that I'm not convinced at all. I made a remark regarding the soft costs, and what I got in response was that Marshall and Swift does not add in soft costs into their cost factors, and that's not exactly true. So if you do go on to Marshall and Swift and you have a conversation with them, they will give you the types of costs that are included in their cost factor and what isn't included. And there are some soft costs that are not included. And there are others that are. So for instance, included in the soft costs are the final cost to the owner, including architects, engineering fees, plans, plan check, building permits, surveys to establish building lines and grades. Well, if you look at their soft costs, they have not reduced the soft costs in architects and engineering fees. They have costs listed. Inspections, boring surveys, lab fees, soil investigation, preliminary surveys, environmental surveys, controlled inspection fees. They've added soft costs. So while their soft costs are not very high compared to the base construction costs, which are very high, they still really have not gone through their financial statement with the idea that Marshall and Swift is really taking care of a lot of this stuff. And so I feel like this is the third hearing where I've made a basic statement about construction costs being too high, and I haven't seen any adjustments that are significant to the construction costs to bring them down. And I haven't seen the applicant replying to our many comments about this project proposed in terms of trying to bring it down and meet and even begin to meet the character finding. And so I don't feel like they're being very open to our comments, basically. Then I went through and I now looking again at their information for their artist studio as of right. And they did slightly raise the rents that you could get for artist studios to $35 a square foot versus the manufacturing warehouse rents of $30 a square foot. I think that was in response to my comment that why would you build such an expensive building when you could barely get the rents that you would get for a warehouse? The difference in income that they're actually attributing to this artist studio is a difference of $22,000 a year. And so my statement is, why would you spend that kind of money to build an artist studio when you're only getting $22,000 more a year in gross income? So it just doesn't make any sense. So I'm going to say once again, that the fact that the artist studios doesn't work is not an indication that an as of right project is not feasible. It just indicates that they have chosen a type of building and a type of use that in this area is not particularly feasible. So I would tell the applicant the same thing I have told every other applicant that wants to develop an industrial building, wants to develop a residential building on a small industrial lot, and that is show me that the simplest form of building here is infeasible. And the simplest form of building here is a warehouse. Just put a warehouse on this site, use your FAR, and then show me whether or not that is actually going to work. Because one thing we do know for sure is that building a warehouse that's like one story is a lot cheaper than building an artist studio building with a mezzanine and different types of finishes and an elevator and all of those different things just to get $35 a square foot when you can build a warehouse. Very simple, no elevator needed, minimal finishing, and you get $30 a square foot. So if they did that, they would find, like I said in the other hearings, that actually works. And guess what? If that actually works, there's no case for a variance because B finding will not have been met.
Okay.
As for the residential comparables, and I'm doing this, I did this for a period of time before, and I thought I got the message across to people, which is that when you are looking for comparables for residential apartments, especially in buildings that are not receiving 421A. Please do not use regulated rents from these new 421A developments. And one can even argue because of the previous 421A, in which once you had 421A regulated apartments, all the apartments in the building are actually regulated. And the way in which the market rate apartment buildings in a 421A building are regulated as per the old 421A is, once you set the rent, the increase of that rent is limited to the same percentage increases that the regulated apartments in that building receiving 421A are. So in effect, it actually regulates the entire building. Not quite sure if that's how it's done now under the new 421A, but all that to say, take out the comparables of regulated apartment buildings, because we're not quite sure how that actually depresses market rents when we're looking at what the market rents would be in a new building like this that doesn't get 421A. So in this case, Menahan Street needs to be removed from the comparables and replaced with the market apartment. So if we get that far, I, for one, think that 3 times making this conversation go round and round is more than enough. And to give you just an example before I close, we have another case coming up in Red Hook, which has a lot of issues. Its proposal is a far larger building, far more complicated, as everybody here knows, and their construction cost per square foot, not including the contamination, is, as of right, $194 a square foot for that end last mile warehouse, and for the proposed $269 a square foot. Now that's a far more complicated building, also in Brooklyn, than the building that we're looking at, where we're upwards of $500 a square foot in hard costs. So there you go. Case closed as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just curious, if you ran the numbers with $269 a square foot, and let's just say economy of scale, let's give them a break on economy of scale on the Red Hook building versus this building, which is smaller, so it doesn't have an economy. I don't know, add 10% or something to it. I don't know what you add for lack of economy, but if you were to do the math on, just to throw out a number, $275 a square foot, what do we have? Or maybe you haven't done it yet, but you're still muted. You're muted again.
On the proposed, is that what you're asking?
Or on the as of right, for example, because that's what we're looking at. If we looked at the as of right, article,
okay, so their as of right, with their add-ins, comes out to $428 a square foot for the office, and for the artist studios, about $400 a square foot. That's their hard costs only and not their soft costs. Mm-hmm. So I don't know that economy of scale amounts to an extra $150, $200 a square foot. I have not seen that anywhere. And the reason why I'm picking on this building in particular is because I have not seen these costs before.
Right.
You know, and them getting to $428 a square foot means that they added extra for a balcony in the office. They added extra for exterior walls, for HVAC, when basic heating is included in the base cost. This doesn't have a balcony. So all of those, and then they did it as a Class A fireproof structural steel building of the highest quality of level 4, which is really high quality, when that's not what this is. This is a Class 2B construction building. That's not a structural steel building. If you look at the plans, it says Class 2B construction masonry. So I don't know what they're choosing, except that they're choosing the highest level of everything so they could beef up their costs to justify the cost used by the cost estimator, which leads me to wonder what the cost estimator was pricing all these past years on all these other projects, even though the architectural plans are saying simple, one thing, and yet they're getting to a really high price. Like, were they pricing structural steel on a plain masonry building? I don't know. I know that Nassar has caught a lot of it, but it just, to me, proves that we need to really be pushing people to be using Marshall and Swift.
Okay, for the simple part,
Yeah.
for the obvious parts of the project, as opposed to the environmental and the.
Right, as opposed to when there's environmental or particular subsurface costs, which they say if you have to add in piles, you need to be adding that in.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you. 3 times. I would go further, and I would say that even with contamination, even with engineering issues like subsurface, like the need for deep foundation as opposed to like regular shallow foundation in an area, we still could use Marshall and Swift and then quantify the amount of the hardship because of the uniqueness of a specific site. So let's say we have a contaminated site, they could go with Marshall and Swift, then evaluate like the project that we're gonna look at today, evaluate the impact of the contamination, and then divide that impact by square footage, and then give us a square footage price, like to add the effect of the hardship claim. But I would ask Commissioner Brown to please, if you can, upload the communications with Marshall and Swift to the record, so I can look at him. I really didn't get a chance to like communicate with them, maybe because I was sure that the soft cost is included, or I would say good chunk of that soft cost is included in Marshall and Swift. And when I looked at the response from the applicant, actually, I was kind of puzzled, because in the cover letter, it says, as detailed in the report cover, soft cost is not included by Marshall and Swift. However, I did look at, when it says the report cover, it refers to the financial report cover. I went to the financial report and I like looked at it like 3 times. I wasn't able to see any explanation for why the soft cost is not included in Marshall and Swift. I believe now the opposite is correct. Soft cost is included per the communications with the software developer. This is bullet point 1. Bullet point 2, I understand that the applicant is aiming to have like a use variance here. But we said this from day one. If it's 1 hearing, that's fine. If it's 2, okay. But if it's more than that, we're not gonna be like exhausted. We're not gonna give up. We're gonna be fighting as far as we believe that you didn't justify your ask. And I believe on this case, the ask is not justified. And if you look at the aerial photo, like right next to that lot, there are 2 buildings that are they're gonna be much shorter, like much less bulk than the proposed. And these other 2 residentials, I believe they are residential buildings. They were built like far before that proposed one. Why would you more privileged than them if they are legal non-conforming sites? What kind of thing you've done to get more than what they got? Especially they built like way before. So I'm not sure. People need to look at these kind of like things before like trying to drag the hearings for 4 hearings and 5 hearings. And at the end, it doesn't fly. And at the end, the client get to pay more for nothing. The building class thing, I share the same concern as Commissioner Brown on the building class. I didn't get a chance to like run the cost estimate for like a lower class, but I believe it would be significantly less. Another point that for the residential option, the seller square footage, the solar footprint was just 317. I believe this is a mistake, if I understood it right. And I'm talking about the input to the Marshall and the Swift. In the residential option, seller area is 317. I believe it should be 915 if I'm not mistaken. So let's keep in mind that this hearing is number 4. And we want to like make this hearing or maybe the next at most like the last one.
Yes,
Thank you.
agreed. Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta, is it number 4? Commissioner Shabeta, yeah, it is.
Yeah, I was having some trouble with the mute. So I too have done research on Marshall and Swift and what it includes. I agree with the statements that were made by Commissioner Otley Brown and Commissioner Shetta. I would like also to note that Marshall and Swift has made substantial COVID adjustments, and of the other indexes, its percentage is actually the percentage increase compared to other indexes higher than the other major indexes on buildings and construction costs. And of the 3 indexes with regard to construction equipment, it's also the highest percentage of increase from 2018 to now. Other than that, I agree with the statements that were made, and I don't have anything further to add. I do. If they would have been a bit more reasonable, like I really expected something else to come back on this application.
Yeah,
I thought we were there. I thought that's how we left off, that something else was going to come back. I was surprised to see the same application.
yes, I have to agree. When I looked at the drawing, I'm like, so therefore they made the changes that we asked for. Wait a minute, this looks like the other one. I was surprised as well that we didn't see any movement at all. I don't think that's a good approach for an applicant to take the position that there should be no movement between the first submission and the 4th. It just doesn't really make sense, other than to cause the client a lot of money, a lot of money, right? Especially for the financial analyses, which are
I
so.
believe they look at this as a negotiation game. They believe that they are negotiating with somebody. Guys, we're not negotiating. We do not negotiate. We look at numbers too. And if we see a case, we're gonna be supportive of you. But if we don't see a case, even if you drag this to 100 hearings, we're gonna be fighting. That's simple. I'm getting tired of these construction cost estimates that are submitted to us just to justify the ask. Please, cost estimators, do not prepare cost estimates to justify the ask. Prepare them to get to the fair and square number, period. And this should be actually the task for an engineer, a cost estimator, a plumber. Just do your job right.
Right, agreed. Thank you. I know it's frustrating, and you're right. So 4 hearings is far more than enough. That's why I agree. I thought this was going to be the last one. So I think we're done. I think this is it. We'll close it. They'll be given an opportunity to, I'm not sure what, but we'll close it. So we can talk about the what during the hearing. Okay, let's go to the next one. We have 2 more, or 3 more actually.
3 more. Item number 29, 2021-12BZ, 250 Westervelt Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay, happily, this is a simple, no, sorry, this isn't the one. We have proof of service of initial application to officials. Sorry, wait a minute.
Just a continued hearing, Madam
I know,
Chair.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking I'm ahead of where we are. Okay. Applicant, I thought was very responsive. We have as of right drawings showing a 9-foot, 10-inch wide house with 8-foot, 8-inch clear interior space. So not a viable house unless you're, I don't know, one of those collector ancient houses in Greenwich Village. I think there's one that's 9 feet wide on the interior. There is an explanation for why this does not have to go to the Department of City Planning for site approval in the special hillsides district, that its slope is shallow enough not to have to do that. There is a deed search that shows either no common ownership with adjacent lots, or if there were, since the last names are actually the same during a given period, there was a subsequent New York City foreclosure intervention and sale. There is a corner lot study showing shallow front yards similar to or less than the proposed. And there's a letter from the architect about street tree planting requirements by Parks and DOT. But they didn't provide a diagram. It was just a letter that says these are what the rules are. We know how to look up the rules as well. The question is, how do they apply to your site, and why can't you provide the trees? So what I would ask for is a diagram on the site plan that applies the rules to the site plan to show us why you can't have more than one street tree on the site, because trying to apply it, the site's 102 feet long, and trying to apply those rules, I find another place for a street tree. And the site plan doesn't indicate all of the things that might be like a fire hydrant, a street signs, or that might be something that would cause the relocation of a tree. Also, they need to show exterior finish materials on the drawings, on the elevations, and to cut to the chase about that, it cannot be EIFS, vinyl, or PVC siding. Just to make this clear, to get that out of the way, it has to be a different material than those three, okay? There was a comment from before that BSA takes no position on whether the area in the attic is floor area under the 23-142B reduction regulation for attics. There's a note already on the drawings to that effect, but this is just to underscore for council when they're writing the resolution. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
I'm satisfied with the information that has been provided. I though was hoping that they would provide a diagram of the DOT street tree planting requirements. I think in the letter that has been submitted, it says only one street tree can be considered along the Westervelt Avenue. I think according to the plan, it is on Layton Avenue, so that should be corrected. But I was hoping to see a set of plan that shows the rules overlaid on the side to justify why only one tree could be planted. But otherwise, I'm satisfied with the information that's been provided. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I had asked for the corner lot study to determine whether or not the home width that they're proposing is the minimal variance. And they did give it to us, and I'm satisfied that this home width of 16 feet is the minimal variance, given that the average width of the other corner lots on lots that are 25 feet wide were 22 feet 5 inches. So this is actually narrower. So I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I have no any additional comments on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Nothing additional from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
New cases, item number 30, 2020-89BZ, 111 Langham Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. Community Board recommends approval with 2 opposed. The statement of facts is a mess. It disagrees with itself internally. It starts off with a chart that has nothing to do with whatever is said after that. And so I became so confused that after 2 pages, I said, I can't read this anymore because I don't know what's true. So it talks about a semi-detached house having 2 side yards. I don't even know how you do that. So I do have to say, yeah, well, okay. So luckily there are floor plans. So I was able to figure out what the ask is, but I have to say, what's the point of having a statement of facts if no one reviews it, checks it? It's basically totally wrong. And I have to say, commissioners are too busy. We don't have the time to deal with this kind of thing. It's not okay to submit us whatever junk comes out of the computer. Don't do it. You have to resubmit the statement of facts and someone has to read it and proofread it, because I got the impression it was done by someone who copy pasted from another application, filled in blanks, and didn't even proofread what they wrote. So, my first question is, are these 2 buildings on one zoning lot? It's a semi-detached, but I don't know if it's on one zoning lot, which would matter. They need to provide a survey prepared by a licensed surveyor. Apparently there is one that already exists, so they just need to give it to us. It's referred to on one of the drawings. According to the plans and the certificate of occupancy provided, the existing basement and first floor 2-family semi-detached house has a 4-foot side yard and a 23-foot 1-inch rear yard, both of which are non-compliant, but probably likely legally non-compliant. The front yard is 19 feet. The 1950 Sanborn is provided and shows a narrow side yard, but the rear yard depth is unclear because it's not dimensioned, of course, except that the other houses in the row have the same depth. That based on a rear yard study provided with this application, it shows they're all 23 feet or thereabouts. The proposal arguably legalizes the 23-foot 1-inch rear yard, just in case it needed legalization. And the 409 square foot second floor addition is compliant with yard requirements. And it creates no increase in lot coverage or reduction in open space. No existing walls or joists are being removed, with the exception of a small area at the roof to allow for a stair to the new second floor. So it appears that the only ask, because I can't use the statement of facts to find out, the only ask is for floor area to 0.99 FAR, which increases the degree of non-compliance as to floor area, assuming the 0.84 FAR is a pre-1961 condition. An FAR study was done that supports the ask. The site is in an AE11 flood zone, so compliance with Appendix G must be demonstrated on the drawings. I assume that would be done by establishing that this is not substantial construction, because they really are just adding this little penthouse to the roof. Therefore, the area below the base flood elevation can continue to be occupied. Substantial construction calculations were provided on a separate sheet. Those should be shown on the drawings and indicate how that calculation establishes compliance with Appendix G, like which section, and establishes that the ground floor can be occupied in spite of the fact that it's below base flood. You have to put that on the drawing. There is no proposed basement plan with the set that was provided. You need to provide it even if it's the same as the existing plan. The addition is set back from the side wall by 4 feet and set back from the front wall 14 feet and from the rear wall 15 foot 8. I don't think actually an addition can be more modest than that. My only concern is the appearance from the street as to the attached building, but it is set back so far that it may be less of an issue. And there were thankfully 3 renderings that seem to support this this position or this assumption. And hopefully I would like to even encourage the neighbor to join in and come with a matching addition, so then it would look good across the 2 buildings. I think the drawings were very well done and complete, so I want to applaud the architect, but really scold, ruler wrap the council for submitting such a terrible statement of facts. Okay. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
I think the problem starts with the rear yard map that was provided, the rear yard analysis map. If you look at it in that rear yard analysis map, the site that has been identified is lot 91, whereas the subject site is lot 12, which is consistently been shown and which is shown in the FAR study map, in the I think even in the radius map. Yeah, I'm just going to look at that. Yes, so the inconsistency starts with the rear yard map analysis, rear yard study, where lot 91 has been used as the subject site of the subject site. And that there, lot 91 has a rear yard depth of 23, whereas in that same map, the rear yard for lot 12, which is the correct lot for the subject site, is 25 foot deep. So with that, all the documentations throughout the statement of facts analysis, everything is incorrect. So that needs to be checked and revised. And, I think the survey will definitely help clarifying that. I had a question with regards to the proposed addition. And I think the proposed addition encroaches into the sky exposure plane. And the degree of the encroachment seems much more than what I have generally seen in such cases. So I'm not sure if it qualifies as a permitted obstruction. So it would be helpful if the applicant can clarify that. And if it is, if we do approve it, then we can put a note saying that it is for DOB to review and make sure it is permitted. Should we not weigh in on it? I'm specifically referring to, oops. Yeah, I'm not able to find there it is, the existing. It is drawing number A012, because it's not even a sloped roof condition. So it's a flat roof. Typically, you weigh in below the certain height to be, there's a good portion of the roof of the site. It's not just the roof sloping at the edge, it's beyond that is within the permitted obstruction. So that's why I'm asking the question.
What drawing is that?
A012.
A012. I see only AOOs. Oh, I see. Got it. 012.
Right. And this sheet also has incorrect zoning district written on it. It should be R3-1 and not R4-1. Though the permitted building height and the perimeter wall height is same for both of these districts, but it should be consistent. And in this section, in the section and elevation, the applicant should indicate the solar panel that is being proposed.
Oh, okay. It showed, yeah. And it's not a dormer.
No, it's not a dormer.
Yeah, that's interesting. Huh. Maybe there's, roof projection.
That's why I would like the applicant to clarify it.
It's
Generally,
weird.
we see a slope, and then we allow that it's a flat roof.
Right. What's interesting is they draw the dash line of the sky exposure plane right over the building, and then they don't say anything. Normally, when it's protruding, extending like that, they'll say something, permitted obstruction under section whatever. Don't know what it is. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's all.
Right. Actually, that's so weird. It's not a corner proposed front elevation. I'm just looking at the front elevation that's showing the permitted obstruction. Oh no, it's really a side. What? Some of it may be how they're showing the sky exposure plane from the side. There isn't a sky exposure. There may be a side yard setback, which is another thing. But when you look at the front elevation on A13, they're showing the sky exposure plane on the side of the lot. It's coming up from the 4-foot setback. So there's a required side yard. Oh, I see what it is. It's actually the issue of penetrating the side yard setback level, perhaps. You see that? You're muted, Shampa.
So, yeah, it's a side yard setback.
Side yard setback, not a front yard setback.
No. I'm sorry if I said front yard. I meant side yard setback.
Yeah, okay. In section, okay. It's the side yard, okay. Right, okay, good, thanks. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
I agree with you. Statement is atrocious. And I was caught up myself on the whole rear yard thing, where on page 1, it says the rear yard is 15 feet 8 inches, but on page 2, it says it's 23 feet 1 inches, and that keeps carrying through, including to the proposed. But other than that, once I got past that and I looked at the plans and I saw it was pretty modest, they're only asking for about 400 square feet. I was like, okay, this is fine. And I actually thought they did a very good job in kind of concealing it in such a way that you don't look at both halves of this semi-detached home and go, oh, this is horrible what they did. So you could barely notice it from the street, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No other comments.
Else? Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I agree that the statement of facts was like kind of a mess. For example, on page 1, the chart, it describes the regulations on the rear yard. It says rear yard maximum is 30 feet. Rear yard regulations doesn't say maximum, I believe. It should say minimum. So the minimum rear yard should be this. So if somebody like has read this statement of fact, he could have concluded that this is a typo or maybe a mistake, in addition to like many other mistakes in the statement of fact. So this is just to start. The Sanborn maps provided, I didn't see a date on them, so they are not dated. I'm not sure if these are the only Sanborn maps that are available. The existing seller plan that was submitted, it shows residential space below base flood elevation. I understand that this is what is existing for now, but to make sure that we're like covering ourselves, I would like the applicant to add a note to the plans to indicate that they're gonna satisfy, or they're gonna conform to, or they're gonna comply with all the applicable flood regulations, including Appendix G. Please put a note clear and bold and big on the plan. So when DOB gets the approved plans, if any, they're gonna see this like at glance. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's already a note, but I think I agree it should be bold and big. And there is one Sanborn map where if you move around with your mouse, whatever your point, you can find the date in the lower right-hand corner on one of them. The other one, I agree, is unlabeled. So it's a 1950 map.
Maybe I didn't see it.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm okay with the application. It seems to be a modest ask, and I would be okay to close upon an updated application, updated statement of facts, with the same ask though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no changes to the drawings, in other words, no slipping in of changes to the drawings other than those notes.
That's all I ask.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Move on.
Yep.
Last item is item number 31, 2021-9BZ, 145, 163 Wolcott Street, Brooklyn.
So this is again going to be probably a lot of comments. We have proof of service of initial application to officials and of notice of hearing to officials and neighbors. The community board recommends disapproval with the following comments. It was resolved that the application did not provide substantial evidence to establish that the project met the 5 criteria or findings. The board found the application was contrary to public policy and that the character of the neighborhood is defined by and restricted to industrial business zone uses. And this application contemplates the inclusion of residential units. The applicant's proposal also was found not to fit the character of the neighborhood, as the planned building is at a height and bulk far in excess of that which is common through the IBZ. And lastly, there was a lack of financial analysis of viable conforming uses. Okay, there was a letter in opposition from city planning that was submitted late Friday, which I'll read, or at least some of I'll read. While the zoning, I'm just going to read paragraphs anyway. While the zoning in this portion of Red Hook has largely remained intact since 1961 and has not been updated to reflect present day conditions, the introduction of residential use at this location has the potential to raise land use conflicts with existing industrial uses in the surrounding area and implications for the broader neighborhood. Land use changes in Red Hook may be appropriate, but such changes warrant further study and analysis beyond a variance application. Although smaller scale residential uses are located nearby, Ferris Street is a predominantly industrial corridor and surrounding uses include a manufacturing complex at 43 Ferris and new non-residential buildings on the subject block at 160 Dyckman and 202 Conover. The subject site is situated in an area of Red Hook with a concentration of heavy industrial uses and is also within the Southwest Brooklyn Industrial Business Zone, a non-zoning designation that is applied to active industrial and commercial uses. The inclusion of this site in the IBZ further heightens concerns over the appropriateness of allowing new residential use. Moreover, it is not apparent why the minimum relief necessary to meet the financial hardship finding would specifically justify introduction of residential use where new non-residential development has occurred in Red Hook under the existing zoning, including on the subject block. And then one last comment from them. For your background, prior to applying for a BSA variance, the applicant team had met with City Planning's Brooklyn office in 2019 to explore a possible land use application in order to facilitate a proposed comparable to what is currently being presented to the BSA. We had raised these same land use concerns with the applicant team at that time. In addition, further testimony, we have 11 letters from community members, one expressing support for a smaller building with subsidized housing. Several others expressed support for the type of mixed uses and jobs creation proposed. 2 favor the project because they don't agree with the current zoning for the area that encourages what is described as last mile warehouses, which has been almost like a theme of these 2 days. We're constantly hearing about last mile warehouses. 2 letters are opposed, objecting to the project's potential impact on neighborhood character. According to and so now I think those are that's the submissions from the public. Now I'll go on with my review. According to the firm map provided, this is an AE 11 zone, not an AE 12 zone, as indicated in the statement of facts, and also as indicated in the Langen report at page 2. The drawings, however, are correct, so that should be corrected in both of those reports. The hardship complained of is contamination and the remediation costs associated with it. An analysis of the contamination was provided by Langen Engineering based on what appears to have been a historical survey and 18 borings on the 80,000 square foot site. From what I can understand, I was going to read just a little section of it, but I don't really think that's necessary. From what I can understand, there are a variety of contaminants detected on the site that are attributed or possibly attributed to on-site historical uses. Figure 2 in Langen's report shows that 18 soil borings were taken and indicates the assumed spread of the contaminants across the site. I'd like to understand, how is it determined based on the borings what the contamination spread is in any given area, especially given the statement in the phase 1 that that the soil at the subject property consisted, oh no, sorry. My computer has this sort of glitch in it that when I enlarge, it jumps away. I'm sorry, just one second. Sorry. So I'll just, what I was doing is reading. Okay, the statement that that the contamination spreads on page in the phase 1, there's a statement at 7.3 that the soil at the subject property consisted primarily of silty sands. The transport rate of the contamination found at the subject site through silty sands is very low. So I don't understand how you can say that there's this huge contamination spread from a given boring if the spread is very low because of that particular soil type. Related to the above, I'd like them to explain the below paragraph at 4.3.4 in the phase 1 at page 17 and paragraph 6.1 and 6.2 at page 28. In 4.4, it says, identified soil contamination at the site primarily consists of SVOCs and metals at concentrations exceeding their respective RRSCOs and so on. In general, the highest concentrations were detected in near surface, approximately 0 to 2 feet below grade. Although elevated SVOC concentrations appear to extend down to the water table at several locations, so therefore not throughout. Such impact at the levels detected at the site is commonly associated with the presence of historic fill. This interpretation is supported by the presence of debris, brickwood glass, observed in soils at the site to depths of up to 10 feet below grade. However, superficial discharges related to the historical usage of the site may have contributed to soil impact as well. VOC impact at the site was limited to one sample location, the deep sample from boring 13 that contained VOC concentrations above RRSCOs. So I'd like them to explain the fear of contamination, because we're only talking about these SVOCs going down to levels of 2 feet, and then only in one particular boring, and caused by historic fill, which exists everywhere in New York City. So according to that, all historic fill would have to be a site requiring a variance and environmental remediation because of environmental remediation, and only one soil boring indicates VOC concentrations. So that's essentially what was stated also at 6.1. And 6.2 talks about groundwater is impact with VOCs and SVOCs at concentrations above AWQS. The highest concentrations detected are in the area of the tar-like material in the northern paved area. So that's only one section, and I'd like to understand then why that seems to be of a concern, because it also sounds like it's an off-site source. And it's and then it says also that presence in groundwater is related to the chemical composition of the fill material at the site in which the wells were installed, rather than a release of these metals at the site. So again, fill material as the source. However, I do understand that there were detectable VOC contamination levels in the groundwater that may be linked to on-site uses as opposed to historical fill. But it is noted that some of these, as I said, at the northern portion of the site are from off-site sources. So again, so we're trying to actually understand why the assumption is that there's so much contamination on the site caused by on-site activities, okay? As a framework for this analysis, the board historically only considers sources of contamination that were unregulated when the industries were in operation. Contamination occurring after such time would otherwise be considered a self-created hardship. So I'd like applicant to provide a chart listing the types of contamination related to the eras of usage and the regulatory framework that existed at the time of the usage, and any mandatory cleanup programs instituted subsequent to that usage that actually were mandatory and required of the polluter at the time. The issue in the latter case is whether current parties or predecessors in title were obligated to remediate and didn't, because for me, that would be a self-created hardship. Also, they should respond to statements in OER's Office of Environmental Remediation's 2014 Red Hook study that states, the presence of historic fill in Red Hook is pervasive. As described previously in this report, the Red Hook Peninsula was once a marshy wetland with clay-like soil. In order to enable industry and business activity along the waterfront, the marshes and open water was reclaimed and filled. Generally, these fill materials may be comprised of a variety of materials and contaminants, including building demolition material, dredging spoils, and byproducts of industrial activities, such as slag and foundry sand. Areas of historic fill are often contaminated with polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, heavy metals such as lead, and petroleum products. Given the nature of filling activities, contamination is not contained within property lines and results in area-wide environmental impairment. This contamination has the potential to affect groundwater resources. However, groundwater in this coastal area is not used for potable water supply. Although historical fill is usually only lightly or moderately contaminated, it does require environmental management and tends to complicate the development. So if it's pervasive, then how is that a unique physical condition on this site? So to the extent the site is contaminated because of fill, it's not unique. So take that away from the analysis and then let's see what's left, okay? Furthermore, to ascertain the actual scope of cleanup and associated costs, which after all will determine the extent of and appropriateness of the waiver, the board relies on a remediation program that has been approved by DEC and or OER. It doesn't look like a phase 2 has yet been done. In fact, we have confirmation that it hasn't. Therefore, it isn't clear what we actually know the scope of the contamination to be. I'm not sure that this application, therefore, has arrived at this point yet. So probably is premature, given that we don't have those things. And Commissioner Shetta will speak more to this subject. The phase 1 recommends there's a phase that further study should be done and that an IRM should be done. And we have, as of April 30th, 21, a proposed phase 2 work plan, but not the results of the investigation. It appears also as if a track 4 level cleanup is being considered for a residential use. Other board projects on extremely contaminated sites, I'm thinking of Amsterdam Avenue and 181st Street, which was a very large project, actually probably of similar scale to this, though that one's much taller. Other board projects where residential use would be the occupancy assumed track 1 level cleanup, which may or may not be possible at this location, but the applicant must discuss this and we need DEC input on that. We have posed this question to OER before. What is the preferred level of remediation where there will be residential occupancy? There was also a comment in the Langen memo at page 3 about possibly withdrawing from the voluntary brownfield cleanup program. Since BSA relies on the described hardship and associated cleanup described in the submitted materials, withdrawal from the program, or at least withdrawal from the same level of remediation required by the program, managed by an environmental agency with advance agreement from that agency, such as OER, will be required and obliged in an RD, in a restrictive declaration. Otherwise, the variance, if granted, would be voided. Applicants should explain why it might withdraw from the cleanup program. Usually the withdrawal is because the cleanup program demands too much. But there's going to have to be a commitment to the cleanup program. The as of right is slab on grade with a track 4 level cleanup. The proposed shows excavation for the parking garage to be a minimum of minus 12 to minus 7 feet below grade. So the remediation efforts are different at that area. Are they also more costly for the proposed because of a residential use? If yes, that shouldn't be considered in projects costs, or it would be impossible to make a delta comparison. So the two proposals have to either be the same, or you have to take out any of the difference in costs associated with digging the cellar or not digging the cellar in terms of remediation. Maybe it's cheaper to dig the cellar because you remove the fill anyway, right? The Langen report states that excavation, quote, is anticipated to typically extend to up to 15 feet below grade at page 40. Is this not a site-specific study? I didn't understand why they're excavating to 15 feet unless they're talking about only at the footings. I'm not actually understanding what the 15 feet excavation is about. Both as of right and proposed show that most of the project is slab on grade. So what is this excavation? Is that left over from another report that got cut and pasted? I just don't understand that. How much of the site has to be excavated and to what depth to accommodate the footing? So we should actually have some kind of an excavation diagram to show how much of the site needs to be excavated for building this slab on grade or partial garage below grade project. The phase 1 indicates that most of the underground storage tanks have been removed, while the Langen report and cost estimate indicates there are 15 tanks to remove. So someone didn't read the other thing, and we have more tanks being removed than there apparently are. The as of right is, quote, a last mile warehouse typology that is apparently despised by the community for its dead long walls, littered with truck open bays and idling traffic blocking vehicles. It is said this won't provide a meaningful return and won't, quote, contribute meaningfully to the local economy, unquote, since there would be no local retail or services and minimal job opportunities. But the choice of the as of right is merely a choice to support the argument. M21s permit many zoning districts permit many types of retail, office, and heavy and light manufacturing uses as of right, which would bring 160,000 zoning square feet of local retail services and job opportunities that would not be replaced by robotics and automation in a decade, as is foretold at page 6 in the statement of facts. The robotics is because of the last mile warehouse. The as of right proposal looks to me to be more like a threat or a way to bargain with the community to support this proposal. It's like, if you don't support us, in goes that last mile warehouse. And interestingly, in the proposed, only 140,000 square feet of the floor area, as opposed to 160,000 square feet of the floor area, is devoted to such great job producing, street life supporting, economically meaningful uses like restaurants, offices, art gallery, and use group 17 makers, manufacturing space. So less. And I'm thinking that according to this logic, 160,000 square feet of proposed use group 2 residential floor area isn't a good job producing economically meaningful use, if that is indeed the goal of the project. If anything, residential brings people who will compete for jobs or complain about the noisy makers. That's what always happens when you bring residential into a manufacturing district. You always have the residential pushing manufacturing out because the makers, the industrial users, are noisy, smelly, traffic producing. But yes, those residents in the buildings will eat in the restaurants. In Red Hook during normal times, I often have trouble getting a table at the restaurants that are there now. So I'm not concerned about the success of future restaurants that may come to the development absent the residential occupancy. Restaurants will do fine in Red Hook. So all of this by way of saying the uses in the as of right must be the same as the proposed, unless Commissioner Ollie Brown disagrees with me. But I think actually there should be some discussion on that. Plus 20,000 square feet, because you're not using it all up in the as of right, and with as much parking as is permitted by the zoning resolution on the cellar plus 3 levels below the height of 23 feet, as is shown on the proposed, so as not to count as floor area. So in other words, they need to be the same. On page 7 at footnote 12, the statement of fact states that the 315 spaces provided are required for the as of right uses, but aren't needed. If that's the case, why are they being provided? And why isn't a parking reduction one of the asks, either by variance or special permit? Because it obviously costs more money to build more parking spaces. Also, the proposed excavates the 180 by 123 foot western portion of the site to a depth of at least 7'3" to 12'2", as I mentioned. For apples to apples in terms of remediation costs versus standard excavation costs, shouldn't the as of right do the same, which I mentioned before? And why can't the project be designed that complies with the rear yard equivalent regulations? It seems like an unnecessary waiver, and there is no explanation for why this is needed or how that requested waiver relates to the hardship complained of. Usually such waivers are needed by schools to support gyms and auditoria. What is the reason here other than just wanting it? And to point out also that, and I need to point this out for the benefit of the community who I hope is listening, of the 61 proposed of so-called affordable units out of the total of 210 units, 41 of them, and this is actually what's we're told in the application materials without the backup of the numbers, okay? 41 of them will be for households with incomes equal to 130% of area median income, which represents an income range of $108,680 to $204,750 for families of 1 to 8 persons. So you need to make over $100,000 to be a family of 1, and over 200,000 to be a family of somewhere in that range of 4 to 8, in order to pay a rent of $2,263 for a studio to $3,918 for a 3-bedroom under current HPD guidelines. At BSA, we favor projects. We often look at projects for affordable housing, but we favor projects that are for low-income housing. And we favor the projects that service low to very low incomes at 60% and under of area median income, as opposed to 130% of area median income. In any event, unless this is an HPD managed project, there is no way for BSA to force the project to meet the promised affordability levels. On the proposed, the statement of fact states that the building complies with M21 bulk regulations, but I count 5 stories before the 20-foot setback instead of the maximum of 4 stories for the residential building that fronts on Walcott and Dykeman. The base flood elevation is at -1 and design flood is 0. So the measurements for height are off grade. So it seems like the building's too tall if you're saying that you comply with M21 bulk regs. On the neighborhood character question, There is a request for FAR and rear yard waivers, but no independent study has been provided to support these either in the main application or in the EAS. Reference is made to the floor area of other buildings, but I didn't find a map to that effect. There is one all-purpose map in the plan set that selectively indicates a few heights and FARs, but that doesn't tell the complete story about the study area. That's not how you put together a study. It needs to include all the FARs in the study area and all the heights in the study area, not just the ones that you like to make your argument. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't find it. Also, I'm not clear what the study area is, but the EAS has it at 400 feet off the edges of the site boundaries. I believe the larger buildings referred to in the all-purpose map are outside of that study area. So we need a clearer submission on the requested waivers, FAR study, yard study, land use study within the study area, and noting clearly where the boundaries of the M district are, because that's what's relevant. I see Jella's hand up. I probably missed that study. Just a second, Jella, let me finish with this, okay? The Conover frontage is the borderline of the IBZ and across the street from an R5 zoning district. So arguably, from a use perspective, I could understand the west side of Conover for its 100-foot depth, handling a residential use without adverse effect on the IBZ or the integrity of the M2 zoning district. It is for that reason that I really don't understand the urban planning, urban design principle of spreading residential throughout the lot and deep into the IBZ, which was created specifically to protect industrial uses and not to dilute it with residential. And we already know from unfortunate experience that, as I said before, noisy, smelly, traffic-laden industrial uses do not fare well when mixed with residential uses, since residents start off saying they will be tolerant and love to be in a mixed-use community and so on, and end up pushing such uses out with regular complaints. We need to leave our industries to operate in peace somewhere in the city, and that's what the IBZs are for. City Planning's waterfront revitalization program consistency comment letter seems to be asking the same questions. And we got this letter before we got the one from City Planning Executive Director. They ask for additional analysis and context regarding the suitability of residential and commercial development in this location. Refer to the specific criteria described in the WRP program document, which includes in part compatibility with the continued functioning of significant maritime industrial areas, the maritime and industrial jobs potentially displaced or created, and a number of other factors that should be considered. We also note that this project falls within an industrial business zone, and that should be included in your review. So it's even a waterfront issue. Please provide a more detailed assessment of the compatibility of residential development with the adjacent significant maritime industrial area. It may be helpful to refer to, okay, this is just a kind of a how-to. The 2005, and just a little more on the industrial business zone. There's a 2005 industrial business zone white paper, which was produced under the Bloomberg administration, and its concepts are reiterated on the Economic Development Corporation's website. And it states that for designated IBZs, the administration will guarantee not to rezone IBZs to allow residential use, and will direct the BSA, quote, to consider the impact of any proposed variances in the context of the industrial character of these neighborhoods and the effect of any land use changes on surrounding businesses, unquote. And that's what we should be doing here. And to correct the record, I think that's almost, I'm sorry, still have a little bit. And to correct the record, the statement of facts page footnote 20 states that the site is in an ombudsman area of the IBZ as opposed to in the IBZ. It is not in the ombudsman area. That area designated in pink on the IBZ map is located to the west of Conover between Coffee and Dykeman, not between Dykeman and Walcott. Areas to the east of Conover are south and north of Dykeman and Walcott. I didn't find any submitted support for the statement that the city, quote, that's in their footnote, quote, recognizes historic mixed use development, unquote, in such an area. But it isn't relevant anyway because this area is fully in the IBZ, so that should be corrected. In terms of the proposed 15-story building, I have to hand it to actually the preparer of the renderings to always juxtapose an image at the corner of Sullivan and Richard Street facing east towards the 14-story Red Hook houses that are 3 blocks away to an image at the corner of Conover and Walcott of the subject site. So this is, I used to work as an architect and hire a renderer. So the renderer always had to be take it at a position that would enhance the design of the building and its neighborhood character, right? So by making that comparison, it's like saying, see, same, but is it really same? The study area is made up of low rises, and the pre-61 14-story Red Hook houses are outside of the study area in an R6 zoning district. And if you really want to expand the territory that much, then you have to look at the rest of the Red Hook houses just to the east of the towers, where the predominant size is only 6 stories, and the singular 14-story tower block on Sullivan and Richards is a decided outlier. So I don't buy that as a neighborhood context. And the history of New York City urban formalism is to put the tall buildings on the wider avenues and the short ones in the middle. Doing the opposite as proposed here led to the creation of the sliver law in the late 1970s. So I'm confused about the analysis that led to pursuing an atypically New York City solution for Red Hook. So to summarize, and I really am done, I don't think we have enough information yet to establish that there is an A finding, or if there is, what the scope of it is, and therefore what the minimum variance would be. This is both a major use waiver and a major bulk FAR waiver, and that makes it an extremely big ask. And then just on seeker, there are many open DOT, WRP, and DEP questions, so I don't need to get into that. And with apologies, I give it to Vice Chair Shanda.
I agree with pretty much everything you have said. I'm just going to go through a couple of my notes that may be an addition to what you have said. So with regards to the uniqueness, according to the documents provided, 80% of the subject lot is contaminated compared to other 2 DEC remediation sites that are at 15% or 40%. Now, both of these 2 sites, these other DEC sites, are much larger than the subject site. So along with the percentage, the applicant should provide the lot area contamination, because 15% in a 2-acre site, while 15% sounds small, but in terms of total area, it would be similar or more in terms of the lot area. Also, the other 2 sites have tar impacted soil and petroleum and tar impacted groundwater based on the Langan map 8. So along with the area of concern map provided by Langan, can provide a section through the site to provide it should be provided to show the various depth of the contamination, flow of the contaminants, etc., to better understand the degree of contaminant.
Sorry, just say that one more time. You'd like a section to show where the contaminants are on the site?
Yeah. So the depth of it, the flow of the contaminant, all of that. That should be provided. Provide historical map or graphically show to clarify how the local geological condition is also affecting this site compared to other sites that have been developed as of right. The statement of fact states that the use, floor area, and the yard regulations are encumbrance to the development of an as-of-right to develop an as-of-right building on this site. I don't think that is adequate. That needs to be further elaborated as to why these elements of the zoning regulations are an encumbrance to developing the site. With regards to so definitely uniqueness not there. Financial, I have questions. What is the incremental cost difference for cleanup for as of right use versus a mixed use with regards to residential, mixed use with a residential component? And this goes back to the kind of contamination cleanup that is being proposed. Proposing a residential use in the midst of an active M use is a concern, and that too in an IBZ. This is not a precedent to be encouraged by the board. That is my comment in terms of the neighborhood context. While I applaud the applicant engaging the community in its developing of the program, variance cases for use, the board delves into the proposed before we get into the proposed development plan. The board needs to determine why an as of right development or even a lesser variance alternative is not viable. So for that, I would need at a minimum for the applicant to provide a detailed narrative to justify why an as of right development is not feasible. Please note that over 45% of the proposed floor area would consist of as of right uses, and most of these uses were not considered in the as of right proposal. And these uses are not warehouse or last mile facilities, which is making which is an argument the applicant has used that the community is opposed to Amazon, UPS, and the FedEx facilities built, but these would be none of them. So, and these would be complementary, if anything. And there are possibilities for as of right users that are compatible and compatible and complementary to these existing facilities and to such last mile facilities. And those need to be looked at and analyzed before one can just say, it's just a last mile and it's not going to work and it's not liked by the community. The application should provide a side-by-side floor area chart for as of right and the proposed development by each use. Given the historic use of the site and information provided, the site is contaminated, but I'm not fully there yet. It's to the extent of it and how much of it is being driven. And the question is how much and the extent of the remediation that would be needed. And that goes to the whole issue of, need to show that the remediation cost difference that would be there, if any, if the development is non-residential versus a residential. What would be the remediation cost difference between that? Please be mindful of the board's recent reviews of variance cases related to remediation. In the case of 5801 Amboy Road, this board had asked the applicant to justify why an as of right residential development was not feasible. And in that case, the added remediation costs made the as of right and lesser variance alternative not feasible. So in this case, just a similar exercise has to be gone through for the applicant to indicate what in an as of right situation, the level of contamination, how extensive it would have to be, and the work, the amount of improvement that would have to be done could that remediate that cost of remediation. Then want to if after that an as of right development is not feasible, then maybe the applicant can look into a lesser variance where needed for a bulk modification, a need for bulk modification comes in. But I still don't see the path to a use modification. And so all in all, it has not met all of the findings thus far.
Thank you. Okay. I might ask you later to summarize the things that you're specifically looking for, but not now because we're going to hear from the other commissioners and maybe there'll be repeats. And so to make.
You're asking me?
Yeah. So, but because I was trying to make a list of what you were specifically asking them to do, but let's hear from everybody else because maybe they'll repeat and that way right. Okay, let's go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner Otley Brown.
So my comments are really limited to the character finding and the financials, but not to the construction cost premium or the soft costs that accompany it. That I will leave to Commissioner Sheta to largely comment on. So the easiest thing for me to say first is the character findings. I feel that this block is industrial in nature. It is in the IBZ. And I feel that this use with residential is going to inhibit the other industrial uses in the area. And so from the get-go, am not particularly supportive of introducing residential into the IBZ, period. I think that there's residential encroachment on industrial areas throughout the city. And I just feel that all you're doing is you're squeezing industrial uses to the point where it's very difficult for them to exist in the city, because as you're encroaching on their space and limiting the amount of space, it's driving the price up for their industrial land because it's less abundant or less ample. And so you're going to drive industry out of the city ultimately. And then the people who want, the residential right now are going to be complaining because there aren't suitable jobs for lower income people because we pushed all of the industrial out. So I think keeping the IBZ intact is really important in ensuring that the delicate balance between residential needs and wants versus industrial is kept intact. I think that's really important. Other than that, my other comment on the characters, I don't understand how a 15-story block-wide, huge mixed-use development is in character with anything else in that neighborhood. To me, Red Hook is really considered a low-rise neighborhood, and other than a handful of NYCHA buildings, I don't see anything else that even approaches this size. So those are my questions as to the character. And as to the financials, I have questions about the manufacturing rent at $35 a square foot. The comps are considerably lower quality and condition than the subject. And not only that, the comps don't have parking. And I don't think that the comps have been appropriately adjusted upwards to account for the fact that this is going to be new space with parking. The retail rents, they have an issue. They have 3 comps nearby on Van Brunt Street. 2 of them are adjusted down for location, which I understand because Van Brunt is more of their commercial stripped area. There is a 3rd comp close by on Van Brunt, which has not been adjusted downwards for location. And I don't understand why, because they're literally a couple of blocks apart. So they need to correct that. I think that was just an error. And I need to ask them to justify using these old retail comparables to value this beautiful new mixed use space with ground floor retail. And it's going to me, be a destination kind of situation because it's going to be new and flashy and trendy, and how they're using these little mom and pop shops to value that retail. They need to justify that. I thought the residential rents were interesting. And this is why. They have market rents, and then they have their 421A HPD set rents. And if you look at all of the apartments in the market rents, aside from the 3-bedroom apartment, the market rent apartments are actually cheaper than the HPD set apartments for the 130%. And that's interesting. To me, that's really telling, because what that's basically saying is out there in the market of Red Hook, you don't have anybody who can pay those regulated rents at the highest level, which means that out there in the neighborhood in Red Hook, you don't have that many families that are making $155,000 annually for a family of 4, which leads me then to the conclusion of why would you build an affordable housing project or a project that has affordable housing that really isn't going to resolve the issues of housing for the people in Red Hook. What you're basically saying when you're setting 40 of those apartments, and this is where I 100% agree with you, Chair, at 130% of AMI, you are really appealing to Manhattanites, downtown Brooklynites, and Astoriaites, and telling them, come here. You're not doing anything for the people in this neighborhood. And so while you may be meeting the letter of the law as instituted by HPD and the state of New York, you're doing nothing to deal with the lack of affordable housing in Red Hook. And so that's really questionable as far as I'm concerned. And I think it should give us all pause in terms of if we have any ability to influence the different factors in this proposed project. One of them would be to ensure that there are more affordable houses, affordable apartments for the neighborhood, because this just is not it. Other questions about the residential have to do with whether or not I have a question as to whether or not the apartments on the second floor of the proposed plan have private terraces, or is that a building-wide terrace? And the reason why I say that is because the stacking plans are not showing me which apartments have access to private outdoor space. And I think that that should be noted, because even though it is a rental, it is considered an apartment amenity, and it would justify charging a different rent than the other apartments on that floor of similar size that don't have access to personal outdoor space. So their stacking plan needs to clarify which of the apartments have access to outdoor space that's private. Some of the comparables that are used for the market apartments are located in rent-regulated buildings: 360 Smith Street, 54 Knoll Street, 115 Stanwick Street, and 1164 Green Avenue. Those need to be removed from the comparables, and other comparables that are truly market apartments should be used. Then I have a question about the stacking plan and the way in which they have arranged their affordable apartments. If you look at the stacking plan, the lowest levels of affordability, 40% and 60%, are on the lowest floors of the building. Above the 7th floor of this 15-story residential building, you only have 3 affordable apartments, and those are studios that are at 130% of AMI. And above the 10th floor, you have no affordable units at all. So that begs the question of whether or not they're like somewhat in violation of the rules that HPD put in place to ensure that there was no pour door in these 421A projects going forward, which was done at the beginning of the current mayoral administration, because this seems like a pour door sort of situation when the poorest people are at the bottom of the building and subject to all of the other mixed uses that may or may not be compatible with residential. We're still not sure about that because we're not quite sure what's actually going to be in there. And so I think that they need to take this stacking plan and send it out to HPD and have HPD weigh in on whether or not they're treating the affordable apartments the same way that they're treating the market apartments. So parking, all of the parking comps come from downtown Brooklyn. And if they're going to use downtown Brooklyn comps, they have to tell me what is similar in downtown Brooklyn to Red Hook that would justify using downtown Brooklyn comparables, and they haven't. In terms of the hourly parking for the proposed, okay, hold on, because I have. Okay, I think they need to clarify for me in the proposed which apartments are actually going to be subject to the hourly parking generated income at an 8-hour day and 50% occupancy, because it wasn't entirely clear to me that because it seems as if all of the parking spaces are for office, eating and drinking, art gallery, semi-industrial, and manufacturing. And it's not clear to me yet whether or not an 8-hour day for a parking spot at 50% occupancy is going to adequately get at the income that these spaces could generate. So they need to give me more information about that. And then when they talk about the brownfields tax credits for both the as of right and the proposed, they talk about how, that there needs to be a buyer on the other end, and because there's questionable whether or not they could find an appropriate buyer, what they usually do is they value the credit at less than 50% of the credit amount in terms of the eligible costs, but they chose 35%, which isn't just less than 50%. So they need to justify why 35% and why not 50%. So show me other projects that have brownfield tax credits and show me where the underlying value of that was less than 50%, because you're basing it on something, but I didn't see the backup information for that in terms of comparable projects in the financials. And then as for the regular construction costs, the as of right seems to be, it's going to be a fairly simple project to do. And I'm not sure that $194 a square foot base hard cost and $72 a square foot soft cost is the appropriate amount. I haven't put this through the Marshall and Swift cost estimator. I will put it through the Marshall and Swift cost estimator for the next hearing, because it might be a little on the high side. And as to, I believe it was the vice chair's statement about providing other options for the as of right, I actually disagree with that for the financials, because I feel like the more complicated an as of right project becomes, the easier it is for you to hide all of your construction costs and pad them. If you choose a more simplistic building, it doesn't mean that if you don't get this variance, you're going to put a last mile warehouse in there. It's not a given. It's just that you're showing me that the most basic industrial project would not make it in as an as of right project. And that's what I want to see. I don't care what you do with this. If we deny the variance, you can put a last mile warehouse. You probably would put something else on there. And so, and that the community might also have a chance to have some input in, I'm not sure. But so that's why I'm like, I don't really need to see a fancy hopped up kind of project that's got padded costs like crazy that are impossible to parse out. Right. And so those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. So this is just to, in terms of, I said it, and then Vice Chair Shanda said it. I was saying that the statement of facts says basically, we're going to give you a last mile warehouse, a last mile, whatever, warehouse. So beware. And I'm saying, no, you could easily, as of right, provide 160,000 square feet of all that good stuff. But for the purposes, so it's almost like we would be, I don't know, maybe that's an EAS analysis instead, but I don't want to mess that up either. But there's sort of 2 points of view. There's one, the financial analysis, where you often say, just build me a warehouse. So I know it's the cheapest thing, because that's something you can build in and out, ready to go, right? So for financial, but from the point of view of their argument that this is a much better use than what would be there, what could be there is actually 160,000 square feet of really great restaurants and light industry and all other kinds of commercial uses. So they're kind of two separate
Right.
discussions.
Yeah, and I don't think necessarily that one has to bleed into the financial analysis. Like we had a case in Riverdale where we ended up denying the variance, but they were threatening us, if you remember. If you don't give us this variance, we're going to build this many floors of a community facility, like, and fill it with like, you know, drug addicted patients, like that kind of a thing. And they tried to scare us. We ended up denying the variance because we didn't think that there was a uniqueness or a hardship. And they're building a smaller residential building as of right. Just because they're threatening doesn't mean they're going to go with the most noxious thing. They're going to go with what would make them money if we find that a variance is not warranted. And it might not necessarily be a last mile warehouse.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. And Commissioner Shetta. I see Commissioner Shana's hand up, but we're going to go through all the commissioners first. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with like that headlines. I want to explain my position on this project for now. Am I supportive of this proposal, even if the site is unique? The answer is no. Why? Because I do believe that the current proposal is gonna like significantly impact the character of the neighborhood, which is like mainly industrial. So, and this is one of the findings that the applicant should go through and prove to us that the character is not gonna be impaired. The second thing, do I believe that the site is unique? Again, so far, the answer is no. Reason why, I did look at all the documents that were submitted to us, including the Langen memo, including the 27,000 pages report, but I don't recall the name of the consultant. It's a phase 1 report. Yes, 27,000 pages. And honestly, looking at the memo and the report that was submitted by Langen, and I'm gonna read from that report that's titled Phase 2 Remedial Investigation and Interim Remedial Measures Work Plan. This is just a work plan. It's not the actual Phase 2. It's not the scope of the actual remediation. I didn't say they said that, but the way the report was like titled give me an impression initially that this is it. This is the scope, but it's not. And it clearly indicates on page 13 of the PDF, it says that the following tasks are proposed as part of this phase 2 RI, and it lists down a scope for phase 2. So if this is not a scope, a phase 2 report, if there is no remedial measures or remedial measures plan prepared, I don't know the scope of the proposed remediation yet. It's not before us. And if it's not before us, I'm not sure what are the bases that Langen based the cost estimate provided in their memo on. That current memo lists down almost $9 million as remediation cost for the subject site. What are the bases for that? Yes, understood. There are some phase 1 work done. There are contaminations on the site, but the conclusion that like we mentioned this before tons of times, we cannot base a variance on speculations or even on anticipations. It cannot simply. And again, the framework for how these cases work or how we look at these cases is, number one, you have to justify the uniqueness. Number two, you have to quantify the hardship. And the way to quantify the hardship on a case like this is do the construction cost using Marshall and Swift, like Commissioner Brown mentioned, and then quantify your hardship in the form of remediation code, which has been done. But the only, my take on this, it's been done based on not final, non-final speculations, maybe anticipations. I don't know how to describe that, but we do not have an approved remediation scope / plan from one of the city agencies, from one of the federal agencies, nothing. I haven't seen that. If they have submitted something like that, I would love to look at it. So back to the threshold. Is this site unique? And like you, Chair, read from the report that was prepared for the DCP, it clearly indicates that contamination in Red Hook is very common. It has a structural, historical fill all over the place. It has contaminants all over the place. I did actually read through this report. I read the entire environmental section of this report, that in Langen memo, it implies that the current site is one of 3 sites within like a 1,000 foot of the site. It's one of 3 that were like significantly burdened by contamination. I'm not sure if this statement is accurate. I would commend my colleagues at Langen to go back, take a look at the database with the DEC, take a look at even this report. By the way, I have sent a link to that report to the project manager, and it's gonna be uploaded to the record. So they can probably get the link, take a look at it. I'm sure they have it. They can take a look at it. And in this report, it clearly indicates that in the study area, I was able to see, let me just sharing my screen, probably a picture is worth more than 1,000 words. So this is Red Hook here, and this is the site. And if you can see here, we have, these are the RH 3 and 4 that the Langen memo indicated that these are the only 3 sites that were burdened by contamination. But if you look around here, you have other sites that were remediated before. And in addition to that, if you read through that report by OER, they are listing tons of sites. I believe more than 14 sites. They are calling them strategic sites, meaning that these sites have serious contaminants that need to be remediated. And they are suggesting that these sites could join the brownfield cleanup program. That gives the impression that contaminants in Red Hook around the site is not something that's unique to this specific site or even to the other 2 adjacent sites. So this is not one of 406 properties that within 1,000 foot radius, that's only the one that's burdened by contaminations. I believe this statement is not entirely accurate. So like I said, I would commend them to go back and check that. In addition,
Sorry, what's the date of the Red Hook report?
hold on one second.
Okay, it's okay. You can continue.
It's a final report. It's dated September 2014.
Okay. Thank you.
So I believe, and even after looking at this report, and it has very strong language about describing the contamination in the area and how this area is rooted for industrial uses all over the place. In addition to this report, I did go to the DEC site locator. It's like a tool that you can look which site in a specific area that's subject to remediation. And I can see that we have considerable number of sites around the subject site that either be remediated or has been remediated. So again, back to the threshold, is this unique? So far, I'm not convinced. The next point I would like to address is that Langen in their memo indicated that they say that these environmental conditions, meaning the contaminations, compounded with the geotechnical challenges, present a construction hardship that differentiate the site from comparable nearby properties and result in a premium construction cost of 8.8 million. And I'm not sure what is meant by compounded by geotechnical challenges. I'm not sure what kind of geotechnical challenges that makes this site unique. That, yes, understood, there are some loose material, weak strength material. They need probably to implement, if they want to build like a tall building, they want to use a deep foundation type, or they want to probably implement the ground improvement elements to improve the ground and like improve the strength of the ground. But and they are very good at doing that. But this is not unique to the subject site. I believe this is a waterfront. Even I would say compared to other waterfronts, this site is actually privileged, because I used to see like considerably thick soft soils in areas like that. At this area, I haven't seen that. All what I have seen is just some loose, sandy, probably silty, sandy materials. Even the clay over there is not that bad. So I'm not sure why are we talking about geotechnical challenges here. So I would like them to clarify on that. Like I said, the scope of the remediation is not finalized yet. So they need to finalize that scope. The next point is that like the construction cost. I looked at the construction cost estimate, and I can see that there are some cost elements that have like exaggerated unit price. I have seen some structural, especially in the proposed. In the proposed, it calls for a flat plate concrete roof, 15-inch thick. I'm not sure why 15-inch thick. That's a very thick concrete slab. And the unit price for that is $75 per square foot. So again, back to the norm, like you shouldn't be using the construction cost to justify your ask. You just should do the construction cost estimate to get to a fair construction cost estimate, to get to a fair number. So this is one of my like takes on the construction cost estimate. I wanted them go back, use Marshall and Swift, and put aside the remediation cost until they finalize the remediation scope. And then based on that scope that's been approved by John Smith, get that scope, break it down, and do a construction cost estimate or do a cost estimate for conducting this remediation. And then we can take it from there. And in the construction, in the remediation cost estimate, it should be crystal clear. If you want to excavate, what is the extent of the excavation? Why you have to justify to us why you want to do that excavations. That we have the issue here is the differentiation between our task and like environmental agencies in the city's task. If, for example, OER, if you go to the OER and tell them that I'm going to dig this site 200 feet deep, put diamond in, they are not going to say no. They're going to be happy with that. Yes, they like that. But for us, if you want to do it for us, go do it. But do not submit the cost for such unneeded proposal to us. Just submit to us the minimum needed. And I'm not sure why on a site like this, if they like stay with a commercial use or a industrial use building, why wouldn't it be possible to just cap this site and go with the lower cleanup track? Why does it need track 4? Is this a requirement by the government, by any regulatory body in the city or in the state? Did you submit a proposal for a lower track and it got denied?
No.
We
Track 4 is the lowest. Track 1 is the highest. Track 4 is the lowest.
Yes, what I'm saying is they are going with the most expensive.
No. It's the opposite. Track 4 is the one that has the least amount of cleanup, where you can encapsulate the pollution, where the pollutant. Whereas track 1 is the one where you excavate down to the bottom of the pollutant level.
I understand, but what I'm saying, I'm not talking about track 1 or track. I'm not talking about the numbering.
Okay.
I'm talking about the concept. Why are you going with the most expensive, route? Can we use a lower cost option, like just tap this side? You don't need to put a cellar. I'm not sure why they want to put a cellar there. This is a waterfront. Again, dewatering will be tons of money. And in addition to the contamination, if it's the way it's described in phase 1. So if you want to do a cellar, you will need to dig deeper. You will need to probably dispose of the contaminated material. You will need to pay too much on excavation support. And in addition to that, on dewatering, and this is not a small project, it's gonna take time. So I'm not sure why a cellar option is on the table here. So they need to look into that. Again, short story is finalize the scope, value the cost for the construction without the remediation cost using Marshall and Swift, put this aside, and then get to the remediation cost after you submit to a city agency, get it approved, and then value that and give it to us. And with all the justifications that I indicated, if you're using a cost for inspections, testing, excavation, why that extent of the excavation is the way that you described in your cost estimate, why you need these many months for an inspecting engineer, what is the rate for that? I have tons of comments, but I believe this is not the time to dive that deep. And I'll be waiting until they finalize the scope and submit it to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, and Commissioner Shabeta.
Chair, so I parrot many of the statements that are made by my commissioners. The only thing I want to highlight is, and it's been said a bunch, but this is a significant use and a specific bulk waiver. And I really feel that they need to go into much further detail on the uniqueness here, the degree of the contamination, how deep this contamination is, and a reasonable remedy plan on the contamination, and put an actual dollar to it. Because like many of the other commissioners here, I'm not exactly sold on this, on it being unique. Now, even if it was unique, it would not, in my opinion, satisfy the character element of a variance. This development is nothing like anything in the vicinity, and honestly, I would have trouble being in favor of this application even if it was subject to Cornell deference. This is a tremendous ask here, and I don't believe that the applicant has done anything at this time to support it.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we have hands up. So I'm gonna, Jella had wanted to say something from the beginning and I asked her to put her hand down. So Jella, go ahead.
I just want to state that there was a question about the study area and what the boundaries of that were. I had asked them to look at 1,000-foot radius from the property for the uniqueness study. And I believe that's what they refer to when they discuss the study area. I also think that they had wanted to make a presentation about neighborhood character and the bulk waivers and the use waiver to the board, a visual presentation. That's all.
Okay, thank you. And then Commissioner Shanda had her hand up before. Go ahead.
Just a little bit of a clarification with regards to the affordable units that are being proposed. I agree that the stacking plan doesn't seem to be aligned with the stacking plan, what I have seen at HPD. And definitely HPD should look into this. What in its statement, the applicant had said that it is opting for, while option C is what they're opting for, which requires 30% of the dwelling units per household at 130% of AMI. The applicant is proposing a deeper subsidy of affordability, and it is proposing 10 units to be at 40% of AMI, 10 units at 60% of AMI, and remaining units to be at 130% of AMI, which is the 41%. But I just kind of wanted to put that on notice. And I think in one of the maps, and I cannot locate it, in one of the statements, the applicant had stated that there were several applications that were filed at DEC for remediation, but many of these sites, and I think the number 14 is what ringing, is they were considered not eligible, or 14 spills were closed with six within 6 weeks after reporting required little or no remediation, and 8 remaining were closed with some regulatory oversight and minor remediation expenses less than 100,000. Okay, and that was within the study area. Yeah, within the study area, 22 sites were reported to DEC of having petroleum spill. 14 spills were closed within 6 weeks after reporting required little or no remediation, and 8 remaining were closed with some regulatory oversight and minor remediation expense less than $100,000. That doesn't, I mean, I just wanted to lay those facts out. It is not to take away from what we are all unanimously saying, is that the uniqueness is not there. I just wanted to just state that. Madam Chair, you had asked me to clarify for the lesser variance. I think what I was getting at with the as of right is, in the as of right, if the as of right, as Commissioner Otley was saying, just show a simple as of right, a warehouse, whatever the worst case scenario of as of right, that would work there. And if that proves to be not feasible, then I would want the applicant to look at other as of rights with mix of uses that makes the site more compatible and viable. And if need be, even a lesser variance of similar mix of as of right use, where you may need a little bit more of an FAR, or you may need a little bit of a bulk variance or things like that. But that doesn't go to the need for a complete use variance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So basically, the mix of uses with more floor area, arguably, for the as of right mix of uses.
Yeah, and I think, as I've stated in my neighborhood, I think if we were to go down this path, this sets a really bad precedent for all other IBZs to come before us. So this board has to be extremely careful in reviewing this.
I agree. And since we had so much discussion about a school in an IBZ, that's a school, one relatively small building in the IBZ, which we're having trouble with, as opposed to this gigantic development in the IBZ with residential. So full-time, 24-hour residential occupancy. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta has his hand up, and then we need to break.
Since we're talking about the uniqueness and the site area, I just wanted to share this map with the members of the board. This is a map for the area, and you can see this is a half a mile. I did put these circles around the site. These are approximate. I didn't measure them, but if you look at half a mile radius, 1 mile radius, 1.5 mile radius, and 2 mile radius, you can tell whether this site is unique or not. And these are just the active sites with DEC. This is coming from a tool at the DEC website. It's called Site Locator. I'm going to circulate the link for that as well. If you go there, you go to the overlay, you zoom to the area, and then you go to the overlay and say remediation parcels, remediation sites. It's going to give what I'm showing on the screen right now. And from that first red circle, it's just 1.5 miles around the site. You can see how many sites are active now. Forget about the sites that were done before, and forget about the candidates that the OER report indicated that like 14 of them are ready as of right now. So this gives an idea about how unique is this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much. I think it's 1:45. We've been at this since 10. We really need to break for lunch. So
Okay,
we're yeah. What?
So this concludes the public review section.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. So what we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch and come back at 2:15. Unfortunately, it's going to be a very long hearing, so hold on to your hats. We're going to come back at 2:15 where we'll begin with the actual public hearing. Apologies for how long it is. There's 45 people who are 46.
Yeah, just remember the fire department and everyone is still waiting for Berry Street.
Right. Oh, well, what can I say? Okay. Oh, we have
Yeah.
27 people in the waiting room. I'm not sure how many people are listening on YouTube. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Back at 2:15.
2:15? Okay.
Okay, if everyone could come back, please.
I'm here.
Okay. So we actually,
You have a quorum?
we have a quorum. We should start, but if the other commissioners could come back, please. I think we should start because it's running so late.
Oh, yes. Are we good to go?
We're
Good
live.
afternoon. Okay, good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for October 5th, 2021. The first item up is zoning calendar continued hearing items 23, item number 23, 2020-88BZ, 315 Berry Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, if you're in the waiting room and you want to speak on this and you're part of the team to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand. Okay. So this is only for team members. I see a couple of people who are residents. Please don't raise your hand yet if you're a resident, just the team members.
Phone number 2733 is part of our team. If you could admit that phone number.
Okay, how about Rebecca Barr?
Yes.
Okay,
Ivan, if you see a Ivan, look.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is Tim also on your team?
Tim, yes.
Madam Chair,
733, yes.
Nick Petrakis from the FDNY is also, will be signing in.
Okay,
Correct, 733.
Nick Petrakis, okay.
Yes.
Anyone else?
I think that was it.
Okay,
To use your video, you need to accept being made into a panelist.
Sorry, do you see a Ryan Miller? That should be the last one.
not yet. Nate Miller? See a Nate Miller. If Ryan Miller is on in the waiting room, please raise your Zoom hand. Jack Freeman also, is he part of your team? No. Yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
How about Emmerich Patterson?
Emmerich, yes.
Yes. Okay.
So I think everyone's here, Amanda?
Yeah, except for Ryan Miller. I'm not sure if he is on under name
Oh,
Nate.
So
But
we'll
reach
we
out.
have to proceed. So let's
Okay.
just do this. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna swear everyone in. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Do.
I do.
Everybody?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Dumbleton,
I do.
Ms. Barr,
I do.
I do.
Jack Freeman. Emmerich, I got you. Okay, let's proceed. If anyone speaks that I didn't hear, then let's go. You, Amanda, who's presenting? Richard?
Chair, Commissioner
Okay, please
Tony,
state your name for the record. Please state your
Richard
name for the
Lovell.
record and proceed. Richard Lovell, go ahead.
Richard Lovell,
proceed.
Shelburne LPC for the applicant. Good afternoon. Chair, Commissioners, we had the benefit of attending the board's executive session and are able to respond to all the comments made. And I think the comments basically fall into one of two categories. One involves gating items with regards to the application itself and whether or not the board has jurisdiction to hear this application. And the second involved the specificities of the application, with particularity those addressed by Commissioner Sheta and others regarding the structural integrity of the building, its ability to support the BESS, as well as the EMF and associated side effects of the proposed installation. So we have with us today our professional team, including the applicants from Microgrid, Ivan Luck and Ryan Miller, both structural engineers, Ryan being a reviewing engineer from Silman, as well as David Fugate from PE Electric Research and Management, who can discuss.
Wait, sir, who's David Fugate? We don't have him on this list.
US phone number ending 733.
Oh, has he been allowed to talk? Yes. Okay. Sorry, say that name again.
David Fugate has to be sworn in if he's going to speak.
Hello, Dave Fugate.
Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth? Stop, excuse me.
Sorry. How can you spell your last name, please?
Fugate.
Ugate. Fugate, right?
Good,
Okay.
okay. Do you
Okay.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay,
Okay, thank you for that. So to continue, we appreciate the board's careful consideration of this important application. I say important application because similar to other utility and similar type of institutions, this is something which without a doubt will contribute to the area, has been recognized in DOB and citywide memoranda regarding the importance of battery energy storage systems. So with that in mind, we have had all of our professionals carefully review the data here, indeed visit the building numerous times, particularly with regards to structural engineering concerns. And while we respect the discussion of the board in this matter, and particularly Commissioner Sheta, we hope to use this opportunity to actually engage and correct the record with regards to some statements that were made regarding, the EMF and related effects of this equipment, and the fact that this will not pose any threat to residents or visitors to the building. And second, to discuss the fact that we've had no fewer than 4 engineers visit the site, inspect the cracks, as was suggested by Commissioner Sheta, talk to the building close up and review this data, and finally have Silman, a nationally recognized engineering firm, here review this data and determine that the proposed load would be handled by the existing building structure as well as the dunnage. So with that, I would just briefly and initially address the jurisdictional issue, which is whether, as was suggested by the chair, the board has authority to grant the special permit pursuant to 7314, particularly from my understanding, both by the chair's comments as well as supplemental comments by commissioners with regards to what would amount to be this commercial use group 6D on the roof of the building. What we would do would be to submit on this fact. We feel that this interpretation, which would allow such installation, is supported by the zoning resolution, supported by BSA precedent in other special permit applications, and supported by case law. Indeed, we feel that there should be some deference due to this installation, given the important health concerns, including reduction of toxins in the air, reduction of reliance on fossil fuels, and importantly, the ability to inject energy into the local network at times where demand is at peak or even at critical levels. So, with that, we understand that's primarily a legal issue. That is our burden to convince the board. We do feel strongly about the fact that 7314, when read in conjunction with the entirety of the zoning resolution as a whole, supports the ability of the chair and the commissioners to decide on this application and to approve the special permit in this regard. Chair, I note that Commissioner Shabeta has raised his hand.
I can manage my own hearing. Thank you very much. But I want to add that it's not that anyone is saying that you don't need battery storage facilities in New York City, even in residence districts. The question before us is it appropriate to put it on top of this building? That's the question before us. And not only is it appropriate, do we have the authority to put it on top of this building? That's the question before us, not whether battery storage systems are necessary to the future of the microgrid and the larger grid, et cetera, et cetera. So let's try to stay on point here. And yes, Commissioner Shabeta, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council. I would ask that if you could also cite cases on how it is that we are to read this section, whether we should read the section in its entirety alone or seek outside of the section to the other parts of the zoning resolution. There have been, on break and one of my on break, I was looking into that issue myself, and I'd like to see how you brief that.
Absolutely, Commissioner. We will cite to sections of the zoning resolution, cite to prior BSA cases which support this determination. And we can do this first with regards to the sections of the zoning resolution themselves, but also, with regards to larger cases and case law regarding special permits generally and what the board is permitted and not permitted to do. I have, just argued cases regarding the authority and jurisdiction of the board in terms of special permits before the appellate division. I feel well versed in this area, and I do believe that after surveying the cases as well as the BSA precedent that this is supported here. But again, I understand that we have issues fundamental to safety that should be discussed by the experts on the call, and I'm happy to defer to that conversation and to brief this for the commissioners.
Sure, I just want to be a little bit more specific. I want to know whether it is upon us a burden to stay within the 4 sections of the actual section that's cited, as opposed to looking towards outside documents or further resolution to make a determination.
So stay within the 4 corners of the special permit and the other cited sections of the zoning resolution, and not pull in from others that are other special permits that are not necessarily related to this special permit, which is, as I said, 7314. We have not seen other applications except way back in ancient history, 1 or 2. All of our telecommunications related stuff. So they were they were radio and television towers. They were all under 7330. That's the closest you can get. So we don't have 7314 applications to talk about. Okay.
That's understood, Chair. Yeah, as a matter of record, the chair is correct that there have only been 1 to 2 cases decided with reference to 7314. That does not mean that we would not engage in a discussion of other sections and special permit sections that are analogous. I mean, we would need to necessarily do that to make our case.
Yeah, just to say, I'm not sure, but I don't want this to drag on indefinitely, and I do want to limit the amount of your paper. We read, I think Commissioner Shetta discussed how many thousands of pages. So maybe not everyone read all 27,000 pages, but many of us read thousands of pages. And we don't want to do that again. So to the extent that you're making this argument, I'm going to do what I've done before. You need to limit it to a maximum of 10 pages, including all exhibits, okay? We cannot spend more time discussing this subject. You need to limit and be concise in your argument, okay?
Okay, but Chair, as a jurisdictional matter, considering the fact that without a discussion or without a review and approval on this matter, we have no application. There's cases that I'm going to be citing which themselves number greater than 10 pages. So I'd say that I've automatically gone over that limit just by citing cases.
Okay, so I don't want to see a stack of 400 cases because we can't read them.
There
So
won't
you
be.
cite to the cases and don't attach well, maybe don't attach the cases because I only want to see a submission of 10 pages as to this subject, not more. We cannot deal with this, okay?
Understood, Chair.
Now the time to review 1,000 pages of response, okay?
We're happy to do that in a succinct manner. With that, and I with a full understanding of what the board needs to see, I'm, subject to the chair, I'm happy to defer the conversation to our structural and electrical engineers.
So I do see Commissioner Shanda's hand up, so go ahead.
Champa, you're muted. Commissioner.
Yes,
Vice
please
Chair, you're muted. I'm
unmute
sorry.
yourself.
Okay, sorry. I think one of the questions that was asked by the board, some of the board members, was the allowing commercial use over a residential. And to that effect, I do think the applicant should weigh in, should provide information as to how such as cellular towers, which is use group 6D, is permitted on the roof of a mixed-use building with residential use, and that means a 6D would be located above a residential use, and that is permitted. We have seen that.
No. I have to stop you right there. It's not accurate. Up until this board decided that telephone communication
in a C1 district, in a C19 district.
Stop. I need to stop you right there. In terms of what the board has looked at, the board has only looked at telephone tower. Please don't interrupt. The board itself, this board, has only looked at telephone towers. Television and radio towers. That's how the cellular equipment was characterized, because cellular equipment has no use group when it was permitted as an accessory use by the TPPN in residence districts specifically, and perhaps also in commercial districts without checking. So what I in terms of the case of first impression that I was talking about, the cellular equipment comes to the board as a 7330, a radio tower, which is not a use. So in terms of how a 7314 is analyzed, we have never analyzed use group 6 use on the top of a residential building. Okay, so that was the question that I presented to the applicant. Okay, you can go.
With all due respect, I think if one has to be made, if the applicant is being asked to make an argument for where a commercial use group has been allowed over residential, I do think they need to look at beyond just the restriction of an electric and gas utility substation that is allowed through 7314. In all due respect, I do think that it needs to be open to beyond just that very specific use, because there are other commercial use groups that are allowed over a residential use. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
Sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just want to be a bit more clear. I wasn't referring to whether or not whether similar types of uses are placed. Mine is much more of a legal question that revolves around whether this language is ambiguous, whether the question is ambiguous, and whether or not we're permitted to look beyond the 4 letters to see what is permitted here. I take no exception to a relevance of other types of uses and relevant stuff of other types of towers. I take no exception to that. I just want to be able to have a very sound legal footing on how we make this determination.
Okay, all right.
Understood. So with that, Chair, to the extent that we have our our structural engineering and electrical engineering professionals with us, we're happy to engage in a more specific discussion about building safety and the fact that it has been determined through numerous studies that the building is safe without a doubt and can handle both the load presented by the BESS as well as the fact that no electrical or other EMF radiation or emissions would affect building residents or visitors.
Okay, so, but before you do that, I want to go back to the permitted obstruction. Is there someone who can talk to the permitted obstruction question?
Chair, is that question one of whether or not the definition of this equipment would fall within solar energy system?
Yes.
Okay, with that, I would likely introduce Tim Dumbleton, who we can have a brief discussion on this matter.
Yeah, so our opinion is similar to Commissioner Shanda's, which is that the DOB has weighed in on this. The DOB has determined that there was no objection around this, that the solar energy system, which is not solar energy panels, but a solar energy system, the entirety of the system. Wind systems are also allowed as permitted obstruction. They're not required to be accessory. There's no language in the text that's required to be accessory.
What's a wind system? Oh, wind
energy system. Yeah,
okay.
if you read letter P under 2362, P is wind energy systems, and
right.
M is solar energy systems, not accessory solar energy systems.
Yes.
Solar energy systems, period.
Okay, so what you're saying is I'm putting aside DOB's wording in their objection, okay? Because we often, or not objection or whatever, we often see let's say mildly worded objections from DOB that don't get into the details. I'm interested in getting into the details. So I'd like to know again, how is this a solar system?
There are solar panels on the system which feed the batteries. The batteries are fed by the grid and the solar panels. So these systems are quite complex. They're evolving very quickly. And this is part of that evolution. All the wind energy systems that are going to be installed will have solar, will have energy storage as well.
We're not talking about wind energy. We're talking about this battery with these solar panels. So my question is, according to the drawings, and I see Commissioner Shetta's hand up, just give me a second. According to the drawings that were provided to us, there are what looks like an array of maybe
18
batteries.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at the actual thing that I'm seeing as a solar collector.
Sure.
Really, they're not labeled on any of the drawings as solar collectors. So maybe Commissioner Sheta can share the screen of the solar collectors in the September submission. But there's a collection of little hats. There's a hat, and on either side of the hat are these long skinny panels, and there are not many. There's some long skinny panels that are there. So I'd like to know, because most of the time when we see solar arrays, we see the entire roof. Yeah, that's the right one. We see the entire roof covered in the solar array. So you've got 2, 4.
There are 18
7.
solar panels here. Yeah, 18 solar panels at 400 kilowatts.
I don't actually see 18. I see 2, 4, 6, 7. I see 14.
Okay.
Okay, so there are 14 long skinny panels on this roof. And normally when we look at solar collector arrays to supply some amount of solar energy to a building, the entire roof is covered in these panels and all tilted up in the correct direction to be the most efficient. These are tilted, first of all, in 2 different directions. So I'm a little confused about that. I always thought you're supposed to tilt it in the direction of most sunlight, which I guess is south. So this is I don't know which way this is anymore, on east or west. But so that's my first question. And the second question is, well, they don't show any solar panels on the second in the second group. So there's only the 14 that we see in the drawing, not that drawing, the September drawing. Yeah. So, because they don't show them on the September drawing on this other set of arrays. So my question is, with the number of long, skinny panels that you have, which are apparently 14, some of which are directed the opposite way of the other, which is contrary to what I ever understood about solar collectors, not that I'm an expert by any means on the subject. How much solar energy actually are those solar collectors producing that are giving into the batteries?
For sure, the solar system is a small part of the power that's going into the batteries. So if these commissioners are saying that because of that, we would end up moving the batteries back out of the small portion of the roof where it's, you know, an obstruction, which is just these two batteries in the front, and we would have a smaller system that wouldn't require the permitted obstruction. So if that's what you're asking, if 18 panels is not enough, the DOB has determined it's enough.
No, that's not what the DOB determined.
Okay.
The DOB determined that you had to come to us for a special permit. It didn't determine that you had a solar system, and for that solar system, you should come to us for a special permit. So sorry, no. So the DOB said you need a special permit to put these batteries on the roof. Go do that. So the solar connectors, if you took them off as a permitted obstruction, that's one thing, but does that mean you concede that it's not a solar collecting system?
We have a difference of opinion. I still believe this is a solar energy system. I'm not the one making the decision, you are.
No, but I want to continue with that thought, okay?
Yeah.
So let's just say, for argument's sake, it's a solar energy system. And
Yes.
then now I need Mr. Lobel back into the story, okay? It's a solar energy system, therefore, it's a permitted obstruction on the roof. But not only is it a permitted obstruction on the roof, it's a permitted use in a residence district, because solar systems are permitted in residence districts. Everyone's got one. Everyone who's allowed to have one, I mean, everybody who wants to have one and can afford to have one has already put one on their house. We see all of these little house applications all over Brooklyn, and you look down the street and a whole bunch of people have solar collectors on the roof. So what are we doing here? If this is a solar system, why are you here? Go do it.
All of those solar systems you're talking about are serving only the power needs of the building. They're not serving the grid. This is designed to serve the grid, which is why we're here.
No,
I could make this a smaller one. There is a buildings bulletin that would let me make 1/3 of this and show that it's accessory. So maybe we go do that. We're trying to do something that's larger and does more support to the grid, but there is a buildings bulletin that would let us put this as of right on the roof.
So I believe, though I need to check, there isn't a requirement that the solar panels that are located on somebody's house supply the energy to that house. I think I'm allowed to.
I'm just saying, you say that they're all over the place. I'm saying they're not really large commercial systems that are supporting the grid. They're primarily about knocking down the demand of the actual house below it.
Okay, so now we're back to, it's a commercial system, but it's not a solar system. Well, if it's a large commercial system, I don't see how that's prohibited by the zoning resolution that allows solar systems. The zoning resolution allows solar systems. So if this is a solar system and you were able to convince DOB that this is a solar system, then you don't need to be here. So
Chair, I think the distinction that we're trying to make is that as far as the permitted obstruction is concerned.
No, you can't be half of this and half of that. Either you're one of those things or you're the other thing. You can't be sometimes this thing and sometimes that thing. And life doesn't work like that.
It would seem very odd for us to apply for this as a solar system and not get all the fire department approvals for the battery, for the energy storage piece. So we are here with the fire department and with doing all the permits the way that we think is the most correct.
Okay, so then we need to be done with the idea that the solar system is a permitted obstruction, and anything that's not a permitted obstruction has to go. So therefore, as I discussed, you've got those.
Is that there's only a small piece that is violating the sky.
I didn't discuss just the permitted obstruction on the roof for height. I discussed the permitted obstruction in the rear yard requirement and in the courtyard. Same rules. Either it's, and the rules there are different. In the rules on the roof, I mean, in the rear yard, it's not an option for a solar system. Who would ever put a solar system in a rear yard unless you've got a really huge rear yard, right? Instead, it has to be, what did I say? It's some kind of auxiliary energy, something or other that must be accessory. So explain to me, then that's taking away a lot of pieces. And then maybe you are based at the accessory battery storage level that the DOB allows by TPPN. Because either you are or you aren't. I don't think there's any way around this. You need to reduce the size because you're in areas that are not allowed to have these non-accessory structures.
You know, we disagree on that. You're asserting a lot of things that I disagree with.
No, it's not, it's disagree. Is the system accessory to the building?
You're arguing it's accessory. In fact, one of the other commissioners agreed with us.
No.
And we're happy to go to the, if you are saying go to the DOB and get it as a, you know,
No, that's not what I'm
we can
saying.
go do that.
I'm asking you, how is this system accessory to the building? You just said it's a commercial system. That's why.
I'm saying it's serving the grid, correct? It's
So
serving more than the building, it's serving the grid.
So if it's again, you can't be like both. I hate all of the analogies that I'm saying, but you cannot be two things at the same time. You can only be one animal. You can't be two different animals at the same time. Either you're a commercial system that needs a special permit, or you're a non-commercial system and you are accessory to the building. You can't be both. So if you're a commercial system, which you said, which Mr. Lobel has just said, then you can't be accessory. Therefore, if not accessory, you can't be a permitted obstruction in a rear yard or a court. Unless that thing's not a court down there, but I think it's a court.
It's not a court and it's not a yard either. The yard it's a corner lot. There's no yard until 100 feet.
Yeah.
It's 100 feet, 103 feet.
Yeah, I didn't say it's.
The yard's shown there. In the,
sorry, there's a side yard requirement. You have a little strip of side yard there, and you also have a court. You can have an outer court in a building that doesn't require a yard. So that thing, that open area meets the definition of a court. It's probably a non-complying court because it's too small. So
right, and everything that's in there. So let me tell you my reading of everything, okay? The solar panels and the energy storage is a commercial system. We're here for that. It's grid facing and it's on the top of the building. Now, whether it's a permitted obstruction is about a tiny little slice of it. But let's assume it's like a solar, it's just like the cell towers, which, by the way, were installed on this building, right? The use of cellular towers were already existing on this building. In fact, you can still see the remnants of them. Okay, so commercial use has existed on this building. So now, hold on, let me. So the energy storage system and the solar panels are both on the roof as a commercial use, right? Now, all of the transformers and switchgear are supporting that primary use. The primary use is the solar panels and the energy storage. Transformers and the switchgear are accessory to that use. Therefore, they are actually permitted obstruction. If you were to go and look at this building and say, what's the accessory mechanical equipment for the building? It's the equipment that is connecting the grid of the building. The electrical room in this building is accessory to the primary use of residential. The electrical connection of transformers and switchgear is accessory to the solar panels and the batteries on the roof. So correct. From my perspective, having those things in this yard, they're permitted. They are actually permitted accessory uses. They're electrical, they're not FAR because they are accessory. They are supporting battery storage and they're supporting the solar on the roof.
So they're accessory they're not accessory to the principal use, which is a residential building.
We are asking for the use of solar and energy storage to be allowed to be permitted on the roof. That is the primary use we're here to ask you to allow. As soon as you have that, the accessory things that are supporting that use, which is not the principal use of the building, but which is still an allowed use in the building, that doesn't, all the electrical connection is then accessory to that use.
So the thing is, the accessory use, I need to find that section in the zoning resolution. Just give me a second.
If you put permitted obstructions in yards, mechanical, in fact, it specifically labels stuff that's supporting energy storage systems. As those accessories to switchgear and transformers, that stuff's labeled in there.
But don't gloss over the language. It's got to be an
I'm not.
accessory, not an energy storage system. It's got, now I have to find.
Hold
out.
on, the transformers and the switchgear are accessory. They are the interconnection to the grid,
They're accessory.
right? They're not the primary use. They are the thing that connects the primary use to the grid. So
Yes.
they're accessory.
They're accessory to the commercial use, right?
Yes.
Okay. But are they accessory to, wait a second, I need to find the language.
They're accessory to the new use we're asking you to permit, which is
Tim,
the
the
battery
point-
storage in the
The
solar.
point is whether or not they're also accessory to the building use, because that would make them a permitted obstruction.
That's the point. So I need to find the language
And
because.
Chair, to the extent that there are undefined terms here, which are not defined in the zoning resolution, and to the extent that Tim has offered to go to DOB and have them weigh in on this, we'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, it seems like it's their bailiwick, right? That's what we're trying
No,
to.
no, actually, it's our bailiwick. Sorry. This is our bailiwick. And we are actually, many times, we're the ones who decide what the zoning resolution means when we think it's ambiguous, but I don't think it's ambiguous in terms of the accessory, in terms of permitted obstructions, it's not ambiguous at all. So we don't really need DOB to opine on what the resolution says. It just says it. I see Vice Chair Shanda's hand up first and then Commissioner Sheta's hand up. I think that was the order.
No, Shadow's hand was up first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think we need to go anywhere here. I believe this is crystal clear. The claim that battery and the transformers and the switch gears are accessory to the solar is just not valid, simply because I did ask during the review session, I did ask for a number. I said, please provide us how much energy could be stored in the entire system as compared to how much energy is produced by the solar panels. And I know that this, the drawing that I'm gonna share is old, but I have a question on it. When looking at this drawing, because I'm skeptical that these hats, the way that word that you used, Chair, I'm not sure if these hats are solar panels. When looking at this old version of the drawing, the only solar identification is just for these 4 pieces. I'm not sure this says like it's kind of like sound insulation panels. That's what it says here. So I'm not sure if this is actually. Let me try to zoom. Yeah, here we go. You see this line here? It points to this hat, and here it says sound insulation panels.
Okay.
Pink. So my understanding from this older version, and that's why I was looking at this all the time, is these purple things or pink things are not solar panels. The only solar pieces are just these 4 pieces. And even if the entire roof is full of solar panels, that judgment at the end of the day, if you want to claim that, look, I do have a commercial establishment. I sell banana and then I sell reinforcement steel. If you want to claim that the reinforcement steel sale is accessory to the entire thing, you have to prove it to me that this is the minimal and the rest, the majority is the rest of the use, the banana thing. If you want to claim the opposite, you have to prove the opposite. That's what I'm asking for here. Prove it to us that the solar is producing energy like 50% or even close to the entire system storage capacity. If you justify that, I would be ready to think about it. But since this is not answered, and it's clear that the solar panels are minimal on this roof, I do have a small house, single family house. I have like 12 panels, 16 panels on top of that roof. Not 4, not 14, 16 for a single family house. So I'm not sure how it's claimed that the entire system is accessory to the solar. I believe it's the opposite. This system is one word. It's a commercial system, period.
Right. Okay, so I think that was conceded, and I appreciate you explaining why you always show that colored picture. Now I understand. So I think it's been conceded that this is not a solar system. So now what I'm working on is the permitted obstruction question. So those two batteries or whatever that are in the within the sky exposure plane, those have to go. Now I'm looking at the accessory power system, which is a permitted obstruction in a yard. So the accessory power system, which is number 15 of the permitted obstructions, it says, thank you. It says, including but not limited to generators, solar systems, fuel cells, even batteries and other energy storage systems, provided that, for example, all generators and cogeneration equipment accessory to buildings shall be completely enclosed within a building or other structure. So this isn't enclosed. That's the first thing. All other types of equipment, including generators and cogeneration equipment, including equipment of serving single or two family, may be unenclosed, provided that such equipment is located at least 5 feet from the lot line. Okay. But it's serving, well, that's the one where it's maybe open. The size of all equipment. In R6 through R10. So my reading is this has to be accessory, the power systems have to be accessory to the building and not, you can't be accessory to yourself. So the power, the batteries that are sitting in the required yard, rear yard.
There's no batteries in the rear yard. None, not a one.
No, sorry, the rear yard is 18 feet on the roof. The roof is an unpermitted obstruction. That 18 feet is an unpermitted obstruction in the required rear yard. It's an existing non-compliant condition. And any addition into that rear yard area of 18.75 feet increases the degree of non-compliance as to the rear yard. So that array that is along the array of batteries that is along that 18-foot area is an unpermitted obstruction in the rear yard because it's not an accessory power system. It's a principal power system that's not accessory to anything. You can't be accessory to yourself.
Well, is the question whether or not it could be accessory to the system as well as being accessory to the building?
It isn't accessory to the building. This is a commercial use. You can't be accessory and commercial at the same time. We got to get over that. You're not accessory to the building. So that means you're saying the battery, which is the thing, is accessory to itself. Therefore, it's an accessory power system.
There is a BPP which actually says that you, at a certain size, you can be serving the grid and yet also accessory.
So then go build according to the TPP. That's not what you're here for.
We're here to try to define this as a larger system and to get the first approved because the city needs this. So that's why we're here. We're here to debate out.
No. The city needs battery storage systems. I don't test that. The question is, does the city need battery storage systems on top of a residential building in a residence district? And my response to that is, I don't know. That's not for the BSA to legislate. The legislators need to legislate that. And microgrid has the power and the political moxie and all of that because we've seen all those letters from all those elected officials and so on, that they're interested in having these systems. Are they interested in having these systems on the rooftop of every residential building in New York City? I don't know the answer to that. So that's what should be done by the legislature, not by the Board of Standards and Appeals, one little special permit at a time.
In your opinion, Chair?
No, in my opinion, yeah, and I get to have an opinion here. Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's
if
exactly right.
If 7314 is deemed to allow this,
no. It has findings.
Yes, of course. We'll make our findings, but as far
right, okay.
As far as the gating item, we've talked about the fact that this is not, when we talk about first impression, there's other cases where BSA has allowed rooftop communications equipment structure, which is designated as use group 6 on the roof of community facility buildings. So we basically deny that this is an issue of first impression. And we will cite this to the board in our memoranda. This is, we
Okay.
understand the chair's position.
Okay, so but again, those were approved under 7330, not a use. So you
Yeah,
can't say it was
Right
communication.
here in the resolution, use group 6 communication equipment structure. It is designated as use group 6. There are repeated references in other cases to this equipment being use group 6, multiple cases before the board. We will cite those to the chair. We will not attach them to the 10-page memo, but give us our chance to do so.
Okay, but what I want to say is every time there's a comment about how this one site is going to save New York City, that's not what this is about. This is about, but those kinds of questions have to do with whether a BESS system is appropriately installed in residence districts. That's not the question before us. The question is it appropriately installed on the roof of this building, of this residential building in a residence district on the
Chair,
roof? Okay.
much as the DOB and other agencies have recognized that certain cellular antennas and related equipment are to be treated with, quote, deference afforded other public utilities, we feel that deference is due here for what we're trying to do. And again, we'll establish that in the record.
Okay. Vice Chair Shonda has her hand up.
I strongly believe that this is something I would like to read from DOB, and I really don't think this is a place for us to weigh in. It would be best for DOB to make it amply clear.
What? I don't know.
With regards to the permitted obstruction and of the transformer, and that would also play to the floor area issue. I think the argument that Mr. Lobel and his team is making is that DOB has asked the applicant to go to BSA to allow for a use group 60 in a district where it's not permitted. So once that use group is permitted, then it's a permitted use. And based on that permitted use, you're making the argument then all the other systems are part of the accessory system and therefore it would be permitted obstruction and would be exempt from floor area. I think that is the argument you're going towards, but I think you can hear it from the board, the complexity of this project, and should there be other projects of similar nature where there's a dire need for such use and you cannot find the appropriate zoning district to allow a use group 6D, it would be in the best interest of your industry to get a really clear reading on this from DOB and city planning, and you will help yourself and future such actions.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
But I was just wondering, do you when you support the grid, when this battery supports the grid, how is that? How does the company make a profit off that? Is it something that's paid back from the city, or how does that work?
We charge up at night when rates are low, and we inject in the middle of the day when rates are higher. There are incentives. There are state incentives right now. There are also particular Con Ed procurements because Con Ed needs to ensure the reliability of the grid, and to the extent that these support that, they pay us also for us to be there, to exist, right? Con Ed is not allowed to own systems like this. It's not allowed. So they require developers to go and build them, and then they procure the energy from us.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you have more that you want to add? You want to go to the engineers?
Yeah, in fact, if I'm sorry to interrupt, but if we could go to the fire department, they've been super patient sitting here all day, and we know they're super busy. So if there's questions for them, it would be.
Right. Apologies to the fire department. We put this first on the calendar, not realizing, of course, that the review session is always first, and it goes through all the cases, not just the one at a time. Right. So, okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Fire department.
I think they're here to answer your questions if you have any. You know, the fire department is a extremely premier agency nationally in ESS. So we've been working with them very carefully in order to make sure that the system is safe. So we wanted them to be here, and they accepted just because you don't trust us, so maybe you trust them.
It's not
I
that
don't
we,
think it's an issue of trust.
yeah, it is.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is
Yeah.
Deputy Chief Inspector John Daly. With me is John Anjanetto. He's with our rooftop access unit. Also, I have Mr. Roy. He's in our tech management. And I have Chief Inspector Andrew Dasinski also with me. He's overseeing all of us that we don't go crazy. And also remotely is Nicholas Petrakis. He's the head of our one of our tech management unit who has reviewed these plans, not the revised one, the original submitted plan. So if you have any questions, any member of the board, these gentlemen who I know very little about the system. I'm just learning about it, but they're the subject matter expert. I've invited them, they graciously accepted, and they're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, most of my questions are not necessarily about the battery itself. They have more to do with various things that our experience has been with the fire department for other kinds of uses. So I mentioned during the review session that, and this is something that Chief Daly certainly is familiar with, when we get or asked to waive the multiple dwelling law to allow a residential penthouse to be installed on the roof of a 5-story tenement building, the multiple dwelling law tells us that it's not allowed, right? So in order for the fire department to be, let's say, more confident that allowing that extra floor would be acceptable, they require all kinds of work to be done on the inside of the existing building, like sprinklers, 2-hour fire rated corridors and stairs, certain level of fire rating at the roof, and so on. I'm curious whether, and the only danger it seems to me with a penthouse is that you might have a kitchen fire. Someone falls asleep and smoking or something like that. So it seems like the fire hazards are less for a penthouse than it would be for all of these different potentially explosive sources. So my question is, shouldn't the building itself pass some sort of, there's 49 units in this building. Many of them are very large. So they're not like lots of little bitty apartments. They're very large units, some. Shouldn't the building also be asked to look at that kind of fire condition?
The building does have an existing sprinkler system and flow system, which was last tested in May of 2017. So that permit is good for another 5 years. So it's going to come. We'll be testing again sometime, by the end of this year, or early next year. So the interior of the building is sprinklered. Now, with respect to the roof and up above, I believe that Nicholas can answer further on those questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chair, first I wanted to thank everyone for having us. Chief Daly, thank you for inviting us. And I think some very interesting conversations. I just wanted to start off. I know I see the concerns with battery energy storage systems, and I think those concerns are not in vain. We have been spending many years reviewing this sort of technology, especially with lithium-ion battery energy storage systems. And, the lithium-ion technology itself is at the forefront because it is a very power-dense and very efficient piece of technology that does its job very well for its footprint. I think just in general, what we do here at the fire department, especially in tech management, and lucky for me, I have very knowledgeable engineers, especially Mr. Roy, who's on the call. We take a look at battery energy storage systems and we evaluate them to be in compliance with specifically the rules of the City of New York through RCNY 608. And Chair, just feel free to jump in if I'm rambling, if this is sort of not the information that we want, just sort of to give a little bit of background. So, we're definitely concerned with the technology in general, but there are a number of safety systems that are required to be implemented. It starts all the way from the actual manufacturing of the cell itself and the 9540A testing, which this equipment has conducted and has finalized, which forces the cells into a thermal runaway, where we collect data on the failure of the cells. And then we build up to the piece of product itself as far as fire ratings of the roofing, fire ratings of the dunnage, Also, fire protection features as far as a water-based suppression system, deflagration venting, which this product does have on the roof, designed as per NFPA 68 standards, and also a manual purge system that would allow the exhausting of the interior atmosphere of this Fluence Q product. The major hazards with this specific technology would be flammable gas buildup, and those major hazards are addressed with some of the additional requirements that we have in the rule. So when we are sort of reviewing this product, luckily for us, we were able to adopt and develop these requirements for outdoor battery energy storage systems and rooftop mounted ones. And the reason why we issue our conditional letter of acceptance is because specifically for this application, they were able to show to us that they're in compliance with all of our requirements and some additional requirements with certificate of fitness holders, who's going to be sort of the subject matter expert to assist in response from the fire department. God forbid there is an issue related to this system. So that's sort of just our understanding, how we review the system, some of the additional safety features, belts and suspenders, which I personally believe that, you know, when this rule was developed, we were ahead of some of the requirements that were nationwide, including the NFPA 855 standards and some of the existing fire codes. So in my level, I believe that we were at a higher level of safety than the normal, but it is also something to be wary of. These systems, if they do fail, they can fail spectacularly. So they're not to be taken lightly. That's why there's a lot of these additional fire protection features that we have established in our rule 3RCNY. So just some of the background and some of the things that we require for these systems.
So of course, we're always worried about the worst case scenario, right? Because the BSA allows something and then something terrible happens. And then what happens? The BSA allowed it, right? When they fail spectacularly, what's that mean?
So I think, some of the failures have made nationwide news and worldwide news is that lithium-ion batteries, across the nation have gone into a thermal runaway event and cascaded into a much bigger hazard. Specifically, the fire at the Arizona APS facility deflagrated, did not have any sort of deflagration venting or any sort of similar protection systems that we require in New York City. And unfortunately, 2 firefighters were severely injured. Thankfully, it wasn't a loss of life. There's been other issues, other failures, across the world. And in Korea, there were about 20 battery energy storage system fires with a similar technology that were complete total losses. And unfortunately, there was 2 loss of life in Beijing at an energy storage system facility fire for 2 firefighters. So these are all relatively recent events that happened. And when these events had happened, I thankfully believe, thankfully to some of my superiors that were here at the fire department now and that have now retired, we were able to proactively see these issues back in 2016 and develop these codes before a lot of these issues came to light. So I do believe, New York City is sort of the golden standard in energy storage system requirements that have been copied, throughout the country. So you'll see these failures are exactly what we developed as protection methods in the rule. So like I mentioned before, lithium-ion battery energy storage systems, specifically this sub-technology of lithium iron phosphate, can pose a severe deflagration issue if they were to go into thermal runaway. So it will generate a lot of flammable gases. So we require that these containers are provided with deflagration vents at the top of the system to safely, if it were to ignite within there, it would safely route those deflagration vent pressures upwards, rather than breaking open doors, potentially injuring first responders or anybody within the area. So those are some of the spectacular failures that we've seen. I'm sure you've heard of the Tesla fire in Australia. That was almost a 2-day operation for the firefighters that had completely engulfed itself on fire. But thankfully, because of the system design, it didn't cascade into a much bigger explosion or bigger event. So this is a very new technology. They absolutely should not be taken lightly, and it should be thoroughly vetted out on a similar site-specific basis that we're doing. And this is the reason why they're required to go through that review process between us and the Department of Buildings.
Okay, thank you. It's really, really helpful. I have more questions. I guess you mentioned a certificate holder. What's that?
So we have a requirement in the rule called a certificate of fitness holder. The certificate of fitness is a certificate that's it's sort of it's given to them, assigned to a knowledgeable person that has to take a test at the fire department headquarters. They're assigned to the specific location, if there is a fire alarm notification that has been enacted because of a failure within the system, or if a notification is sent out from the battery management system within each cube that there is a hazard, their certificate of fitness holder is sort of our liaison, our knowledgeable person that's supposed to show up on site within 2 hours. They're supposed to be made available immediately over the phone. And they're there to guide fire department operations, to sort of give them additional guidance on how to proceed with the system, whether to stand back, whether to be defensive, whether to make a sort of different attacks on the system, or whether to just stage and protect the area. That certificate of fitness holder is very critical for us, especially during an event and also during decommissioning. So they're the ones that are responsible to sort of hand off that system from the fire department when the event is over. They're the ones that are supposed to be knowledgeable and trained by the manufacturer to be able to tell the fire department, this event has been concluded. We're going to safely decommission the system and remove it from site, any damaged batteries. And, God forbid there is a reignition, the certificate of fitness holder will be on site to recall the fire department back to the scene. Sort of our expert from the industry that's going to be providing guidance to the first responders.
So this probably hasn't happened yet, but what happens if this particular company, let's say, isn't doing well financially and doesn't have enough people to spread around to go have a 2-hour response time? Then what?
So this is sort of something that is put in as a condition of our letter of acceptance and also as part of the rule. We do have a permit requirement and also a requirement for when the system is to be commissioned that the fire department needs to be on scene. I believe, that the responsibility always lays down onto the system owner itself. The system owner needs to confirm that there is going to be continuity. Whoever is owning the system, so let's say this this manufacturer goes under, there needs to be some sort of handoff between the building owner or something like that that's going to be responsible, or there will be subsequent fines and violations because they would be in violation of the fire department rules. And this is also why we require a yearly permit. Once that yearly permit is enacted, fire department inspector will go on a yearly basis to make sure that the conditions of the letter are still met, and also that the certificate of fitness holder is active and keeping active record logbooks. So if they're not in compliance with that requirement, it would be violations that would be issued.
So first question, what if they don't come back to renew their permit?
If they don't come back, then that system is being operated illegally, and then it would be subject to violation. I haven't, crossed that bridge, unfortunately, not yet, but I believe that is something that we would have to do, either require that they reinstate their permits or that the system is removed if they cannot match the conditions of our acceptance.
So we at the BSA sadly see thousands and thousands of violations issued to property owners that endure for 20 years, 40 years, and then Environmental Control Board, which is of course different, but they write off those violations after 7 years. So even these enormous fines never get paid, right? So assuming this, and this particular landlord does not have a great track record, it also has thousands and thousands of dollars in violations that haven't been paid or cured. And this bringing this proposed use to this building has drawn the attention of very fancy engineers and so on for the very first time to look at the building and the reasons for the various violations. So I'm just going to assume that the owner is not going to end up taking responsibility. And let's just pretend that this developer of the BESS system doesn't do as well as it anticipated, and then doesn't follow through. So can there be something where if instead of a violation, which we see is kind of a nice idea, but that's for honest people, if there's a violation and a penalty imposed, that instead of simply a penalty, that the system is shut down, and somehow or other there's a way for the fire department to shut it down?
Chair, I absolutely appreciate that. I think I'm hoping my engineers are taking notes, because I think this needs to be something that we need to enact sort of a little bit more of a strict penalty. Shutting down, absolutely. I would probably go as far to say as full removal of the system, because even a shutdown system has that hazard of the actual physical battery energy still being there and stranded energy. So I would believe maybe we should enact within our jurisdiction a request for removal if they're not within the conditions of our acceptance, including having a valid certificate of fitness holder. That's always put in on our letters of acceptance that if they don't meet our conditions, then it's subject to revocal. So I agree.
Okay, so that's the other thing. So the only group who's managed to really work this part out of the store, this out, is HPD with respect to buildings that are like sites that are not maintained, where they go in and they fence the site and they clean the site, and then they charge the owner on a lien essentially. And Department of Transportation on sidewalks, right? They go in and they fix the sidewalk and get a lien on your property. Is there some way that you could implement that rule? Fire department comes in and removes the stuff, because who's going to remove it? Nobody.
I agree, Chair. That's going to be a very technically large mountain for us to. I can't speak on the behalf of the whole department and what our technical sort of abilities are, but that would definitely be a big task for us. So
Yeah.
I do have to speak internally with my supervisors. I think it's a great idea on paper, but maybe something that's going to be difficult to implement.
Right. So maybe fire department can't do it, but maybe there's another agency that has the knowledge. Maybe Con Ed gets contracted somehow or other to do it. Don't know. Okay. Thank you very much. Do other commissioners have questions for Mr. very helpful Petrakis? I don't see hands up. Okay. Thank you so much. Don't go.
Chair, I do have to apologize because I am calling you remotely because I do have a family matter to attend probably within the next 10 minutes. So if it's okay, if I could be excused around 3:30 or.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. Yes. Sorry for all the delay. I hope you
No,
weren't.
no,
I hope
not
the
at
others weren't all sitting around that table for all those hours. Maybe you were.
I think they're very good at what they do. And again, I can't thank you, Chair, enough and the commissioners enough for inviting us and hosting us today. We're always here for additional questions, once this is concluded as well.
Thanks very much. Okay, Commissioner Shetta, no questions for fire department?
No, not for now.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other engineering type things that you want to have added?
Chair, is that a question for the applicant team?
Could we have David speak now? He's the one for EMF. He's also traveling, so it's quite tricky. If we could release him after questions, that would be great.
Sure. Go ahead.
David, are you on still?
I think he's muted.
You're muted, David.
Star.
Yeah, so David, if you might explain your background, who you are, why we contacted you to do this analysis. And then also there was a question about, well, why don't you start with who you are and then we'll go through the questions.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so my name's Dave Fugit. I'm with a small company, consulting company, Electric Research and Management, and we deal with electric and magnetic fields. And I performed a review of the electric and magnetic fields associated with the system at the request of MGN, of Microgrid Networks. I'm not sure who asked them specifically to do it. I have a PhD in electrical engineering. Electromagnetics is basically all I do. Our main focus is on electric and magnetic fields from power systems and electric transportation systems. So that's my background. Generally, when we're dealing with systems, the two issues that come up that people are asking us just to look at are exposure, human exposure in the sense, is it safe? And the second issue is interference, electromagnetic interference associated with the systems. So my understanding is that in terms of the system, three questions, they were paraphrased to me, and I apologize because I didn't expect to be talking about this, and I'm very much unprepared and traveling across Interstate 80 today towards Rhode Island. But the three things I wanted to try and answer the questions based on my understanding of the questions that came up already, and then I'll be available to answer questions as best I can answer them without having some of the references right in front of me. But the first thing I just wanted to go over, and I think the general question was, how is this EMF analysis done? And the basic answer is that when we're looking at a system like that, we break it down into 3 separate sections because from the batteries to the inverters, it's a DC section. And then when you get to the inverters, there's a whole lot of power electronics going on that does the conversion to the AC. And then from the output of the inverters down to the connection to the utility, that's all what I would call AC. And that's the 60 hertz electric power system. So the analysis is to just generally look at each of those sections and then come up with an initial estimate of upper bounds on what the field levels would be, and then to take those and to compare those to existing standards or guidelines for human exposure, and to compare them to what we know of the typical thresholds that would cause interference levels with things. So that's kind of the background of what we did. It's a qualitative assessment, what we've done so far, in the sense that what we're looking for is the locations within the systems that have the highest fields. And then we're trying to come up with an upper bound of the electric or magnetic field. So the very first thing that you come away with when you look at my summary is that generally electric fields are not an issue except with the large overhead transmission lines. So that holds in this case, and that's because nearly everything is enclosed in switchgear and the voltages are all lower that we're operating at. And because of that, the electric fields are a non-issue. So that diverts us right away to the magnetic fields. With the magnetic fields, their magnitude is directly proportional to currents. Where the currents are highest is where you're going to have the highest magnetic fields. And I think correctly noted, maybe even in the questioning, they fall off very rapidly, moving away from any sources. So when you look at these sections, we did a quick rough estimate based on the connections to the batteries of what the maximum fields would be from that. The thing to note about the battery system over to the inverters is that is all DC. So it's not the AC system. And so in general, there's not much controversy on the DC side. It's really on the power frequency side of things that we get the controversy. Then you have the inverters, and where all the power electronics happens, there's a lot of switching. There can be some what I would call relatively high current magnetic fields there. High frequency magnetic fields there, as opposed to 60 hertz. What that means is there's a whole bunch of harmonics going on, and it's a little bit different animal than the rest of the power system in general, but you have a higher chance for some interference with the power electronics and the higher frequencies and so forth. But in general, many buildings have these inverters. Many buildings have backup power, and so it's relatively commonplace. And for the most part, the manufacturers don't want to get a reputation for having a quote noisy product and so forth. The inverters are enclosed inside metal switchgear, so that provides some shielding of the higher frequency, and it's generally not a problem. Then when you go to the power system side, our experience is that where you have the low voltage, 480 volts, and very large bus connections, so it's the 3-phase conductors are spaced out, and you have large currents on the order of thousands of amps, that's where you get the highest magnetic fields. And what we did was a back of the envelope calculation to estimate for the switchgear on top of the roof from the bus what we expect the highest field to be. at the distance, I think, of 2 meters. And that was the 475 milligauss. So then that essentially gives you a good upper bound on what you're expecting. So then we can directly compare that to the human exposure standards. So the first thing to note that is in terms of EMF for the 60 hertz magnetic fields, the regulations that specify you have to meet this or that, there aren't at the federal level or the state level that I'm aware of. Transmission lines do have the regulations for the edge of the right of way, but that obviously doesn't apply here. It's not an over. It's for the utilities to maintain the status quo of what for the line facilities. So the thing to note about the power lines is that because there aren't any real regulations, there are several professional organizations that have put together voluntary guidelines that are standards, accepted standards. And there's actually one in the United States. In the United States, I referenced the IEEE, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, and they list what they would call the maximum permissible exposure thresholds as a function of frequency up to 3 kilohertz, and the standard is IEEE C95.6, and I reference it in my summary. The thing to note in our experience is that with almost all power systems, those safety limits for exposure are very high, and they're based on known effects that would be akin to stimulation of the levels that would occur naturally in your nervous system, and that's what they're trying to prevent, and then they put on an additional safety factor. So in our experience, what we find is that it's almost impossible to exceed the IEEE C95.6 maximum permissible exposure limits unless you are almost draping yourself over the power equipment, at which point your real danger is electrocution from the equipment. I'm going to pause real quick and just ask to make sure I'm still on.
Yeah, you're definitely still on, and we're listening absolutely intent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I know, because I was dropping from time to time. So in any case, that's a little bit of the background about no federal regulations, no state regulations, that there are safety standards that are accepted by large professionals. And those safety standards in the US, the most relevant is the IEEE 95.6. So at 60 hertz, the safety limit for exposure is approximately 9,000 milligauss. So when I came up with that estimate of 475 coming off the bus, wow, it's clear that's unique and relatively high compared to what you would find in the everyday environment. For the most part, everywhere you exceed or you meet the guidelines for EMF. Electric fields are essentially negligible, and the magnetic fields are well below the limits. So,
can I just interrupt you to frame this in your head, okay? Because
sure.
I appreciate that you're in a car, and I really hope you're driving safely while you're trying to think about this. So to frame this in your head, for one, we know that you didn't probably review the most recent set of drawings that relocated the equipment on the roof. So the equipment ends up moving away from where it was before, still on the roof, and then some of the equipment dropped down into the ground floor. I assume, therefore, the bus that you're talking about has to be continuing from the roof level all the way down to the ground floor. That's part of it. And I don't want to describe the equipment really, because I'm not sure if I know what it is, the way it's labeled on the drawings. So what I would like you to do when you have a chance is look at the most recent set of drawings. And when you're talking about these different pieces of equipment that do produce the EMFs and at different rates, if you could indicate on the drawings which piece of equipment that is, what rate of EMF production it has, et cetera, so that we can understand, because one of the big concerns is not only the fact that it's on a roof on top of where people are living, where I don't know actually what the construction material of the roof is. Let's just, for argument's sake, say it's concrete, but I don't know the answer. Could also be wood frame construction because it's a very old manufacturing building. But one of the big concerns is just on the other side of the fence that encloses the area of the BESS system is a rooftop, what's known as rooftop recreation space for the building tenants, which means there'll be benches and other tables and that kind of thing for residents to go up to the roof and hang out for the whole day if it's a nice day and have dinner up there and all of that. So they're potentially extremely close to some of the equipment. And I don't want to say, which equipment is which one, because that's your specialty. But they're they would be extremely close to some of the equipment and further away from other equipment. And again, I don't know where the bus goes. And
Would you like us to walk you through that? We're happy to present the plan and show you what's what.
No, it's not needed. It's not needed.
It's not what I'm not actually asking the what's what of you. I'm asking this is Tim who spoke just now, Mr. Ugate, Tim Dumbledon. I'm asking it of Mr. Ugate because he's the one who's the EMF guy, right? So he's the one who's explaining that this piece of equipment produces this much and this produces that much. And then there's these buses that potentially are higher producers of EMFs. And I don't know from the drawings, because we don't actually have like an electrical plan. I don't know from the drawings that were provided where those buses go. And then the other part of the question is if there is gear, for instance, there's switching gear, which may be both on the roof and on the first floor in a courtyard, and some other equipment in a courtyard, which will be right outside the windows of some residents. Is that an issue in terms, or like what is the output for EMF? Then the next for that specific equipment, and the next part of the question, which was asked at the review session, is when we talk about exposure levels, what are we talking about? We at this board have some experience with the EMF subject with respect to telecommunications equipment and radio towers, and have learned that exposure levels are quantified in very, very short time periods for certain levels of exposure, to the point where we even had a radio tower where we were told the exposure level was 5 to 7 minutes or something. And then the worker had to go inside and, I don't know, recover for a certain amount of time. So with the same question, if a resident is sitting there reading a paper all day long on the roof because it's a nice day, is there an issue there because the exposure is hours, not minutes? And then Commissioner Shetta has his hand up, so go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Dave, thank you so much for taking the call. I hear that you're in a car. Hopefully, you stay safe. I got your explanations. However, my concerns that I expressed during the review session, I don't believe they were addressed. Number one, my understanding is that you evaluated the EMF coming from just one unit at 2 meters from the bus. And I understand that you were concerned about the AC, not the DC. I agree with you on that. I am not concerned that much about the interference portion of the story. I'm concerned about the human exposure in the story. And I saw that in your report at the very end, you indicated that the collective impact of all the equipment on the roof could be evaluated using modeling. am I like explaining what you did accurately? You evaluated just one element, not the entire system, and you came up with 475 mg at a distance of 2 meters. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let's move to the next point. I saw that after you evaluated this EMF value at 2 meters, you started looking for a guidance on exposure limits. And the first thing you looked at is a local or even a state regulation. And I see that you wrote, I'm not aware of any federal or New York regulatory limits for 60 hertz magnetic fields within the building. And then you're saying that New York State does have an AC magnetic field limit of 200, just 200 mg for the edge of the right of the way for high voltage. My question here is, my understanding to this sentence here is that if I'm driving on a highway parallel to a power transmission lines, and if I have a meter that can measure the EMF in mgs, if I read more than 200 mg, that means that this power transmission line is emitting more than what it should. Is that accurate?
No, not necessarily. It's at the edge of the right of way, so it'll be higher on the right of way if you cross underneath it. If you knew that you were off the right of way and it was greater than 200 milligauss, then that would be a correct statement.
Yes, that was my question. If I'm like at the edge of right of the way, and which is the actually could be the easement, the limit for the easement for that power transmission line. If I'm at that specific edge and my meter measures 200 or higher, that means that this power transmission is emitting more than what it should, right?
Yeah, that it's not meeting the requirements for the transmission.
Okay, yeah. And then you since your opinion is this is not applicable to us, to the case under
Correct.
Study. And then you proceeded
Correct.
to dig for a standard to apply it, and you elected to go with the IEEE C95.6, which specifies the MPE and MGs in terms of the frequency in hertz, and you came up with a number which is 9040 mg. That is the specified limit by that document for human exposure. Do I understand that right?
Yes.
Okay, here's my issue. When looking at the exposure time in the IEEE document, I see it's talking about exposure time that's very tiny. It's very small. I'm not sure if, hold on, let me read from the document. I'm reading from the IEEE section 5.2, subsection 5.21, exposure to the head and the torso to sinusoidal fields. And it says, the average time for an RMS, root mean square measure, is 0.2 seconds for frequencies above 25 hertz, which is the case here. For lower frequency, which is not applicable to us, it could be maximum of 10 seconds. So if we're looking at 0.2 second exposure limit here, that's where the 9040 mg is based on. But if you look at the other criteria, which is the highway power transmission thing, you know what? I'm gonna keep driving parallel to this power transmission line probably for an hour. And you know what else? I might be sitting on that rooftop for probably an hour. So the analogy here is much more applicable for the limit from the power transmission case rather than from the IEEE source. And that's why I started like, we have 200 in one hand as a limit, and you just estimated 475 at a distance of 2 meters for just one element. Let's say we have 10 elements. That means that we could have 3 times of the 475. and let's say we're not 2 meter. Also, my understanding to this is the EMF is inversely proportional to that, like the square of the distance, meaning that instead of 2 meter, if you go just at 1 meter, the 475 will go up 4 times. So it's gonna be around 2,000. Is that accurate?
So you're correct. Let me start before we get too far. So, I mean, it's probably better to discuss each of these things. First off, the requirements for the overhead transmission line are not safety. There's nothing to do with safety in those. They just set those to maintain the status quo just because. They probably set those in the 90s when there was a whole bunch of research going on, and they just decided they didn't want new power lines to increase the magnetic fields. Second of all, I don't believe, I think that 0.2 seconds is a measurement time. So in other words, when you're looking at the field levels, I believe that 0.2 seconds is a measurement time. I don't think that's the limit of time that you could be exposed to 9,000 milligauss. The MPEs for the magnetic field, as I understand them, are simply don't exceed these. Just don't exceed these. There's no time associated with it. If you're underneath those, then as I read the standard, look, I don't have it with me, so I can't look exactly. But
do you have a
if you
video?
look,
I can share my screen with you.
No, he's on the phone. He's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
If
Okay,
you-
go ahead.
if you look at where it's referencing time, it's a time of the measurement. It's the amount of time that you make the measurement. So it's not referencing the time of the exposure. So that's what I would.
What is
say
the time of
on
exposure?
that.
Do you know that?
Continuous. If you're below, in the safety standard, if you're below the maximum possible exposure, it's continuous for the specific body parts that they're talking about in each of those sections. So it's like head and torso, I think, are the most limiting, that they specify as the lowest. But my understanding is it's continuous. It's not like RF. With 60 hertz magnetic fields, there's like no energy being deposited into your body. What was described before with RF in 7 minutes, that's because you're basically cooking your body with RF equipment. When you're in too high of a field, it's a thermal effect, and very clearly it's a dangerous situation. With 60 hertz magnetic fields, it's not, there's no thermal effects. The energy levels deposited, and they describe the basic restrictions on magnetic fields, not for magnetic fields, but the basic restrictions for electromagnetic fields are based on the electric signals that get induced in the body. And then they go toward what magnetic field would be necessary to induce those levels of electric fields. If there's no way they feel that the magnetic field can induce the level of electric field inside your body cells higher than the basic restriction that's listed, then it's safe. So when you read the standard, I mean, this is beginning to get way down into details. When you read the standard, as long as you meet the MPEs on the magnetic fields, you're guaranteed to meet the basic restriction, which is an electric field induced inside the body. But you can also sometimes even exceed the magnetic field, and it's still, just because of the situation at hand, it's still not going to exceed the basic restriction. Sometimes you can still be meeting the basic restrictions. I think the main takeaway here is that transmission line stuff has nothing to do with human exposure limits.
Can you please confirm that in a submission in writing and address why you think the 200 mg is not applicable? This is item 1. Item 2, again, 475 is coming from just one switch gear, one bus at 2 meter. If it's 1 meter, it's gonna double. It's almost 1,000. If we have, let's say, 4 or 5, it's gonna be multiple. of that and at 1 meter. So, and I understand that you covered yourself. And at the end of your report, you said that the collective impact could be evaluated using modeling. But the reason I raised this is because I didn't see you recommending doing that. You just said it can be used. So I'm not sure about like the need for doing this. If you don't believe that this is needed, please in writing explain why. If you want to do it and submit it. But that my main concern here is number one, just one element was considered. We need to consider all the elements on the roof. Of course, the elements with significant AC currents that's gonna produce significant magnetic field. This is item one. You need to consider all of them. Number two, you need to look at different distance. 2 meter is 2 meter is like 6.5 feet. It could be much closer than that. So if you look into this and you come to a conclusion that we don't have an issue, I'm fine with that.
So yeah, to answer, I mean, you're absolutely correct that that's the nature of a source current and producing a magnetic field, that it goes up very rapidly as you come into it, which is why typically you have on small appliances like unbelievable magnetic fields within say 6 inches, but then at 1 foot, 2 foot, they've almost gone away. Normally, the issue with exceeding the MPEs or the maximum permissible exposures is that you have to be so close to it that the bigger danger is electrocution. It's not exposure to the fields. And in almost all cases, they're either the equipment's inside an enclosure and there's not access and it's locked. And in the cases with large equipment like this, I would expect there to be some sort of fencing or some sort of restraining. So anything in close proximity to this large of equipment would be a controlled area. And then all of a sudden you go into the regime and the standard for occupational exposure. So what I was referring to would be the general public section in C95.6. And with respect to, so that addresses how fast it goes up and just proximity. And just to restate it, for the most part, even utility workers who have the cabinet doors open and are right against live equipment, in general, are not exceeding even the general public limits. They have to work pretty hard, and it's pretty darn dangerous if they're reaching the occupational limits. Really dangerous. Again, it's from proximity that the danger is there, not the field,
I got it.
not the electromagnetic fields. So, and then the final thing is with respect to multiple systems and components, because it does fall off so fast, what you find is that there are only a few sections of the system that will produce the maximum fields, and everything else is secondary. So that's why this approach is pretty good for just saying, is this system going to be problematic or not in terms of meeting the guidelines? And to do detailed modeling, you go through and you would put together conductor models running in the different locations. And so you'd have some bus sections, and then you have some cables and conduit. And on the DC side, I could model the copper bars connecting the batteries and so forth. Those would be the DC section, and the AC would be separate models because they're different frequencies.
You could exclude the DC. You could exclude the DC elements. Just focus on the ACs. And I'm gonna give you the chance. If you believe that you don't need to do that, it's okay to just consider one element, like you said, because I buy the argument that it goes up like crazily fast and it goes down in the same manner. If you believe that modeling just one element is okay, you could explain why you believe so, like consider 3 elements. I'm kind of a structural guy. I'm not an electrical engineer. But if somebody's coming to me and saying, you know what, I'm gonna dig 10 footings next to this building, I would say, okay, go prove it to me that excavation is not gonna impact the building. If he goes and just evaluate the impact from 1 footing, I would say, where are the other 9 footings? This is exactly the same here. You're coming to us evaluating just 1 switchgear. And I'm asking you, where are the rest? If you believe that the rest, that like the collective impact is not gonna be that much different from a single switchgear, you can show that with a very simple numerical example, considering, let's say 3 gears. I'm not sure how big is a single item. If it's very small, I would disagree with you. If it's very small, meaning that it's very like shallow as compared to the 2 feet number that you indicated. If it's 2 feet wide, I would disagree with you. But if it's 2 feet wide, probably right. I'm not sure. So take a look at it, justify it, put it in a piece of paper, and submit it to us. But I want to thank you for the kind of work you put in your report, and I believe we should leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, very good.
Thank you so much. We really do appreciate your participation and your calling while you're in a car, and your submission. Much appreciated. I think you don't need to be on the phone anymore, and you should focus on the road.
Stay safe.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David.
I do have another question for fire department, and I sorry that it now I lost his name here. But the other, yes, that he left already, because I would have asked him. But this is a question I often ask of experts, and the fire department being really ultimate experts in this particular subject. So this is a question actually for all of you who understand what this kind of a system is. Would you rent an apartment right underneath this roof?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. We could not answer that question.
Whether you would forget about rented apartment, would you live in an apartment located underneath this roof?
I'm sorry, I can't, we cannot give our personal opinion.
Ah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Heard you.
Sorry,
Thank you. Thank you.
You're not gonna go there. I don't mean to the apartment, but to the answer.
Yes. Thank you very much. I didn't mean to put you on a spot. I appreciate fire department's position. Okay. I would really like to move into other cases. It's 4 o'clock. We've been here for almost 2 hours. Is there anything we need to go to the public? Is there anything you wanted to add quickly from your group? Because we need to go to the public.
Chair, there was just a conversation with Ivan Luck and Ryan Miller, being the project structural engineer and the reviewing engineer from Silman, who wanted to address some of the issues that Commissioner Shedd had raised in executive session.
Okay, so what maybe the way to make this fast, as opposed to it going on and on, is if Commissioner Shedd had some specific questions. If yeah, go ahead.
Probably before they start, like big, clear. I am not questioning the quality of the work they've done. What I'm saying is they are saying these cracks are coming from infiltrations. I'm saying that no, infiltrations do not cause cracks. Cracks actually attract water infiltrations. What happened after that? Rusting of the steel, concrete spalling, widening the cracks, and this is what I'm seeing based on 30 years plus. By the way, my experience with concrete structures range from a rebar guy, so I did make rebar with these hands and install it myself, until designing high rises. So the kind of cracks I'm looking at, and I'm talking to them not just as applicants, as colleagues. If I do have a building like that, with the kind of cracks I looked at in the pictures, I would be counting my fingers. The questions I raised is, you did core testing, you came up with as low as 1600 something PSI concrete strength. This is not acceptable even by the ACI as minimum strength. How come you count on a concrete like this and you trust it? Item 2, you're judging the concrete columns. You're looking, all what you're concerned about in this building is the concrete columns. You didn't even take a single core from the column. And you know what? If an engineer is coming to me with 0 cores from the columns, I would look at this like he's not willing to touch the column, because probably he believes that something could happen. But I did look at the work. I'll file it, I'll take it. If they want to put their sign and seal on this building, be my guest. It's up to them. But on this board, I don't want to be this board like accept something and later on we're on the news. That's why I raised these concerns. This board doesn't have the authority to say yes or no for structural matters. This is the DOB.
Okay. So does that mean you want to hear from the structural engineers, or?
I'm listening.
They want to respond to that issue.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
let's keep, we're talking about structural, so let's stay with the structural question, okay? Commissioner Shanda, only to the structural question, okay? Thanks.
Yes, my question is to the structural, and since Commissioner Shetta mentioned DOB, I think in this case, the best agency that would be there to review this would be DOB. Let DOB review all the structural analysis of the building and determine the safety and security of it. And we are reviewing 7314, and let DOB weigh in on the structural integrity of the building and whether it can take the additional weight on it or not.
So I'd like to, I'm going to cut you off right there. I'm going to cut you off right there, right? I need to go to the structural engineers because we have a structural engineer on the board. Each of us has our specialties review. That's how we make our findings. And so, Mr. Williams, can you mute yourself, please? Or I'll mute you. I'll mute you. So we're going to go to the structural engineers, all right? Okay, yes, go ahead. I'm not sure who's speaking from the structural engineering group.
Shall I go first?
Sure. Who's speaking?
Okay. This is Ivan Luke. The engineer from MGN, and I did the study on the building. The Commissioner Shelter had, we can summarize his comment on two part. He is concerned the existing building not meeting Morgan building code standard, and he is concerned by the existing building condition. So I will answer it in 2 parts. First, most old buildings do not conform to Morgan building code requirement, but this is a misplaced concern because historical material often do not meet Morgan standard, and yet the buildings are quite safe. What matters is that the property of the existing material is considered in the modeling, which is what we did. The core report mentioned by the commissioner and the rebar measurement were used in the building model, and the building still was able to hold the weight of the battery. This is common practice in any historical building structure analysis. If we had to throw that away, most of the landmark building will have to be demolished. The second part of his concern, all engineers who work on this building, not just me, but there's other engineers who have looked at this building and deliver report, went to the building and so are aware of the existing cracks. As engineers, we agree that the cracks need to be repaired and recommended to the owner to do that work. However, it is incorrect to say that existing crack cannot be repaired. It can be. It is also incorrect to conclude, as the commissioner has seemingly done, that cracks make a building incapable of supporting the equipment load. The calculation show the opposite. I'm done with my comment.
How would you repair these cracks, the kind of cracks that we've seen in the picture? How would you repair them? Just patch them? Is this the way to go?
Can you understand? I mean, I know he's a little bit hard to hear. Did you understand the response, Mr. Luke?
I understand your response. How to repair it? There will be a licensed engineer has supposed to do this study and find out how to repair this crack. and when we do our analysis, we had looked at all the crack individually, and I have viewed the location, and all the crack is localized and isolated. They're not a systematic sign to say that this building has a systematic problem. So a facade engineer hired by the building owner should provide a solution how to repair this crack. And the overall building structure is capable to carry the load that we proposed it. And again, I once stated, I had looked at the report, the survey report. I had get a plan to locate those cracks and look at the building as a whole. Those cracks doesn't represent a systematic problem to the building. They are isolated, localized problem that need to be fixed. We agree, but that had to be hired by the engineer hired by the building owner to fix it.
With you that they are localized. Do you agree with me that if you have just one column in a building with 10 columns, this column has a localized issue and it fails, it could cause the entire building to topple? Do you agree or not as a structural engineer?
From my review of the crack,
I'm not talking about this building. I'm not talking about this building. I'm talking about concepts here. If you have a localized issue in a building associated with, let's say, out of 10 columns, and this column collapsed, would it be possible for that entire building to collapse based on what is called progressive failure in the world of structural engineering, right?
That's not a situation that anyone thinks exists in this building. So it's a hypothetical that's totally not comparable.
Please.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Can I answer without interruption?
Yeah, Mr. Dumbleton, please don't respond to the questions. Please let the engineer speak. Thank you.
I had, like I say, I had identified the crack location that is being surveyed. There's no substantial crack on any of the column in this building. We are very concerned as an engineer about the safety of this building and the safety of the tenants. And we didn't take this lightly. A lot of my calculation analysis is very conservative. And I have put that into account when I looked at the study and reviewed the building. So I don't think your question is relevant to this building because there's no substantial crack in this building. There's no signs of any major crack happening in the building. The crack that you're talking about is all by the window on the
beam,
spandrel beam.
Yeah, they are in the beam. And you know what? Some of the reinforced concrete do not crack. They just do what the tower in Florida did. They just
we can't hear you. Commissioner Shetta, you're breaking up too much. Speak.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. What I'm saying is columns do not crack. Columns just collapse. They crush. You have significant cracks in the beams. What I'm saying is, number one, you have cracks that need to be repaired, and you didn't even address that. You just described them as minors coming from water infiltration. You didn't talk about exposing the steel, looking at how much rust you have, removing this rust, painting the steel with epoxy, restoring the cover, checking the concrete for these beams and checking the strengths and the demand for these beams. You didn't do that. You didn't, for the columns, you didn't extract one single core from the columns, did you? Have you taken a single core from the columns? Yes or no?
There is a reason we can take a core from the column because that will do substantial damage to the existing building.
So if you're saying, good, I'm happy with that answer. So you're saying that if you take 2-inch diameter core from that concrete column that's more than 20-inch diameter, you might risk the building, right?
Taking a core from a column, it may risk the building, yes. And that's why we don't do it.
But, yes, but in the same exact report that you submitted to me and you want me to swallow this, you're claiming that the load that's acting on the column is less than 50% of its capacity. If you are convinced that you have 50% pressure, why would you care about extracting a 2-inch piece out of 20-inch column? So you have the same feelings I have. You just throw what you want to write.
Can I address this? Because when you're kicking a core from the column, you're kicking from the side. And then you may actually kick a vertical rebar. Let's say we can afford a vertical rebar. The moment capacity of a column will be substantially reduced by kicking a core from the side. That's why we don't want to.
You did imaging, and you know where are the rebars exactly. And you know what? In this 25-inch diameter, you just have 4 rebars. So between every 2 rebars, you have at least 10, 15 inches to extract that core. You didn't do the core because you're afraid to cut one of the rebars. You didn't do the core because you're concerned. Simply, you are concerned. And that's what I'm trying to do you a favor. I know that you're concerned because I do the same exact thing that you do. But you just don't want to do that. You don't want to say that. You want to say everything is okay. We're done. If you want to do it that way, I expressed my concerns. I screamed to the limit that I could scream, and just be my guest. If DOB takes it, go do it.
If I could jump in, I haven't spoken yet. So my name is Ryan Miller, and I'm with the structural engineering firm Silman. We've been retained as a peer review company to review Ivan's work. So just for a bit of context, so I visited the site. I reviewed all the existing conditions that were visible from the common spaces, from the roofs, from the basement. I've reviewed the existing documentation produced from the existing condition survey. I've reviewed Ivan's calculations, and we've had multiple conversations, just kind of as a peer review for his work. And so based on my review of his work and the existing conditions, I would share Ivan's assessment that the existing structure would be acceptable to place the additional load on top. So I think the question here is it acceptable to place the additional load on top? And I think what Ivan is saying, and I would agree with, is there are cracks in the existing beams. No one is denying that those cracks exist. But in Ivan and my professional opinion, those cracks should be repaired. And we can talk about the repairs that would be required to do that. But that those cracks in their present state do not reduce the load carrying capacity of the existing columns. Is there any questions kind of before I keep going?
Yes.
Or any? Yes.
You're saying that while knowing that no single core was taken from the columns, correct?
So in our experience, you can take column cores. I think it would be possible, and if that is a requirement of placed on the project, I think that is possible. I don't want to speak for other people, but I believe that is the case. I think for a 20-inch diameter column, it's just practicality wise, just less desirable. And in our experience, if you take a wide selection of cores from elsewhere in the building, assuming that concrete was placed at the same time, which all of these elements are original to the building, and slabs and columns that are constructed next to each other would use the same concrete for in this sort of instance, from this original construction era. So I personally don't have an issue with not taking a core of concrete through the column and using conservative approaches like Ivan has discussed for using the compressive concrete strength of the slab for the concrete. I would echo Ivan's assessment that there was while the cracks do appear on the bottom of the concrete beams at the window locations, so like the lintels, we did not see cracks in the columns or like down at the foundation level. There were no concerns about the vertical load carrying capacity of the existing structure. We do agree that these beams should be repaired, that if they are not repaired, they will continue to get worse as more water comes into the building. But but the present state of the building is able to support the proposed load from the proposed use of a rooftop. That's what we can state. And I think that is the question at hand. Yeah.
One final point. If one of these beams collapse, one or more, do you think that would impair the column carrying capacity?
Well, so you have to keep in mind that these concrete columns are not just isolated in space with only beams attached. You have the concrete slab surrounding the column. You have other concrete beams. And so I think it's hard to say without doing that sort of progressive collapse analysis that you're describing. But in our experience, these are, like Ivan said, localized spalling at the bottom of the concrete, and are the types of repairs that are done commonplace all over the city. And that there was nothing to be concerned that these repairs would either not be possible or would be ridiculously expensive or not possible. But in our experience, these are the types of repairs that are needed on all sorts of concrete structures that are this old, and this usage with these old windows. Because honestly, the water is coming through the windows because all the beam deteriorations are at the same locations. They're around the windows, so the water is coming through the windows. And I think you had this comment earlier that the water in the cracks versus water infiltration, and the chicken and the egg sort of thing. We have to keep in mind concrete is a porous structure, it's a porous material. It's not impervious to water. And so when the waterproofing fails in the windows, the waterproofing around the windows fails, and the coating on the outside of the building fails, water is going to penetrate into the concrete. And then as the water penetrates in, it brings with it, like salts and things like that will, and exposed to air and basically deteriorate the rebar. And then as the rebar deteriorates, the rust expands and then forms the crack. And then once you have the crack, then you're correct. Additional water gets in through that crack. And so once you do have the crack, then it accelerates because you have that easier opportunity for the water to penetrate in. This is the type of repair that is needed on probably a lot of buildings all over the city.
I don't think there's waterproofing on the beams. They are concrete beams. There is no waterproofing. If you're looking at
I think there might be I believe there is a coating, a paint on the outside. I am not an expert for the exterior facade. I can speak to the structure. But I believe that there is like a coating on the exterior of the concrete. Yes.
Okay. If you're looking at the columns of these buildings,
Commissioner Shetta. Commissioner Shetta.
One more point, Chair.
Okay, we need to make this really. We need to go to the public.
Give me 60 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah, 60 seconds. In your opinion, which column level would be evaluated if you're looking at the structural evaluation of a building? Is it the 7th floor or the 1st floor? Would you start from up top or down? And please be brief.
Who is that? Who is that question directed to?
It's for you, right?
Okay. I would personally start at the top because that is the highest degree of load increase compared to what the column was originally designed for. So the original usage of the building was factory, and like we've discussed previously, the original design live load of the structure was 150 PSF. The new usage for residential, or current usage, I should say, is 40 PSF. So all of the floors below the topmost floor have way more capacity than they need because of that original industrial usage. The topmost level is what really, in our experience, requires the most investigation, because that topmost level has the highest percentage of load increase compared to the existing conditions. So that would be the first place I would look, at the topmost level.
Yes. Thank you. That's enough. I'm done, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I know engineers love to talk about engineering. We've got to move on. All right. So let's go to the public. Anybody in the waiting room who is already there, and then Tony will make an announcement. Please raise your Zoom hand so we can let you in to speak. Okay. And go ahead, Tony.
This case is 2020-88BZ, 315 Berry Street, Brooklyn. If you want to call in, it's 646-558-8656. Webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. And the passcode should you require it is 267973. If you were in the Zoom room already, please raise your hand. Press *6 to unmute.
So
This is
there's
only
one.
for Berry Street.
Okay, so we have 2 people raise their hand who have already admitted, and there is 1 telephone number if that person wants to speak. There's now 3 people who raise their hand, and we'll allow that person to speak.
You have 3 minutes to speak. State your name.
Wait.
And okay.
Tony, wait. There's 1 person who called in. If you want to speak on this application, it's *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself, okay? So I see 3 people with their hands up who've been admitted. Dana Kane was first, so let's start with her.
Hi, feels like it's been forever since I've been here since 10 this morning. I don't know how you guys do it every day, but anyway, I have a couple. I'm going to turn the conversation to the human factor here and what the effect of this project will be. But first, let's see. First, I want to talk about the fact that one would think that microgrid would be on their best behavior while they're trying to get approval for this project. However, microgrid's interactions with the tenants of the building have left a lot to be desired. One of my friends let them into his or her space, and they drilled a hole in the ceiling, proceeded to draw all over his walls, her walls, and then refused to repair the ceiling and clean up the walls. Microgrid seems to think they have no responsibility to deal with the tenants responsibly. Plant a red flag here. I've also heard tales of company reps trying to get people in the neighborhood back the project. When they refused, the reps became hostile and belligerent. But all that pales in comparison to what happened to one of my friends when a representative of Microgrid called him her. It was supposed to be a conversation where my friend could state her concerns. It ended up being one-way tirade from the representative of the company. The microgrid rep would not let my friend speak, quickly dismissing everything my friend said. The microgrid rep was both hostile and aggressive. Then the rep inexplicably went on a 10-minute harangue about how she hates artists because they are, quote, to blame for the gentrification which forced Dominican families to leave Williamsburg, unquote. I know all this because my dear friend called me immediately after the call, very upset. The next day, she got an email from the same rep saying how nice it was to speak with you. Certainly it was nice for someone, but it was not for my friend. The rep for microgrid was not only unprofessional, but the episode demonstrates the lengths to which microgrid will go to intimidate the residents of the building who are opposed to the project. This is why the tenants have not met with microgrid reps in person. They basically treat us like an irritant to be quickly swatted away so that they can pursue their profits. Thus far, microgrid has failed to demonstrate they are reliable, honest, or respectful players in this venture. So if this is how they interact with the residents before the project gets approved, God help us if it does get approved. Now I want to change the subject quickly to another issue. We all know, let's see, I've already written to the board about my roommate who gave birth to a premature child who weighed in at 2.5 pounds at birth. Given she's so tiny and fragile, she needs to sleep all day. How's she going to do that with the drilling? That's a really human factor that should be considered here. And what is she going to do? Should she leave the city? And rents rents have skyrocketed post-pandemic, and it's doubtful that she could ever find a space for the same rent. But she has to do what's best with her baby. The project may force her to move. And it should be noticed that other small infants and children in the building. I myself am a senior citizen and an artist and have lived in the building since 1982. I work in the studio all day. I do not see how I'll be able to get any work done if I have to listen to constant drilling. So the question becomes, why should any of us have to live in a loud and potentially dangerous construction site? Extremely loud and unremitting noise, such as nonstop drilling into concrete, has long been recognized as a form of sound torture. Sound torture is a type of psychological warfare used to break the will of prisoners using loud music or white noise. I submit that constant drilling all day long would constitute a form of sound torture. So I'm looking to you, the BSA, to help us prevent this project from happening. We are liberal-minded. We think that we really think that we agree that we should have alternative sources of energy. but this is not the place to do it. Not in a residential neighborhood, not in a residential, on top of a residential building that has problems structurally that the DOB's written flags on. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. The next person is Paige Stevenson.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much for hearing my testimony. I've been a resident at 315 Berry for 33 years. Writing to add my voice, I did submit this testimony in writing as well. I just wanted to bring up, I've done some research about the about 100-year-old concrete buildings, and it seems very clear that there is no way to ascertain consistency, both in the admix, and, you know, notably, there were no settling techniques really employed or, you know, demanded at that time. And so we can't really know, even with samples, whether they're reflective of the rest of the building. I also want to point out that characterizing it, I know that technically it may be bits of the facade that are crumbling, and that may be characterized as minor and not a structural issue. But the fact that they penetrate and have for so long, I know that there are facade checks every 5 years and that work has been done, but frankly, it has never prevented the leaks from coming in. They've been coming in for at least 25 of the 30 years that I have been living here. And they're quite bad in a certain section. I live on the 6th floor, so there's pictures of 6N, you know, that's right down the way from me. That is my neighbor. So technically part of my space. So really the issue here is, you know, whether or not we should allow a construction that's going to add more vibration, more, you know, physical stress on a building that's already crumbling around the edges. Maybe the structure in the middle is fine for it, but we live, you know, around our windows, understandably. And I can't help but believe that this is going to make it much worse. And I really also want to bring to forefront the fact that we learned in the initial hearing in July that the only reason that this building is the only proposed location for this project is that the owner agreed to it, the only owner who agreed to it. And, you know, that is just a very bad precedent and reason to choose a location for something that is being sort of pretend, you know, greenwashed as a green energy generating site that is clearly just a money-making operation for this company. So I'm asking that the board deny the permit, and I thank you so much for your care and attention to this case and for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And then we have Olivia Silver. So go ahead, unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, hi. I think, you know, for me, as far as I'm concerned, living here, it's really depressing to have sat here since 10 in the morning and listened to other people talking about, you know, what for them is kind of, you know, a permit request and kind of a headache or this huge money-making operation. But for me, it's the roof directly over my house. It's where I've lived since I was little. It's where I would like to live, you know, in the future. So it's kind of sad and also really scary to think, you know, when you're hearing words like hazardous and frequency and EMF, and it's not, you know, downstairs somewhere you can walk by, it's going to be over my head where I'm living and sleeping 24/7. So yeah, it's very, very concerning and scary. And I don't know what else there is more to say, because the situation in this building hasn't changed. And I don't think the situation in this building will change, no matter how much microgrid insists that by ramming through this project, they'll get the landlord to better the situation in the building. Because all I see here is a greatly worsened situation, like a tremendously horrible situation. And it's not about the noise to a certain extent, you know, that's going to be awful, but then it's the fact that we're going to be living under this. You know, for me, maybe for the rest of my life. And I don't want that. I don't think anybody in their right mind after listening to any of this would want that. So for me, This is clearly, you know, a money-making operation with zero consideration for the people of this building. And there was very little talk from the people in the company about, you know, the human element here, about all the people who are living in the building, because microgrid has been approaching this building as though it were empty. So first you have a couple of things going up on the roof. Then you have a 15-foot high structure that's totally dangerous going up on the roof over my house, over a bunch of people's houses. And not only that, you have stuff going in the lot downstairs. Like that suddenly appeared. So for me, you know, it's this kind of idea where they don't care at all about the people here, and that's it. Oh, and also my dad's here and he'd like to speak as well.
Okay.
Steve Silver.
Hey, state your name, please, sir.
Steve Silver.
Okay,
I
go ahead.
I also live on the 7th floor with Olivia. I'd just like to say that I don't think microgrid's been honest with us. And when they first came, they said it was going to be a small thing that they're putting on the roof, 8 units, now it's 18 units. Okay, Mr. Dumbledore just said before that, you know, those purple installations were solar panels. They're not solar panels. This isn't a solar operation. It's an energy operation. The solar has nothing to do with anything. It's not going to provide anybody with solar energy. So it's a lie. So I think they've been lying to us. And as far as the other parts of it, the cracks are concerned, there's been water coming into our place. I've lived here for 40 years and there's water constantly coming into our place when it rains. So the degradation of the concrete is constant. It hasn't stopped. To get Richie Herbst to fix something is impossible. They're not going to fix anything here. They've avoided fixing anything in this building forever. And they don't fix anything. They put the cheapest way of doing anything as in the forefront of their idea. It's just a moneymaker for him. It's a moneymaker for microgrid. And they're not going to be providing energy on a big scale to anybody. So we're just going to be the guinea pigs for them. And, you know, as far as they're concerned, we don't count. You know, there's a bunch of little kids living in here. There's a bunch of older people living in here, and they're going to be up on the roof for God knows how long. These projects usually get extended. And so now it could be 3 months, could be 6 months. Who knows? There's going to be cranes all over the place putting this shit up on the roof. And okay. You know, they're gonna be fooling with the neighborhood too.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. We also have Teresa Dillon.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi. How are you? Thank you so much for your time. I hate to kick the same can down the road, but to reiterate what a lot of the other tenants have said is that I also have lived here for 22 years. And you know, as much as I'd like to believe, and I've heard that they're going to fix the facade of the building and the cracks, it just hasn't happened. And I thought maybe with this microgrid situation, there would be some moves made on that point, but that we have seen nothing being done, and we have seen giant cracks fall with rebarb exposed. The last meeting, I sent you guys about 50 photographs, if not more, and videos of the leaking. And we're not talking about just leaking and it comes through the windows. It fully rains inside my apartment. I cannot rent out one of my rooms anymore because the flooding is so horrendous in there. The last 2 hurricanes had me have to take a day off of work each time because I had to stay home and mop. So yes, the concern of not just these lithium battery things on the roof that weigh a lot and the vibrations and the drilling maybe exploding is one factor, but the fact that like the weight of that on this building, and yes, I am not a structural engineer, it just doesn't seem sound. Those engineers need to stay here for a week after a hurricane and actually assess what happens when these situations happen. If it rains even a little bit and the wind hits this facade a certain way, we're dealing with flooding all night long. I just personally can't see how having these structures on the building could possibly be sound for anybody. It seems super unsafe and quite frankly rude that they're still pursuing this after what we saw happen in Florida. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for
You're
calling
welcome.
and for listening for all those hours. Apologies. Yeah, that's what we do. Then we have Louise Belcourt.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for listening. I want to just answer or mention something that Commissioner Shektas said. He showed a photograph earlier this morning of a crack, and that was actually a crack in my space. I'm on the 6th floor next to Teresa. And that crack never gets water coming through it actually in the rain. That's just a crack that's there. I have plenty of other areas in my space that get regular flooding, but that crack that he was showing had nothing to do with any water. It's actually just a crack in the building. So it reiterates his point that cracking happens first and the water finds its way. It's not that the water makes the cracks. So there's that. And also, I just want to mention something about the EMFs, which I have been very concerned about and only are hearing about now. You know, how late in the game is this? And they start talking about it. There's going to be cables that are going to be emitting EMFs that are going to be coming up from the street, and huge cables running up the side of the building and then running down again. And they're going to be emitting this the whole time. So if you're saying that, oh, they're going to be in a section of the roof or a section of the back parking lot area or whatever, they're also going to be running up the side of the building next to people's spaces. And being on the 6th floor and also being on the front where the cables probably will be, you know, I'm going to be, what, 5 feet away from this constantly? I work at home. I live at home. I've lived here for 33 years. This is not something that I want to have messing with my body chemistry or my brain, or nor should I, nor should anybody. So I just want to say that, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for calling in and for participating. Okay, I think we don't have any more time for additional comments, and those are the people who called in. So I would ask, I think what's appropriate to do now is to actually close the hearing, because I think there's been a lot of testimony, and to allow the applicants to make their submissions. And Mr. Lobel, when I said 10 pages, that's specifically to those zoning questions and the jurisdiction questions. It's not to the other kinds of questions. So that it should be a reasonable submission so that you can make your cases. You hear.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Just to confirm that, to the extent that there were substantive issues raised from our submission, that the chair would, of course, with the commissioners, have the opportunity to reopen the hearing if necessary.
Yeah, of course, if we feel like it's something that needs to be discussed. But I think your job now is to respond as the best you can to the concerns, and hopefully persuade with those responses. Okay. And
I would just on the record say that you know, we are of course thankful for the board's time spent on this application. I'm a little concerned with the close, given that there are some substantive issues that it seems merit more discussion, particularly in response to some of Commissioner Shetta's concerns that were addressed today. Having said that, of course, you know, it is at the board's discretion, but I did want to raise that.
Right. Well, if we think we need to reopen, we will. But I think this is the way of moving the case along. We don't want it. Your client doesn't want to either be at this forever. And I think the questions that are presented are discrete ones that could be handled in a submission that we can review. Okay. Commissioner Shetta, just something quick to say.
Yes, I just heard it from two of the public members that they are describing the cracks as cracks in the facade. I just want to make it clear on behalf of this board that at no point during this hearing or any previous hearing, I meant to agree that the cracks shown are just facade or architectural cracks. I believe they are resulting from steel rust. They are structural ones. They need to be addressed by a structural engineer.
Okay.
That's it.
And in response to that comment, I would note that there have been crack surveys performed and our professionals have inspected the building in person and have provided that information to the board. I think that that is quite persuasive in providing the board with evidence. So that was an in-person review of all these cracks.
Right. Okay. I don't want to get the cracks. Let's stop with the cracks. Okay. And nobody else is permitted to speak. So
close.
Yeah. So we're going to close this. Yeah. Okay. No, but before we close, how much time to submit? responses. And, we always, so that you can just give us a general idea, and we'll get back to you with the next hearing date. And then you can confirm whether you can respond in time for that hearing date. But just to give us a general idea, how much time?
I think 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay. All right then. Thanks. Okay. So for a motion to close.
Just one clarification. So Mr. LaBelle's legal arguments are limited to 10 pages?
Yes.
That is the only one that's limited to 10 pages. The rest are responses to, okay.
Because I don't know how to, please don't, for the engineers, please don't submit 1,000 pages that we have to review. What I would ask that all of the specialists submit to also restrict their submissions to not more than 10 pages so that it's possible for us to review this. Because as you can see, it takes us days and days to review these materials, and we have many other cases. So each specialist, let's limit your response to 10 pages per specialist, okay? And
We don't need a submission on the structural issues. I don't need to see anything else.
No, but they have to have a chance to respond to you. So we can't have it just that you got to speak, they got to speak, and then there's no chance for them to respond in writing, just like what happened when we were talking about zoning issues, okay? So for the record, not more than 10 pages to respond to each specialty, okay?
Chair, I would also add that although there have been thousands of pages of engineering testimony, the legal testimony in this case has been relatively brief, if any. So,
Yeah, I understand that, but no matter what it's about, we have to read it. And we can't read 100 pages of submissions. We just can't. And we've already read hundreds of pages of submissions. So no matter whether it's on this subject or that subject, you had your chance to respond to those questions before, many of the same questions before, and the responses were, if I remember correctly, a paragraph. So that was a tactical decision. And so now I'm limiting you to 10 pages on each subject, on each specialty. Okay, that's it. Okay. Yeah, so a motion to close.
Oh, wait, Mr. Dumbledon has his hands up, or is that a mistake?
No, I just wanted to make one clarification that I think is important. I just want to say for the record that I think there's been a lot of very unfair characterization of MGN by the people, the tenants who've come to speak here. We've been very open with them. We tried to meet with them. And I think the idea that we threatened them is dishonest. It's flatly dishonest. And I just want to state that for the record.
Okay. Okay.
Motion to close. Chair Promoter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
I don't think we should close this. This is a very new project of its kind, and this is only the second hearing. There are still a lot of technical issues that we need to understand for a project of this nature, which is for the first time we are hearing. I don't think we should close it.
Okay, so you vote
So
no.
I would say
No.
You vote
Okay,
no.
continue. She votes no.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta? Commissioner Sheta?
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah. Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, hearing is closed.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We really need to move on to the next case. How's everyone feeling? Do you need a 5-minute break or anything like that? I'm not seeing the faces. Do we need?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
please.
5-minute break. Okay, so coming back, it's 4:45, 4:50. Okay. Tony, are you okay?
Sorry.
Tony, you sure you're okay?
I'm okay.
Okay, if everyone could come back, please.
Okay.
We have a quorum, we can start.
Okay. Oh, wait, gotta wait for Kurt. Okay, we're back on the record. This is the public hearing for October 5th, 2021. The next item is SOC calendar, continued hearing items, item number 24, 4297 BZ, 9320 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. Should be Alexis and Marvin.
I don't see Marvin yet. I see Alexis.
Alexis is there? Okay.
Alexia.
What's Alexia? I always thought it was Alexis.
Now you know.
Hi, I'm actually going to be presenting on behalf of Marvin today.
Okay, good. Let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and present.
My name is Alexia Landisman. I should be expecting one other person. I believe his name is Matt West.
Oh, how about Eric Rydberg? Is he with you?
He is, yes.
Oh, so I have to swear him in also, sorry.
Yeah, hold on a second. Matt West, I don't see though.
He calling in, he may have been, one moment.
So I have to swear them in, okay.
Okay.
Matt said that he raised his hand to get into the room. Do you see anybody? With phone number 9681?
In someone else's room.
Alexa, that was my number. This is Eric Ryberg.
Oh, okay, so it's not his then.
Sorry.
There's no phone numbers in, there's just names so far.
Got it. Okay, so then I think we can continue.
Okay, Mr. Ryberg, can I swear you in if you're going to speak? So let's get that out of the way. You raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Landsman.
Okay, well, first of all, very happy to see you all. It's been a long day, but so we attended the executive session and we'd love to address your comments. I have Eric Rydberg here, who is the engineer who conducted the lumen spread. And so we can actually talk about the lumen spread. I know the board wanted clarification on what work was done, what lights have been replaced, and a little bit more about the lumens reading. So I'm just going to pass it on over to Eric to just start with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you for taking the time. This project has been going on for a while. As you remember, the initial issue was that there was lights that were shining on the adjacent property. So what we've done is the light pole that is closest right on the property line, we cut down to 20 feet and replaced, there was 2 existing fixtures, replaced them with 1 fixture that was pointed out to the parking lot with a the backlight control as well to make sure that all the light was going out into the parking lot.
Can I just stop you? Are you able to share your screen with us so that we can see exactly what? That way
Sure.
you can point at it and that might speed things up.
Sure.
Because then we don't have to say, oh, you mean the light that's next to the corner of the thing with the thing? Instead, know what it is. Okay.
Let me just pull it up here. There's lots of So let me know when you can see my screen.
Okay.
We have to allow him to share the screen, or is already allowed to do it?
He's doing
Okay.
it. Take some time for there you go. We can see it.
Okay, great. So the main light source here is labeled B3.
Okay.
And so previously that was about a 35-foot pole and had 2 fixtures on it. The issue is that the original issue was that they were using optics that were supposed to deliver the light out into the parking lot. the original manufacturer shipped the wrong product, and there was actually light directly that was aimed at the adjacent house here, the 2610 and 94th Street. So we removed those two fixtures, we reduced the size of the pole down to 20 feet, and we installed one fixture head here. And then again with the backlit control to provide lighting within the parking lot, but then protect light from spilling over past the property line. And you can see the fence is called out here in that dotted line. We also replaced the 3 wall packs that are in this corner that are labeled under the label C to provide, again, just better control of the light and aim that light into the parking lot versus have the previous wall packs had more of a globe look to them where they were shining light, kind of a blob of light, if you will, versus a controlled light. And all of these cut sheets of the fixtures that were installed have been submitted as well. We've done light surveys afterwards. We actually, during one of the light surveys, the resident at the property came out and just told us how thrilled they were with the new lighting and that they were very pleased with how this was resolved. But again, we've taken light level readings right on the property line, on the fence, on top of the fence, as well on both sides. But that was the scope of work and what was involved in the project, and then the result.
Okay, is there somewhere on that drawing that says what the height of the pole is or what the fixture is?
No, but I can pull up the photometrics that was originally submitted.
No, so rather than do that, because when we approve a set of drawings, it's really just a few drawings. Can you just put the height of the pole and the type of fixtures, the B3, the A, and the C, right on that drawing? So that it's one simple drawing that's showing that information.
Yep, that's not a problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Shetta, do you have questions?
No, just the specs of that light fixture. Add them to the drawing, so you're good to go.
Okay.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Eric. And then moving on to the landscaping. So on our September submission, on our September 15th submission, we had stated that the landscaping was going to be planted by September 24th. Unfortunately, there was scheduling issues on Walgreens end, but they should be scheduled to be planted in the next 10 days. So with that said, I was hoping that we can just submit those pictures as soon as they're planted for you. And then lastly, to respond to Commissioner Shetta's response with the drainage, I know that he wanted to address that. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of background of where we are with the drainage. Originally, the catch basin was clogged. Walgreens put in a request to clean out the catch basin. This was on January 2020. Since then, there has been no flooding on the site. In fact, after Hurricane Ida, we had contacted the store manager for Walgreens to check up on the flooding to see how the parking lot was, how the parking lot was during the storm, and we were told that there has been no flooding since.
Okay.
And I believe that was the comments that were set out by the board.
Do you have any pictures from that time of the hurricane?
I don't have any pictures. I can see if the store manager may have some, but unlikely.
Do you have a camera outside? Can you grab some like pictures from these cameras?
I can definitely follow up with Walgreens to see.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so if they have it provided, otherwise there's nothing to do about that, right? Okay, all right, so.
And do you just want to state, Madam Chair, that about the signage, that DOB will deal with it?
Yes, right, so that'll just be, we'll have that in our resolution, but basically now we're going to specifically limit the scope of this waiver to parking. And so all the rest is for DOB to review. So that'll be evident in the resolution that we're not waiving anything else but parking. Okay.
Yes, I'm hoping that we can put this for a decision. I should be submitting the landscaping photos in the next week.
Okay. So first, before we do that, we have to go to the public. So let's see if there's public.
So the item that we're discussing is 4297 BZ, 93-20 Astoria Boulevard, Queens. The hearing, the call number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. And the passcode should you require it is 267973. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your hand and press *6 to unmute to speak.
Okay, well, we give them a little public, if there's any listening, some chance to call in. How much time do you need to submit your materials?
I want to say I will take 2 weeks to get to look through the Walgreens video cameras if they have any records, and to get photos and to give them time to plant them. So I
Okay.
think 2 weeks should suffice.
2 weeks to actually submit? So let me put it this way. Yeah, so 2 weeks to submit, but I have to say, if the planting gets done, normally 2 weeks to submit means you don't have a hearing for 3 weeks after that, okay? You can submit your photos anytime before the hearing.
Okay.
Let's say, not anytime, let's say by the Friday before the hearing, okay, of the planting.
Let's
All
do
right?
that. Mhm.
2 weeks to submit, but the planting photos up until the Friday before the hearing, okay?
Perfect, thank
Friday
you.
before hearing.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so then, hold on, 2 weeks. I'm just making a note for myself. Okay, so a motion to close then, nobody called in?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
sorry, Commissioner Shabeta,
Could you say that again? It was very weak. Okay,
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay, barely hear him.
yeah.
Hearing is closed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexia. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is item number 25, 2017-261 BZ, 527 East New York Avenue, Brooklyn. I can't even see, I gotta put the light on.
This is Ron Mendel.
Yeah.
I don't see him. If this is your case, please raise your Zoom hand in case somebody else is coming for him.
2017-261 BZ, 527 East New York Avenue. This is still Belkin and Burden? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just contacted them. Oh, there's Matthew. He's in the waiting room. Matthew Schamer.
Really? Oh, there we go. All right. He's in.
Is he on the phone or?
He's there. Unmute yourself, please.
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon.
Okay, hi, Matt. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond on city board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed. Go.
Matthew Schomer, Belkin, Burden Goldman for the applicant. We listened to this morning's review session. We have no further comments. We'd just like to thank the board on behalf of the applicant. They're excited to proceed with this project.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you again. Kudos to whoever, I hope that was you, prepared the materials that were submitted to us. They were really excellent.
Thank you.
So then let's go to the public.
The application we're discussing is 2017-261 BZ, 527 East New York Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. The passcode is 267973. If you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and press *6 to unmute to speak.
Okay, we'll give it a couple of seconds for community members to call in. So there's no submission, so we can just put this on for decision as soon as we have space to put it on for decision. And I just want to wish you very good luck with your project.
Thank you. Are we able to close and
No,
approved today or not? You have to
we
wait for the
no
decision.
longer, once we started these Zoom hearings, we could no longer handle closed votes.
Gotcha.
So we'll try to put it on as soon as possible for a decision. I'm not exactly sure when that will be, but because there's no submission, it makes it easier to put it on for a decision date. Okay?
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so motion to close.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next item is appeals calendar, continued hearings, item number 26, 2017-59A, 3857 Ocean View Avenue, Brooklyn.
Doing this one. Please raise your Zoom hand, or unless you're, is this Elise? Yeah, okay. Okay. She's in. Is there anybody else joining you? Oops, can you hear us?
Yeah, now I'm in.
Okay.
No, there's no one else joining me today.
Okay, you can proceed, Elise. This is an A case, you don't be sworn in.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. We heard your comment about putting a note about the sprinklers. We will add that note to the plan. And we heard the comment from Commissioner Sheta about Appendix G. We'll make sure that note is on the plans and we will update them. And we ask if you could please close this. If you have no other comments, we'll make sure to put those items on the plans.
Okay, let's go to the public because we need time.
Oh, real quick, or do you then want, you don't need another letter from fire department. You just want them to check the plan that the sprinkler note is there?
Right, so they're gonna, so right now the plans don't show sprinklers. They must show sprinklers. As long as the plans show it and the fire department's satisfied with just seeing sprinkler note on the plans, then that would be okay. I don't know if oh yeah, so Chief Daly is in. We can ask him if we, on this case, Ocean Avenue, that was calendar number 2017-59BZ. Sorry, 59A. Oh, what does it say, BZ? Oh, that's how it was referred to in the fire department letter. Okay, so it's really A. We had a February 11th, 19 fire department conditional sign-off letter that said, fire department has reviewed the above noted application that was discussed at the executive session on February 11th and heard on February 12th. As per section 501, 4.3.1.2 and 1.4, a sprinkler system shall be installed throughout the building. A subsequent filing has been made to the alteration type 1 application that shows a sprinkler system is proposed to be installed at these premises. Therefore, the department has no objection to the application. So it sounds like, if I read this right, just putting a note on the drawings that we have for the GCL waiver should be enough. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that'll be enough.
Okay, great. Thank you. So then let's go to the public. Thanks, Tony.
The case we are currently discussing is 2017-59A, 3857 Ocean View Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. Passcode is 267973. If you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and press *6 to unmute.
Okay, so Ms. Fullader, how much time to respond?
The architect literally said he could do it before this hearing, so I think I only need a day because he was ready to put it on right now, and I said you needed time to submit. So whenever you can put us on, he's already knows the comments.
Okay, so I'll just write. So let's put it this way: submit it right away. That way, I don't have to say, "Well, I said 1 week," or "I said 4 days," and it's still not here, and therefore I have to take you off the calendar that I put you on. Right?
Okay.
Okay,
I'll
so
let him
immediately, and I'm gonna write maybe for October 18th, but I don't know decision. Okay. All right then. So I'd like to make a a motion to close?
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye. Aye. Okay.
Thank you. I heard you that time.
Oh, you know what? We closed, but I'm just going to say it. Commissioner Shetta had already made the comment during the review session, so it's part of that record about adding a note to the plan that the Appendix G provisions are not waived by BSA. Okay, just, I know we closed, but that was a comment that we made in review session, so it's kind of like we're having a review session.
Yeah,
Okay.
but she said she would put it on the plan, that note that he wanted.
Yeah, yeah, both the notes. Okay.
Okay.
The fire department and the Appendix G note. Sorry, I missed that,
Okay.
even though it's in bold red. Okay.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 27, 2019, 263BZ, 2122 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Me again.
Yes,
Just need
Andrew
only
Valari.
Andrew. Yeah, just Andrew Valari, because that's the
Yeah.
only kind of comment.
He's in.
Okay.
Ready?
Mhm.
Okay. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth? Do you affirm to tell the truth? The whole truth and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. We heard your comment about the trash, and we will get back to you on that. And then Andrew can speak very briefly about his work with DOT and DP. We responded in our last submission, and we hope to hear back from them soon.
Okay. Hold on one second. Tracy, did I make a mistake and close something I wasn't supposed to have closed?
You mean?
What do you mean?
I don't know, you had written me that there was one case that we were ready to close, but we still had an open seeker. Is this it? Which one is?
This is not, no, this
Okay.
is not it.
Don't forget to remind me when that one with open seeker comes, please, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, because I don't know where that note is. All right, good. So, all right, so let's go to the public then.
I thought you didn't want to hear from Andrew?
Oh, yeah, so ahead, go ahead. I thought he was.
Andrew wants to add anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that we are currently working with the DOT, and we are in receipt of their comments from the end of September. We're going to continue to work with them and make sure all comments are addressed. So I look forward to doing that and getting back to the board.
Okay. All right. Okay, so yeah, we don't need to discuss whether the fact that DOT had a lot of big comments, you have to solve them, so that's the issue. Okay. Anything else? The trash issue, lumen spread. Oh, that was one of the questions. But then we said that we're going to have a lumen spread done in the future with compliance here.
Yeah,
Okay.
it will comply with the new executive order.
Okay. Okay. What's the new executive order?
I thought that was the
Administrative order.
Administrative order. Excuse
Administrative
me.
notice, sorry.
No, it's
I
not.
almost-
It's not so much that. It's that right now all you can do is model this because there's no building, right? But we'd like you, because it's so close to residents, we'd like you to come back in an allotted time period to show us that there's compliance with the lighting. But that will be in the resolution, and our compliance officer will reach out to make sure you return, okay?
No problem.
But that's later, we still have other things to get through. So let's go to the public.
The case we're currently discussing is 2019-263BZ, 2122 Richmond Avenue, Staten Island. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. The passcode, should you require it, is 267973. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and press *6 to unmute.
Okay, let's see. So if there's anybody in the waiting room who wants to speak on this, please raise your Zoom hand. There's one person who called in. If you want to speak on this case.
This is Richmond Avenue, Staten Island.
Thank you. Then it would be *9 to raise your hand, okay? But other than that, how much time to submit the responses? And also, for the turnaround with DOT. So rather than coming back quickly.
Months.
Months, okay.
Well, DEP also, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, the DEP, we submitted that at the mid-September when it was sent to us. However, there is a queue for DEP reviews, so I don't know the estimate for that.
Okay.
Back to months.
So pick some number of months.
4 months. I don't know. I'm like really guessing because we're going to need to go back and forth with DOT. And I know each time we go back and forth, it's like a month to review.
All right. If I said 5 months, is that bad?
wow.
No,
No?
sounds good.
Bad. Mr.
Go
Villar,
for it.
what do you think? I don't know.
That sounds fine to me. I'd be in big trouble if I don't have DOT by then. So
Yeah, I know, but would you be in big trouble if you didn't have it in 4 months? I'm not your client. I don't know.
Our client understands that we're going back and forth with DOT.
yeah,
So
and
I think it's fine.
the issue with the DOT was the dates of when we did some of our work. It was over the summer. Schools are back in session, and we just got to make sure we do it right. So no corner cutting. Like it takes some extra months. So 4 months, 5 months sounds reasonable.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you.
Next
Right.
item number 20. I'm sorry, may I go on, Madam Chair?
Yeah, of course.
Item number 28, 2019-192BZ, 16 Harrison Place, Brooklyn. Oh, I'm sorry, Daryl?
What happened? Daryl, oh, Daryl, go ahead. Did we miss something? Was your
No,
hand
no,
up?
this is for this case. That's why.
What did you want to say? Go ahead.
For the fire department reviewed the revised plans from September 15th, and they find it the rooftop access acceptable. So they're going to issue a letter of no objection.
Okay, I think we actually maybe got the letter. I don't know.
I know, I emailed you earlier, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just okay.
But no, but that's good. So thank you for pointing it out because I actually forgot. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So let's go. Whose case is this? Please raise your Zoom hand if this is your case. Oh,
This
Todd.
is Todd's case. I'm here. My hand is raised.
I see it. Okay.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do so affirm. Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Todd Dale for the applicant. Good evening, everybody. Just quick to start, I'll confirm that the fire department did issue that letter. It was sent by email during the course of this hearing. First, I would say, unfortunately, due to family commitments, Ms. Corris, the financial analyst, was not able to stay for this hearing. You know, I realize hearings can run long, but unfortunately, this one went a little bit long on this particular day. So I am not going to pretend to be the expert and respond specifically to questions, but I can provide some general information that she did provide. Okay. We did listen to the review session and heard all the comments that were raised by the board. I realize it's been a long day, but I want to make some general comments and then, you know, address any additional questions that might be raised. The first, I just want to speak a little bit to the history of this particular case and the issue of responsiveness. I agree with the board. We don't want this to keep going on and on and on. Nobody wants that. We want to resolve that. But I would say that for this particular matter, that every time issues have been raised, we have responded. There's never been an adjournment requested. And if you look at the history of the case, you can perhaps understand why there have been multiple hearings. The first hearing in January, the primary issues that were raised by the board with respect to variance findings, primarily A and C and D. And our response to that really sort of tried to focus on the uniqueness factor, the neighborhood character, and the self-created hardship issues. There were comments were made about the feasibility study. However, it wasn't until the second hearing in April that Marshall and Swift was raised for the first time. Now, I'm not going to debate the merits of Marshall and Swift. I think that that's been settled. But I think that the board could agree that for a period of time, independent cost estimates were required, and that the board then determined that it was necessary to go back to Marshall and Swift, or more appropriate in cases where it wasn't necessarily a really large development of this type. But April was the first time that Marshall and Swift was raised. In response to that, the financial analyst actually became involved with the new Marshall and Swift online estimator. It had changed since prior when it used to be books, but did the online estimate. And we did provide a revised study. It did include the cost information that was provided by the independent estimator, but we also included the Marshall and Swift to provide the board a basis for comparison. At that third hearing, the board asked for clarity with respect to Marshall and Swift, understandably, because everyone was sort of learning this new system. We did seek to provide that clarity in addition to some of the seller and fire department information. And then today, which is the fourth hearing, the board has raised additional questions regarding the square foot cost. Now, and other aspects of the feasibility study. I don't want to minimize anything else that was raised, but that was really one of the primary issues that came up. And what I would say is that though, we understand that this has had multiple hearings, we believe that it's been a logical procession, especially in light of what I would say is a change in standard by the board with respect to the feasibility study and a Marshall and Swift system that really is new and different than it was when it was the primary means for assessing costs and feasibility studies, a few years ago when it was primary there. We did hear that Commissioner Otley Brown reached out to Marshall and Swift. I'd like to confirm that our development team also reached out to Marshall and Swift to try and get some clarity on some of the information that you would do with respect to inputs, because the fact is that as we're learning the new system, we're trying to understand what's included and what's not included. So we would agree that some of the information, we're not disputing anything that Commissioner Otley Brown said, but the choices that were made with respect to this feasibility study, and this is information that was provided by Ms. Corus, were actually based on conversations with Marshall and Swift. For example, we learned that there are 3 different types of soft costs, that there are soft costs that could be overlap. Those are costs that we've learned are overlap, and we're actually proposed to remove those from the next study. They include some of the permit costs that were there, that there are a set of soft costs that are included in Marshall and Swift and are there as part of normal contracting costs. For example, ongoing surveys, which would be different than preliminary surveys. And then there are the third type of soft costs that include, for example, architects and engineering fees that are generally normally included in the Marshall and Swift estimate, but are zeroed out if independent input is put in for those fields. But the short of it is that we're learning about these soft costs at the same time. That said, based on our review of soft costs, that there was a dedicated effort to be as accurate as possible. We entered that information of this most recent study and the revision. Even with the revisions we're proposing to do with some of the overlaps, we're going to show that it's actually a minimal difference with respect to the soft costs. Beyond the costs, it really seems that one of the core issues that's happening with this Marshall and Swift online estimating tool is with respect to the class and the quality of the buildings. And we did provide in this most recent submission the available information we had with respect to class and quality, and we maintain that the class selected, the A class, was the proper class because it's the only one that's non-combustible materials, which is what's shown on the plans, and that the quality of 3.0, which was reduced from the 4.0 quality we had originally included, is more reflective of a development of this type in the outer boroughs, this townhouse building. And it was reduced from the 4.0, which might be more of your, marble lobbied hotel in Manhattan. But there was a reduction there, and that's where we came up with these figures. That said, in response to issues that were raised today during review session, we are continuing and propose to continue to reach out to Marshall and Swift, and our hope is to get actually more tangible examples from Marshall and Swift with respect to class and quality, because we believe it will help support this application, and honestly, it'll help support future applications that the board might review as we go forward, because it's, as I said, we're sort of learning this tool anew as it's becoming the standard before the board. So I just wanted to make those comments with respect to the responsiveness, the pattern of this, and the financial analysis. And just to state that, to confirm, we've heard what the board have said. We have made changes. We've made concerted efforts. We've reached out to Marshall and Swift, and it's not a desire to be unresponsive, but I think the board should recognize the fact that there have been some changes in standards that have occurred during the pendency of this application, and we're trying to adapt to it as best as possible. Just some other quick comments. with respect to the as of right artist loft, this is something that's been discussed previously, but I'm happy to discuss it again. Just want to reiterate that the artist loft that was presented was based on Department of Buildings approved plans, that the owner originally, when they were looking to develop this lot as of right, actually pursued that as of right artist loft scenario, went to the Department of Buildings, obtained approved plans. So it wasn't just a theoretical instance. They actually went to the full extent of going through the approval process and then determined that for feasibility reasons, it wasn't going to work out. But they originally pursued that because they realized a one-story warehouse just wouldn't work on a lot that's this shallow and narrow. That said, we've since the original application come up with this proposed design. We've presented the DOB approved as of right artist loft design. Per the direction of the board, we prepared plans for the alternate variant scenario for the office. If we, we can prepare a fourth scenario to review, which is this one-story warehouse. But as said, it wasn't a decision not to prepare it. It was a determination originally based on, the development history of the site that the loft as of right scenario was the most feasible of two infeasible options. So those are the general comments that I would make now. As I said, I apologize that Ms. Corus wasn't available to answer some of the specific questions I'm sure Commissioner Otley-Brown would have raised, but we would appreciate the opportunity to be able to address those comments in writing at a future hearing and to respond to the issues that have been raised. And as I said, we intend to reach out to Marshall and Swift to get as much information from them as possible with respect to the class and quality, because in our assessment of what's been discussed, that really seems to be, I don't want to minimize other issues, but that's really the key issue that's coming up here is the class and quality and how they affect costs. And I think that understanding is really necessary.
It's not just the class and quality and how it affects cost. It's all of the different add-ons that were added into your scenario that literally seemed like they were a way in which you could justify your original cost estimators price per square foot, which was extraordinarily high. And then when you talk to Marshall and Swift actually covers all of those things. What I'm looking for is not the 1 in a million building in Brooklyn that's going to win the LEED awards and the Architectural Digest feature story. I'm looking for the average 4-story apartment building with 6 or 7 average apartments in it. That's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'm looking for from Marshall and Swift. I'm looking for what is the going rate for the average type of building. Now, if after the fact you decide you want to go for that LEED designation or your Architectural Digest feature, that's on you to do privately, but those costs can't be all factored in, because what it ends up doing is it completely elevates the cost per square foot. That looks kind of ridiculous. I don't think any bank would finance something like that, close to $500, $600 a square foot for an ordinary building. It just doesn't make sense. It isn't even an elevator building, your proposal.
Right.
So
I understand.
You have to also realize that we're looking at not just your case, but there happen to be like 4 different cases in this area right now that are in several stages. You're way up there in terms of your construction costs. Why? You have the least problems.
Understood. And I hear what you're saying. I would say I know our office is involved with at least one other case in the area. I know there was discussion of the Red Hook case today, which I believe Ms. Corus is actually involved with also as far as those costs. But I would say I understand what you're saying. I can't speak to the specific options that she entered. Again, I don't want to misspeak for her particular report, but I would say that there was consideration and the options selected were more in line with the building you're describing than this luxury, Brooklyn townhouse. And we believe that we'll be able to demonstrate that based on communication we had with Marshall and Swift with respect to the cost per square foot figures that you're citing. And I understand what you're saying. Sorry.
Can I also say that, it's not just one specific thing. For instance, I'll give you another example for your non-complying office building that you did. You did that as a Class A quality level 4. That's what you did. But when you look at the plans say this is a class 2B construction. So then what I did is I went online and I was searching construction levels. What is a class 2B? And a class 2B is unprotected non-combustible. So we went from unprotected non-combustible to you choosing the top construction type available, which is fireproof structural steel. And I don't understand how you made that jump from a 2B to a fireproof structural steel, but you realize that adds a lot of cost.
Understood. I would
So
say,
it leads me to think that, and this may not be what was happening, but that somebody was sitting there going, well, what if I choose a class A and a quality 3? No, that's not quite it. What if I choose a class A and a quality 4? Oh, look, I'm getting close to my cost estimator. So it doesn't, to me, make me trust the numbers more.
That's
it makes
fair.
me distrust the numbers.
I understand what you're saying. Just one point of clarification. The office choice was Class A quality 3, not quality 4 in the report. I just want to clarify that. So
Wait, because let me look.
I'm looking at page 7 of the
all right,
PDF.
Class A, yes, that one is Class A quality 3. And I'm arguing you should use Class C quality 2. 2 is average. I don't see any reason for a property like this to be above average in quality.
I could understand, based on my understanding of the information we received, that could be reduced to a 2 or a 2.5. But I don't think a Class C would be appropriate because that's a masonry building. So I don't think a Class A, a Class C. I think maybe a Class B. But again, this just goes back to the idea of Class A, B, and C, and quality 4, 3, and 2. And I understand that these numbers, the information that's been made available to us so far is this very general number, and we're doing our best to fit into these categories. And that's why we're hopeful that in continued communication with Marshall and Swift, if they gave us like a more specific example with more detail, then we could narrow it down and we could substantiate it. And it would either be, board, here are the choices we made, and here's a more specific example, and now you know why this is, or it clarifies for us that yes, it shouldn't be a 3, it should be a 2.0. And I think, though, that at this point,
point out something before you, so we're talking about the as of right as an office building where an option is to build it in masonry, in fact, right? Nobody said you should build a steel frame on a small lot, steel frame building. I'm not even sure how you can, when most buildings on lots like this are in fact concrete block, foundation, etc., and with either metal deck. I mean, it's just there. That's the dumbest building typology. Nobody said, as Commissioner Ali Brown said, that you should build like the, architectural record winner of the year thing. So to shorten this series of hearings, what I would really recommend, because we really can't go on with this more, and I do see Commissioner Shetta's hand up, but we really can't go on with this more, that you agree to the Class C quality 2 masonry building. No, it's not going to necessarily win awards unless you have a really clever architect who does really cool things with concrete block or whatever, which exists, by the way. Many such buildings have won amazing awards. So, but nonetheless, go to the Class C quality 2 building, and in response to comments that we've had before about why should a variance here get more than the neighbors, reduce the size of the building to 3 stories. It's not about the height, it's about the amount of floor area. Then you've sort of cured all the questions. You've lowered the cost of construction of the as of right, and your proposal is the minimum variance necessary and also neighborhood character necessary. In other words, limited to not more than what the neighbors got. And I think then we could be done with this and not actually have to hold another hearing, but could actually maybe close, look at that, and then we're done.
Understood. I would just make, I would just make one quick comment to that because I know it's been a long day, that the proposed building was designed pursuant to R6, which is the closest residential district. We hear what you're saying about stories and floor area. The proposed floor area, based on available information, this building is actually smaller than the building to its left. And it's larger than the building to its right. The reason being, if you look at the building to its left, it has that long extended first floor. So even though it's 3 stories, the total floor area is greater based on the figures we have than what we're proposing. But we can provide that information, but we can also, I will go back. The design that came up was based on the experience the owner has in this particular area. But you've made it very clear, and I will make it very clear to them that this is a concern raised by the board. I just felt it was important to note that this building that's being proposed is actually sort of in between floor areas of those 2 buildings based on the figures we have.
But the one that you say has more floor area and it has a deeper first floor, is that a commercial use on the first floor?
It's the one with the restaurant on the first floor. And then
There you go. So do you have a restaurant on the first floor?
No, but the discussion here was just that it was floor area.
No. So this is a use waiver, right?
Sure.
So we always talk about a lesser variance is less of a use waiver. If you wanted to put a restaurant or let's say a use on the first floor, that is actually a commercial use. And then the other floors are residential, not more than what the neighbors have. Now you're talking apples to apples, but that's not the ask. The ask is entirely residential. So a bigger use waiver, which, so I would say pick one of those things, do that thing, and lower your as of right to a class C quality 2, and probably, right, Commissioner Holly Brown, we could be done with this.
Understood. I've heard what you're saying, but I said, and as you made it very clear, and in conjunction with all those comments, we also still are going to pursue with Marshall and Swift, seeking to get more of this information, because as I said, we think it would be a benefit not only to this application, but future applications.
Okay, so Commissioner Shetta has his hand up. Commissioner Holly Brown, you're muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry, that if you're going to stubbornly stick with what you've put, even in your proposed, I'm just going to come to the conclusion that your numbers are not credible, because I'm sitting here and I'm looking at a base cost. You're at $330 a square foot. Then you're adding exterior walls of some spectacular quality because you're overriding the exterior walls that are included in your base cost. Heating and cooling that you're overriding what's included in the base cost. All of these things raise your construction costs up to $525 a square foot. That's unheard of. So you're going to have to bring that down precipitously.
Understood.
Okay, let's hear from Commissioner Shetta, who had his hand.
Yeah, I'm afraid that we're still getting pushback on this. This is number 1. Number 2, this is more or less 20 feet wide lot that could actually be built with 2 side walls and just beam bridging between the 2 walls. That simple. There is no structural framing needed. There is no columns. Done. That the other thing is, I want to put on the record on the responsiveness side. The applicant is saying that he's being responsive. I recall during the last hearing that we spoke about the inclusion of the soft coast in Marshall and Swift. And during this very submission, this one, the one that we're looking at, if you read from the submission letter from the council, it says that Marshall and Swift does not include the soft coast, and explanations were provided in the financial analyst letters. Like I said during the review session, I did look at the report, not just the cover letter, like that submission says. It says it has been discussed in the cover letter or the cover report, the report cover. But I did look at the entire report and I wasn't able to find it. So can you guide me to where I can find this?
I'm sorry, so where the soft cost information is? I mean, unfortunately, Ms. Corris isn't here, so I don't know, like, like specific page, but as I said, just generally at the beginning, I know that the information that was in for soft cost, that after clarification from Marshall and Swift and the 3 different levels, that there's some soft costs that are automatically included. There's some soft costs that would be overlap, which are going to be removed in conjunction with every other edit. But then there are other soft costs that you can manually enter, such as I think like engineering fees is one example, that if you manually enter them, they get removed from the automatic addition within the Marshall and Swift figure. So I think that with respect to soft costs, it really depends on the soft cost as to how the online estimator deals with it and what input you put in. So there's multiple levels. So I understand your question. I'll make a note of it to get some clarification in the future submission, but I think it would really, I think we'll have to provide some information as to these 3 different levels of soft costs.
Okay. Okay. All right then.
Can we please, can we close this today?
Yeah. Please speak
Waiting for the
closer.
submission that comes.
Yes. Please speak closer to the mic. It's really hard to hear you, but I heard you want to close.
Sorry.
We are going to close this.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, but first I need to go to the public. So go ahead. Tony.
Okay. The case we're currently discussing is 2019-192BZ, 16 Harrison Place, Brooklyn. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. The webinar passcode, should you require it, is 267373. Sorry, 267973. And if you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and star 6 to unmute.
And I see enough information by seeing both Tracy's and Jella's hand up to check my notes. And this is one we cannot close because we have open seeker, right, Tracy and Jella?
No, Tracy sent you an email. Oh.
Right. It was just more of a point of clarification. We can close it, but we can't, like, if we are going to go forward with this application, we'd have to reopen to finish the seeker.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is that your environmental consultant?
She is. And she's saying, what about DEP? Okay, so is that okay to do, that we open it?
If I
Yeah,
could interrupt just quickly, I would say, I understand what the board needs to do administratively. Regardless of whether the board closes today or not, we understand the next appearance is the last appearance,
Yeah.
barring anything administrative. So if the board left it open, I would acknowledge on the record that the board has made it clear that that's the last hearing.
okay. That's probably cleaner. We never close these cases if we have open seeker. right?
Understood. And just to clarify with respect to the seeker, I've spoken to the environmental consultant and they're prepared to submit the responses to EP probably within 5 to 7 days, just to give a sense of timing.
Okay. Is that okay, Tracy, Kurt?
I mean, my recollection was the only maybe minor exception is where it's sort of a paperwork matter to close out and get a sign off. So I think that this is probably cleaner to leave it open.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So we can't close. Apologies to everyone, commissioners, but we're going to make a very big note. Everyone make a note in your notes that this is the last hearing. There's a submission and what's open is environmental, okay? Okay, then so how much time to submit your responses?
I would say, again, we're flexible with the board's calendar, but in light of the comments made and the fact that there may need to be a redesign depending on the class and quality assessment, that we probably want 6 to 8 weeks to submit just to be sure that
Okay.
this is resolved. And again, we can be flexible with the board's calendar.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm putting it on for 8 weeks to submit.
Understood.
Is there anything that Jella or Tracy want to add? Because their hand is still up and I didn't know whether you want to still speak.
Oh, I just wanted to cover for Tracy in case she couldn't speak. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, all right. All right then, so 8 weeks to submit and I'm writing in really big letters. Last hearing.
I've noted it in red letters on mine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Public. Nobody in the public?
Nobody in the public, right?
Nobody.
Is the camera, because I'm noticing a wheel in motion. Okay,
That's you. That's your,
okay, all right.
those are always personal. Okay.
Okay, item number 29, 2021, 12BZ, 250 Westervelt Avenue, Staten Island.
Okay. Uh-oh. That. What's that?
This is Ron.
Ron, yeah, his hand is up. Okay, oops. I let somebody else talk. How did that work? Okay, go ahead, Ron.
Hi, does Tony need to swear me in?
Are you the only one, Ron? I
Yes.
was waiting to see. Okay, sure. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Are you doing a picture or a video, or are you coming?
No, I could just address the minor comments heard earlier today. Good evening, commissioners, Madam Chair. From the comments earlier from review session, I did speak to the architect. We will show the street tree Parks Department distance requirements on the site plan, and that will confirm that we can only have one street tree at this site. So we'll add that to the site plan. And regarding the exterior finish materials, I also discussed that with the architect. It will be hardy board, fiber, cement siding, and we'll be able to submit these documents within the next day or two.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's go to the public on this. Thank you.
The case we're currently discussing is 2021 12BZ, 250 Westervelt Avenue, Staten Island. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. Kurt, your screen is not sharing. Webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. The webinar passcode is 267973. Should you wish to call in, I'm sorry, if you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and press *9 to unmute.
If you called in, you press *9.
You called in *9.
Okay. So the other thing, Mr. Rosati, I'd like to have added to the drawing is a note that BSA takes no position on whether the area in the attic is floor area, and DOB to review and make a determination on the issue. Okay. I think that might already be on the drawing.
Yes, we added that, something similar to that.
Okay. I
Okay.
think that's already on the drawing. So then
Yes.
it's okay. I forgot to put that on my notes. All right. All right. I don't see anyone calling in. I don't see any other than sort of this kind of paperwork issue, anything open. So I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. Could you repeat that?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Unmute yourself, please.
Jenny,
There you go.
can you, did you hear him? All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosati.
Thank you. I'll get those documents in by the end of the week.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 30, 2020 89BZ, 111 Langham Street, Brooklyn. Staten Island.
Brooklyn. Okay.
Elise Fullader, I need Mr. Shanker should be somewhere there.
Yeah, I think he was just let in, right? Okay.
Is he there?
I don't see him.
No.
Can you do without?
Yes, he's
No.
there. Dimitri.
There he
Shank-
is. Now I see him. I cannot do without. He's key.
Okay.
There he is.
Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions?
I do.
Mr. Shanker?
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. First, I wanted to say I will
I didn't hear,
rewrite.
excuse me, I didn't hear Mr. Shanker.
He's
Okay,
muted.
unmute yourself and say that you, no, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do.
There we go.
Okay, now proceed, Ms. Folder. Sorry.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm here with the architect, Mr. Schenker. First, I want to say I will rewrite the entire statement of facts. We heard your comments and I totally understand. And then now I would like to share my screen and we can go through comment by comment your architecture questions.
Okay.
Okay, so screen, yeah, share. I'm gonna make it big. You can see it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess since we're on the first page, I can first show you that this is the 1950 Sanborn map. We had a separate Sanborn map that didn't have a year on it, but this one you can see on the plans is from 1950. I hope that satisfies Commissioner Shetta's question about that.
But in case when you submit Sanborn maps, please make sure you've got dates clearly indicated on the Sanborn maps. Okay.
Sometimes we have a set in our office from like 1930s, so sometimes I use those because we have them available, but I try to clarify the date, but understood.
Yeah, it has to say it on the map, right? Okay.
Okay. And then the next comment was about Appendix G, and I think we wanted a little bit of a clarification on what you were looking to see regarding Appendix G.
So you're required at the DOB, you're required to include a page or something, it doesn't have to be a whole page, where you indicate that you're making the argument that Appendix G is being complied with. In this case, there was a separate piece of paper provided that showed the calculations for substantial compliance.
Oh, yeah.
Substantial construction, I mean. That calculation should be on this set of drawings in sort of a little section that's about Appendix G. And there should be reference to the section in Appendix G that says something to the effect of, if it's not substantial construction, then you're allowed to continue to occupy that ground floor that's below base flood. Okay.
It's clear. We'll edit. No problem.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Sounds good. Thank you very much. And then you asked for a basement plan, Mr.
It's just
Schenker.
not in the set. There's no basement plan in the proposed set. There's a basement plan existing.
The reason is that we do nothing at the basement plan. That's why we just provided existing basement.
Right, I know, but since when we approve drawings, it has to be the whole set of the proposed.
Understood.
Okay, so just stick it in there and relabel it to propose.
Okay, understood. And then there was a question from Commissioner Chanda and maybe you, Chair, as well, about the sky exposure plane and the solar panel. So I'm going to go to the axiometric. Right.
Actually, the section, well, maybe the axos.
Actually, go to 812.
Okay. Mr. Schenker, if you want to explain that.
Yes.
And then I can go to the other plan if you need.
This is side yard setback, not sky exposure.
Yeah,
plan.
it's not a sky exposure. It's a side setback from the side yard.
Okay.
So what's with side setback? What's the question?
So you're showing the sloping plane there, right? You see that? Because the side yard setback has a rule that above a certain height, above the required side yard, I don't know if this is above the certain height, but then you have to set back according to a rise to run. Your own drawing there on 12 is showing a sloping plane, which looks like it's the side yard setback, unless it's not.
No, it's not setback. This is the sloping planes. We need to stay within the sloping plane envelopes. And the axonometric view more clear describing how we stay in it. So it's better to look into.
Oh, so this is more about the rules for low density districts where you take the corners and you pull them together.
Correct.
Is that what we're talking about? Okay, so let's look at the axonometric, because this section shows you penetrating it. That's why we're confused.
Yeah, because we have two slopes. Yeah, here you can see two slopes. one slope is perpendicular to another. So we stay within the slope which is from the side yard.
Ah,
When you look from side yard, we're completely within this slope.
I see. I see.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Is that,
Mhm.
that makes sense?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the graphics is confusing otherwise. Yeah, I understand now.
Sorry.
Just a note, Vice Chair wanted the zoning designation to be changed on the plans. Do you all
Yeah, I
say
haven't gone
R41?
through all the comments yet.
Oh, sorry, Elise. Sorry.
Okay, so that's another thing. We will check to make sure everything says R31.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll fix the rear yard diagram. That was a comment, I believe, because there was a lot issue there. And then we will provide a survey. He, of course, has one. I don't think we did submit one. And I think that was all the comments,
I think,
unless I'm missing something.
no, I think that was it, actually. Thank you. It's a pleasure to get such tiny asks on these 73-622s. Okay, let's go to the public then.
Oh, I can stop the sharing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. The case we are currently discussing is 2020-89 BZ 111 Langham Street, Brooklyn. The call-in number, should you wish to call in, is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846, and the passcode, should you require it, is 267973. If you're in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and press star 6 to unmute.
Okay, so while we wait to see if anyone calls in, it does look like the addition is going to be concealed pretty much by the kind of the existing mansard roof thing also, which is fortuitous. I don't see anything that's substantive. It's really, this is cleaning up details on the application. Does everyone agree with that? Can you show the screen again, Kurt, please? Does everyone agree? Nothing substantive left? Okay. So I like then therefore to make, after we find out how much time you need to submit this?
I'm going to just say 2 weeks to be safe, to make sure I look at every single different thing.
Okay, and you're going to write that, you're going to rewrite the statement of facts to be so perfect in that 2 weeks?
That's why I said 2 weeks and not 2 days.
Okay. Okay. All right, so then I'd like to make a motion to close.
Chair Perlmutter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Okay. Great,
very
thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Schenker, for coming.
Thank you.
And you
Item
too.
number 30, I'm sorry. Item number 31, 2021-9BZ 145-163 Wolcott Street, Brooklyn.
So if this is your application, please raise your Zoom hand. It's your application, in other words, you're the applicant. I only see one person. I see Mr. Washburn. Oh, and Jack Freeman. Okay. Are we expecting others? Mr. Washburn, do you want to tell us who's on your team? Is it me or are we not hearing anything?
Isn't this Ross Moskowitz's case?
Yeah, oh, that's true. Where is everybody? Hello? Can you hear me, Tony?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, okay. It's just such, it's like crickets out there from the applicant. Can we get someone to just speak about what's going on? Otherwise.
Hello?
Hello? Can
I think Eva Schneider is part of the team.
Okay. Can the people who are in the Zoom room who are part of this application, who are on the team, raise their Zoom hands, please?
So, okay, so this is John B. from Strzok, and am I, yes, okay. So I apologize for the delay there.
John Bean, that's not Alexandros Washburn.
That is true. We are in the offices of Alexandros Washburn. And I will, should I swear myself in and then start the apology and then work on the case here?
No,
Well,
not-
we'll swear everybody in, but is your team ready?
They are. All of my team members are here.
So can you tell us who the team members are? Because there's a lot of people in your room there.
Yeah. So I am John Ignatius Bean from Strzok on behalf of the applicant.
And I'm Alexandros Washburn.
I'm Jack Freeman on behalf of the applicant.
So there were 3 people in your room, John.
Yes, there are. That's correct.
Who's the
Physically
third
here.
person?
The third was Michael Burke, who is he'll introduce himself when he speaks. He's from Langen.
Okay, it's just we're trying to have identification on the Zoom page.
Yes, I'm just, Madam Chair, if, for Mr. Bean,
Yeah,
good afternoon. Yeah, so if when members of your team that are in your room speak, I just ask that they announce themselves every time that they're about to speak, to just state their name so our record could remain clear.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Mr. Costanza. We'll do that. So,
Okay, ready?
once again,
Raise your right hand. John, too early. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony for this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. We're here on behalf of the applicant for 145 Wolcott Street. This is a variance pursuant to 7221 of the zoning resolution. We're seeking use, floor area, and a rear yard equivalent variance, as you know. We have a full presentation that we prepared, but of course we attended the executive session and we want to tailor our comments to the questions. We do think it's important to give enough background for you to understand how we got to this place and how we think we are endeavoring to make the findings. I think it's important, just for the record, to state the project that we're seeking to develop. It's a 15-story mixed residential, commercial, and manufacturing building with 300,000 square feet of floor area at a 3.75 FAR, 210 dwelling units, 61 of which, as noted earlier, would be affordable in accordance with the 421A Affordable New York program, and 314 accessory off-street parking spaces. We think it's best to focus on 2 items based on the comments earlier today. The uniqueness, why we are unique and why it's a hardship, and why what we're proposing is consistent with neighborhood character. Jack is, of course, Jack Freeman is here to also speak to the comments regarding the financial analysis, but what we heard from the board is that they need to be further persuaded on both the A finding and the C finding. But before we do that, I think it's really important to introduce one of the owners of the site and a longtime resident of Red Hook, my client, Alexandros Washburn. He's gonna walk you through how we got here. And then, of course, we're always here to answer any questions. Please feel free to interrupt. I know it's been a long day. We really appreciate all your attention. I apologize for the clunkiness at the start. I almost testified for the single family home enlargement, so at least I didn't do that. And speak now.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Perlmutter and Commissioners, for the opportunity to make this presentation.
State your name, please.
I'm Alexandros Washburn. I'm a long-term Red Hook resident who's raised 5 kids here. I'm an architect, and I'm the former chief urban designer at the Department of City Planning. I care a lot about my neighborhood, and I've worked for years with my neighbors to make it better. I'm really eager to show you how we got to the project before you. But let me say first that I appreciate the time, the effort, and the thoughtfulness that you and the staff have all put into reviewing our plans. I know from my years of experience as a city employee just how much work goes into the process from your end. And I also know this for a fact. The process makes the project better. Listening to you makes the project better. Now I'd like to show you our project, and hopefully I will be able to make the right share screens. So if you give me just a second, we'll go to the share screen button here. Now we'll pick this. Now we'll share. And I'll start the presentation. There we go. Okay. The Red Hook model block. Why do we call it the model block? Well, it's a model we hope will catch on, not for the design, but for the process. We started by asking questions of our neighbors. We asked, what do we need in Red Hook? What do we love about Red Hook? And how can we build it all into the model block? And this is what we heard. We need jobs, we need housing, we need resilience, and we need environmental cleanup. We're able to bring it together on our site through the model block project, which has a unique mix of uses. It's a mix of uses that reflects the mix that we have here in Red Hook. We have jobs that are making, we have homes, we clean up our site, and something very important for all of us who've been flooded during Sandy is that we provide resilience. On the job side, you'll notice in the architecture that a lot of our spaces open up to the outside. That's kind of a Red Hook tradition here, where your shop opens to the street. But if you look at the mix of spaces, the reason we have so many is we're trying to create an ecosystem to reproduce the ecosystem here. Different types of manufacturing, different types of creative require different types of spaces. And if we can get the ecosystem working together, it provides a pathway for people to come from the local population and work their way through in different jobs, going from one type to another, and eventually out to the global connections that we have here in Red Hook. On the housing side, we're modeled on the 421A program, options sheet C, but as Commissioner Shanda noted, we do have deeper levels at the 40 and 60% levels. The goal is to give opportunity to those who grow up here to create their own households while staying near to their parents, to grow their families, and to live where they work. I personally have several friends here who moved out of the neighborhood because they didn't have those opportunities. Now, resilience. This is personal. Where I'm sitting right now was flooded during Sandy. I'm on Van Brunt Street on the ground floor of my house, which is my office. And we realized that this sort of housing stock is not the best. We wanted a concrete frame building with courtyard 28 feet above the flood elevation. A strong building that's able to withstand the weather in the tradition of our great heavy warehouses. And we provide this. This is one of the reasons we have that 15-inch slab, because this is a place where people can go if, but maybe when, the next Sandy hits. We also have off-grid energy storage and emergency power and a communications network that will help the neighborhood through the next crisis. So I have actually a pretty lengthy presentation on neighborhood character, but I know that the first finding, the A finding, is critical. You have many questions. So at this point, I'm going to now pass it on to my colleague, Michael Burke of Langen, to talk about the environmental clean.
Okay.
Hello, this is Michael Burke, Langen Engineering. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the environmental conditions and the uniqueness that it brings. I heard the morning session, and I heard some of your comments, so I'm going to address what I can in this presentation. But I wanted the first point I wanted to make. I heard it mentioned again and again that this is just historic fill. That is not the case. This slide presents a typical core of the soil that we recovered when we investigated the site. You could see on the top slice of the core, the tar shear smear on the core. This is not a contaminant or a condition that you would see in historic fill. This is directly related to the historical industrial use of the property. So that's just a visual, but I wanted to go through the findings specifically. So 3 media were found to be impacted during our investigation. And I'll explain the investigation and how we developed the scope. So it's not random. And yes, I heard it mentioned that there were only 18 samples collected. It's not ideal, and the more samples you get, the better. But you know, when we submitted this site to the Brownfield Cleanup Program, there was noted contamination to show that we were eligible. After we got into the program, we developed an investigation work plan that's really developed to address the areas of concern that were identified during due diligence. That work plan is developed in conjunction with the DEC and the Department of Health. It's subject to a public comment period, a 30-day public review, after it's deemed adequately complete. After it is complete, we implement the work plan and we submit our findings in an investigation report. There were some data gaps in that investigation report, and I think this is what you referred to this morning as the phase 2 work plan. So the DEC asked for additional data. We proposed the additional data to supplement the initial investigation and to fill those data gaps with that phase 2 work plan. Those findings have not yet been presented in a report. I could tell you about some of them as it's already been implemented. But for now, I just want to start with what's been published and what's approved in our investigation report to the DEC. So I mentioned 3 media are impacted: soil, groundwater, and soil vapor. In soil, we found tar-like material. This is a result of the historical industrial use. Back during World War II, there was a tar resin that was manufactured on this property. The tar resin was used to coat tanks that were sent to the war. So the black hatched area, kind of in the southwest corner of the site, that's where the soil impact from this tar is located. The orange pinkish areas are areas of petroleum contamination. Petroleum contamination, there were tanks in use at this property going back to the 1930s. Up to 15 tanks were known to have been used of various contents, anything from gasoline to tar, waste oil, heating oil, diesel. So there were several tanks. We have no records that the tanks were decommissioned, and it's likely that they still remain. And I'll touch on that in a little bit. The third type of contamination we saw was metal contamination in soil. And yes, I heard it mentioned that metals are typical of historic fill, but the concentrations that we've identified on our property, we think this is atypical of historic fill. In some cases, we had lead and arsenic up to 1,200 times greater than the industrial use standard. Far greater concentration than what would be typical in historic fill.
Mike,
yes.
On the tanks points, I did look at the geophysical study findings, and it did point out that they would ensure where are the 15 tanks located. Actually, the kind of language there did say that they didn't encounter like any indications of existing tanks where these tanks supposed to be located. Is that an accurate characterization?
So the geophysical survey, we don't know where the tanks were located. There were some anomalies that were identified in the survey. We went out and we dug test pits around those anomalies. And this wasn't reported in the RI report. This was part of the phase 2 RI work plan. Those test pits, it was metal debris. So the tanks have not yet been identified. It would be, I'd be surprised, if we start excavating. It's hard to, we don't have access everywhere. But I'm going to touch on the petroleum contamination, and it's hard to imagine that there wouldn't be tanks here, and I'll touch on that in a couple slides.
Before you go on, I'm the one who said that I didn't understand how you could say 15 tanks. I got that from your own report. It says, I'm reading, quote, during the review of records, a total of 8 ASTs and underground storage tanks, USTs, were indicated. These tanks have reportedly been removed from the site, with the possible exception of a 275-gallon UST under the old body shop, a 4,000-gallon diesel fuel AST, and a reportedly abandoned 6,000-gallon diesel UST located on the north side of the property. And then there was another note, known or suspected tanks include 5 275-gallon ASTs, 1 4,000-gallon AST, 1 closed in place 6,000-gallon UST, 4 closed in place 500-gallon USTs, 1 Cosmoline waste oil UST, 1 275-gallon UST identified in former auto shop, and 2 suspected tanks. So those are known or suspected. So in other words, there's a conflict in your paperwork. So I don't understand. So it sounds like.
Yeah, so I don't know which report says that they were removed. The records that we have access to, and we don't have access to the records from the 1930s, or the petroleum bulk storage regulations were enacted in 1986. So those are records that we have from the tanks post-dating that those regulations, and they're closed. A lot of them, the underground tanks, were closed in place. We don't have records that the tanks were removed. So I'll have to go back and look to see where that inconsistency lies. But
Yeah.
My understanding, based on the review that we did, was that the tanks that we know were decommissioned in place. And what that means, sometimes they just pump the oil out, but we don't know how they were closed in place. And there are tanks that predate the 1986 petroleum bulk storage regulations. We just don't know what the fate of those tanks were. So I understand that there's an inconsistency, and I'll go back
Right.
and take a look at that, and I'll respond.
So the phase 1 is the one that I was reading from first, and then your report, which is and cost estimate, was the one I was reading from second. Okay, so do searches in those 2 things.
Yeah, okay, I will. I looked at the phase 1. Maybe there may have been more than one phase 1, because our phase 1 listed the tanks that were summarized in our memo. But I'll go back and noted the discrepancy. We'll go back and take a look.
I mean, some of this is because we get so many documents, and they're not superseded and pointed out. So we review what we review, and that's part of, the messiness of what we learn. Okay.
I understand. Believe me, I get the same mess in a lot of the data dumps I get. So I totally get it, and we'll take a look at that, and I'll address that in writing. Okay, so the second media that is impacted is groundwater. So the petroleum bulk storage that has been known to have occurred on the site going back to the 30s has impacted groundwater. The purple hatch that you see is the extent of the petroleum contamination that's identified on site in groundwater. So this is dissolved phase petroleum contamination. A couple of things to note when we came back to gauge these wells, when we implemented the phase 2 RI work plan, in MW2, which is in the northern corner of the property, and MW8, which is towards the southern end of the existing building, we found up to 1.5 feet of free product in the wells. That wasn't identified when the investigation was actually done. The reason for that is water migrates through soil faster than oil. So when the wells were installed, the investigation was completed, the wells were sampled probably before the oil had a chance to accumulate in the wells. So what we found through that implementation of that phase 2 RI work plan is that the petroleum contamination is worse than we initially anticipated. The blue hatch area, this is where we found DNAPL. So where El Napple Petroleum, it floats on water. So the extent of that is going to be basically it hits water and it fluctuates with the water table. We saw that about 16 feet deep of petroleum contamination. The blue hatch area, this area is denser than water. So when it hits water, it continues to sink. The most contaminated samples that we collected in this blue hatch area were down to 80 feet below grade. And it kept getting worse with depth. So this material continues to sink. Again, this is not historic fill contamination. This is, it's related to the industrial use, most likely the tar resin that was manufactured during World War II. Finally.
That's in the blue area?
Correct, that's the blue area.
If you don't mind, what are you proposing to do for that?
So it's in our cost estimate. If you don't mind, I could touch on that on my last slide just to keep the flow going.
Sure,
Okay.
keep going.
All right, the third media was soil vapor. So there's been some automobile and bus repair that's been done in the existing building going back to the 80s. We found chlorinated solvent in vapor.
Sorry, going back to the 1980s?
1980s, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the vapor is present at concentrations that would require mitigation, so soil vapor intrusion mitigation. We didn't, the extent of the soil of the halogenated solvents is not nearly as widespread as the petroleum or the DNAPL, but there was some residual contamination present that was detected in vapor. And it'll require a response when the RAP, remedial action work plan, is developed.
And how deep was that?
So it's vapor. It's vapor, it's above the water table. So outside of the capillary fringe, figure 8 feet, the top 8 feet.
Okay.
0 to
So
8.
when you talk about a treatment or resolving an issue like that, is that the reason for the depressurization system that you're proposing?
That's exactly the reason why. Yes.
So, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but aren't we digging this area?
We are digging this area, yes.
So if we're digging this area, we're removing the material that has that bad vapor material or whatever gas. If we're digging something, what is the reason for the installation of the depressurization system there?
So the position that the Department of Health takes on all of these sites is you need to show after excavation or after implementation of the remedy that the condition no longer exists. The way you do that is you design a mitigation system, you build the building around it, and before the TCO is issued, you need to test out of it. So if you were to test without having the system in place and there is still a condition, then you'd have to demo what you just built to install the mitigation system. So the typical response in all BCP sites in the 5 boroughs is to design and install a passive mitigation system. If you test out, then you leave it as passive, but in the event that you don't, you have to make it active and you'll have to install blowers. So this is the typical approach to all of these sites that in the investigation phase identify this type of contamination.
You're saying that even if you remove that film and you replace it with clean one, and let's say you cap this area, you still need to install that passive system and test for it after the construction? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly right. In 100% of the sites, even the track 1 sites, they still require this.
Yeah.
I have a question. So this 80s contamination from the bus repair, were there regulations that were in place at the time that required such places to take measures to prevent contamination?
There were, and this was, they were new. And, you know, the 70s people were just figuring it out. So it's not uncommon for this to occur. But the type of contamination, the halogenated solvents, they're recalcitrant in nature, and they've been used back into the 40s. We need to, I heard your comment earlier, and we'll go back and take a look and prepare a timeline. It's not uncommon that these degreasing agents would have been used on something like the tank application. You know, you got to remove any residual grease before you apply the resin. And so I have to go back and look at this, and we'll respond in writing. But yes, you're right. The regulations, if they were, if the source was from this bus repair, there was a regulation in place at that time.
Okay, so then in that case, you would have to remove that from discussion because that's a self-created hardship. The predecessor in title wasn't taking care under the regulations. And so we can't consider that part of the contamination cost.
Yeah, we understand that. Your point was clearly made earlier, and we'll address that.
Okay.
Mike, do you know how big is that building that was from 1980?
Yeah, do you know? I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah. So Alex says it's 25,000 square feet, but it's been there since 1910.
25,000, and the total site area is
80.
80. Okay, so it's almost like 1/3 of the entire site. Okay.
Okay. All right. So the last point we want to make, and this is an environmental hardship, the fill. So more than half of the site is in the outboard of the former high water line, and it resulted in some loose fill. Most likely will require a deep foundation. So we took this into consideration when we, and this is getting to your question earlier, when we evaluated the remedy. And you're right, a formal work plan has not yet been submitted to the DEC, but we looked at what was done across the street at Red Hook 3 and Red Hook 4. They had similar contamination only extending down to 40 feet below grade, or I'd have to confirm the depth, maybe 30 feet below grade. They excavated that source material. So they erected a tent around that the hotspot, and they excavated and dewatered. Knowing that we're going to have to address the geotechnical conditions at our site while also addressing environmental, we didn't look at either condition in a vacuum. We looked at them collectively. Decided the most cost-effective approach to remediating the site while making it suitable to build would be an in situ stabilization approach. So in doing that, we would excavate the unsaturated soil, creating a platform to stabilize the source material, the grossly contaminated material, the material that's source of groundwater contamination and that potentially can migrate off-site. The ISS in the shallow areas will be done with a bucket excavator. So basically blending cement with the saturated soil. In the areas of the DNAPL where the bucket can't reach, we'd be looking at an auger to mix the soil to stabilize the contamination while making the ground more suitable to build on. So just wanted to give you a sense of the site itself and how it relates to the surrounding area. So
before you move to that, I'm sorry. Before you move to that, so you're using kind of like in-place mixing technique to tackle two things at a time, the environmental plus the geotech, right?
Correct.
But the geotech is not part of the equation because this is a waterfront area. And I believe geotechnical conditions are very typical in this area. Probably if you go like a little bit more towards the waterfront, you probably would encounter much worse conditions, geotechnical conditions, I would say, than what is encountered at your side. And generally speaking, in Brooklyn waterfront, I did work at sites, and that was with Langen, this is not a secret, that on the waterfront and actually the subsurface there, although it has been no like contaminants or slight contaminants there, that subsurface though was like much worse than the subject site. So
yeah,
I just want to make sure that we're gonna separate these two elements from being factored in for the environmental reasons.
I got it. And to be clear, we evaluated that and acknowledge your point. But the remedy that was implemented across the street, they erected a tent, they dewatered to 40 feet below grade, and they treated the water. So this approach to remediating is an acceptable approach to the DEC. We've had success with this in the past, and it's much cheaper than excavating. So this is, in our opinion, this is the best approach to addressing the site while covering some other issues. So yes, it can be excavated, sure, but the stabilization would be a much cheaper approach. It would be much less disruptive to the environment. Fewer truckloads coming out. It won't smell. I mean, this material, it smells. I don't know if you've ever been around a tar excavation, but it's incredible nuisance to the community. So this, we will manage the odors in place by mixing it. We'll minimize the truck traffic through the neighborhood. So it's a much more sustainable approach, and it's cheaper.
But if this is the case, then why am I seeing these kind of like quantities in your cost estimate for the remediation? I'm seeing almost 11,000 cubic yards of excavation. Then I'm seeing 16,000 tons of transportation, 10,820 cubic yards. What are these excavations then? If we're treating this material in place by mixing with cement, why are these huge excavation figures are in the estimate? I'm talking about your cost estimate.
Yes, those volumes, that's the unsaturated soil. So we would be looking to stabilize the water beneath the water, the soil beneath the water table. The unsaturated soil will be excavated, and we will create a working platform to address the saturated soil. Those volumes that you're referring to, those are the unsaturated soils that won't be treated by stabilization.
But why wouldn't you do the same above and below?
It's just, it's not as simple to do. When you're blending it with the saturated soil, the moisture is already there. To bring to do that with the unsaturated soil, you're introducing a whole new element in the process. So this is the way we've typically done it. This is kind of the standard approach in the industry to ISS. I've done it a half a dozen times, and every time I've done it, I've excavated the unsaturated soil and I've stabilized the saturated. The volumes that you're referring to are strictly the unsaturated soils. Strictly the unsaturated soils.
Langen could use the like that. I don't want to call it dry like auger mixing, in place mixing, but I believe in one of the projects, and that was actually in Brooklyn. And I recall that I believe the project manager for this was Seth, and he did in place mixing above groundwater table, and it did work well. So I'm not sure why it cannot be done.
Seth Vadia?
Yes.
So I'll check with Seth. You might be right. I'm not aware. I've never done it that way, but if there's a way, we'll evaluate it and we'll get back to you.
Sure.
Okay, so I wanted to touch on a couple of the site uses, and the point of doing this is I wanted to distinguish the contaminants that are typically identified in historic fill and what we found on our site. So oil resin manufacturing, that's the source of the DNAPL. The engine repair, boiler repair, again, metals, petroleum, potentially halogenated solvents. The commercial vehicle repair and petroleum bulk storage. This goes back to the 1930s. And yes, it extended through a period of time when it was regulated, but it also predated those regulations. But number 5 here, lumber storage. So I wanted to call this out because yes, arsenic and lead are common contaminants identified in historic fill, but they're also arsenic particularly is a preservative used in lumber. And we find this in a lot of the lumber storage areas that historical lumber storage yards that we've investigated, really high concentrations of arsenic that are atypical of historic fill. So yes, you can see these contaminants in historic fill. We think given the concentrations that we've seen here, they're more likely a combination, but the higher concentrations are more likely related to historical site use. So similarly at Red Hook 3, there was tar manufacturing and storage, which is the source of the areas of concern there. And there was an oil refinery on Red Hook 4. Those are the only comparable industrial uses that we've seen in the neighborhood. So yeah, we're not the only one, but relative to the surrounding properties, the industrial use was much heavier at our property than most of the other sites in the study area.
Even if you compare it to something like, let me go over my map. 21-35 Delavan Street, I did look at 260-262 Van Brunt. We also have projects on Columbia Street, I guess. There are like some like big projects that were done, like the fields, like the athletic fields in the neighborhood. IKSI, do you think these sites like do not go to be comparable to yours?
So I could, we looked at 1,000-foot radius, which was the study area that we were asked to look at. I could speak to 2135 Delavan is a site I'm personally working at. That was a petroleum jelly manufacturer. So the contamination in groundwater, it's actually Vaseline. So I think that site's going to be closed out fairly quickly without little, if any, remediation. The other sites I have to look at, I just didn't look at them specifically, but I did look at the sites within the 1,000-foot radius. There were 406 sites in the study area in the 1,000 feet. We identified 22 spill sites, and we're looking at the same map. You could see the excavating symbol, the excavator symbol. These are DEC remediation sites, and these are the 22 sites that we identified. So of the 22 sites, we did some digging into these sites. 14 of them were closed very quickly. Most of them were associated with, as part of your petroleum bulk storage regulation, you're obligated to do a fitness test on the tanks. You introduce pressure into the fill and the vent. If there's a loss in pressure, the tester is obligated to report a spill. These sites are typically remediated by replacing a pipe. There's little to no soil contamination associated with it. It's a simple system replacement. The spill sites you see in the street, those were Con Edison transformer sites. So when they go and do maintenance, there may be some dielectric fluid that spills in the vault. And those are, you dig out a couple buckets of sludge and the state will close those spills. Of the 22 spill sites in the study area, there are only 2 other sites that had a cleanup obligation, a long-term cleanup obligation. And that's Red Hook 3 and Red Hook 4. The sites that you reference outside of the 1,000-foot study area, I haven't looked at them, and we'll have to get back to you on that because I just don't have the details.
Actually, the Van Brunt one is I believe it's within 1,000 radius. And I'm not sure if, are you aware of that report that we indicated during the review session, the 2014 report that was prepared for DCP?
I'm not. No,
No,
we'll look it up.
For OER, not DCP.
Yeah,
OER.
it's prepared for DCP. I believe it's for DCP, but by OER. I'm not sure, but I believe this is the case. But we can have the project manager send you the link.
That would be great. Thank you. And this table I was kind of anticipating the comparison to 145 Wolcott to Red Hook 3 and 4. And you're right, there's similar contamination, but the sites are much larger. So we looked at it on a relative scale. We have more sources of contamination on our project site. So we have tar, DNAPL, we have petroleum, we have the metals contamination, and we have the chlorinated VOCs and vapor. Red Hook, the contaminant of concern was the tar, DNAPL. Sorry, Red Hook 3. Red Hook 4, there was some petroleum and tar, DNAPL. So contamination is similar, but we have more variability in the types of contamination, more sources of release. But if you look at it on a relative scale, 76% of the area of our site is impacted and is going to require remediation versus 3% of the Red Hook 3 site and 12% of the Red Hook 4 site. The contamination on our site, the groundwater contamination, covers 81% of our site compared to 16% of groundwater that requires remediation at Red Hook 3 and 40% of groundwater that requires remediation at Red Hook 4. The depth of contamination at our site, it extends to 80 feet, and we still haven't found the vertical endpoint to it. At Red Hook 3, vertically, it extends to 25 feet. Red Hook 4, the end of it was identified at 75 feet. So, you know, I only know what I know. I'm not involved in the cleanup of Red Hook 3 and Red Hook 4, but there was an approved IRM work plan for Red Hook 3 that's been implemented. So, you know, we have a general sense of what the cost to implement that remedy was, and it's about 6.7 million. Similarly, at Red Hook 4, we have a sense of what's going to be required, and that's about 5.4. And we're applying what's been required of Red Hook 3 to Red Hook 4. That's about 5.4 million. Again, we're assuming the same obligation to remediate will be placed on us that was placed on Red Hook 3, and that's how we developed the remedy. We came up with 8.8 million. So on a relative basis, the cost per remediation, the cost of remediation on our site on a per square foot basis is $110 versus $17 at Red Hook 3 and $54 at Red Hook 4. So the point is those sites are much larger and they could build more, and they're it's more easily, those cleanup costs are more easily absorbed in the development costs than a smaller site like ours. So I think that's the uniqueness of our site versus the neighbors and within the study area.
You're saying that the 8.8 figure is not including tackling the deep stuff, like the stuff up to or down to 80 feet deep? Is that what you're saying?
It does not include that. We don't think applying what's been required of the other sites, we don't think it's going to be an obligation, but it's a source of soil vapor contamination that needs to be addressed. And it's a source so by stabilizing it, we're going to isolate the deeper from the shallow. And that's the end of my presentation. Alex is going to go on to the next part of the presentation. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta or any other commissioners, do you have questions for Mr. Burke? That's adorable photograph there, but okay. Any questions for Mr. Burke? No? Okay. Okay, proceed.
Character, it's a big issue here. So how do I show you the character of Red Hook? Yes, it's unique, but why is it unique? What makes it different from the rest of New York? And how can we build on that uniqueness? Red Hook is a place where people make things. And the photo on the left, as I was coming home late one night from my studio, I saw one of my neighbors had parked his Bobcat on the sidewalk. He was gone in the morning, he's off doing his stuff, but it's that it just shows that maker attitude. But Red Hook is also a place where families have always lived together. Now, kids and machines, these are two words that planners don't normally associate, but it's what works in Red Hook. So I wanted to sort of use this qualitative start as a place to begin discussing the character of Red Hook. But I think we should go to policy as well, because that's come up a lot in talking about our project. And there are two very important policies, especially given the vacuum of zoning that hasn't been changed in 60 years here. The first is the 197A plan. Now, the 197A plan was a community plan that was put together and passed by the community board and the city council, voted on and passed in 1997. Some of the people who worked on that, my neighbors, are still here. Florence Neal of the Kentler Gallery, for instance. And that plan has been our guide in more ways than one. Over the years, the community has achieved some of its goals. It's interesting when you make a checklist of all that it wanted and what we've gotten so far. But the big issues are to expand our industrial activity in order to promote employment and business opportunities for local residents. It also wants to promote new residential development in the context of an integrated community. But those are our guiding lights, and we really strive to achieve them. Now, how do we do this in the context of another policy, the IBZ? Well, the IBZ is a policy that came about, I think, around 2005 or so. Wow. And Rob Walsh is a friend of mine. He was the Commissioner of Small Business Services when that was passed. And the way he's put it, the point of the IBZ was to add manufacturing jobs to communities that need them. Now, since then, of course, IBZ policy has expanded into a land use policy. It's a policy to protect the policy. The goal is jobs. The goal is not just to set aside land. The goal is to create jobs. And I think that's important to keep in mind. And Rob was very impressed by how we go about. He said, this is exactly the type of project that the IBZ anticipated when we first made it. But we've done a lot of research on this issue. And now I want to bring up a map of the only time the IBZ has been modified, which was, I think, around 2012. And you see our site is indicated by the big yellow arrow. And you see that the IBZ line jogs around it. And we found
turkey and zucchini bread.
Oh.
Yeah.
Not me, but I have one upstairs who's probably saying the same things. Let me back on track. So you see the IBZ line jogging out. So we found the final staff report, the final report prior to changing this. And it's interesting. Proposed changes: remove the block bounded by Walcott Street, Conover Street, Dyckman Street, and Fair Street. That's our block. And who was this supported by? Who is submitted by? The borough president and Robert Hughes, who's the guy who has the biggest industrial use in Red Hook. He's the guy with all the tugboats. And then the Tug and Barge Committee of the Port Authority, by local residents, by the Red Hook Civic Association, by our council member, by Dustin Yellen, who's the artist who created Pioneer Works and has single-handedly done more for our community in the last decade than anyone I know. They all wanted it out. And what happened? What did the staff recommend? No change. Now, I've been staff, so I know a little, I can only guess at why that would happen, but the community wanted this changed. And why? Well, number one, what is it doing in the IBZ, which is meant to be core industrial, when it has residential on it? That picture of the two kids playing, that's on a building on our block. People have been living on this block for 150 years. It's a wonderful block to live on. So, IBZ inspires a lot of passions. And there is, there is a framework that supports it. But I just want to say, let's keep an eye on the jobs, and let's keep in mind the character of Red Hook, which is to mix making and living. We essentially here all have live work, except it's making and work and living. So sorry to get off a little bit, passionate about that, but it's something I've lived here for so long. My friends all make things. My friends, it's very important to us. So anyway, let's go. Oh, yeah, that's something I should bring up before I go on to the buildings. The ombudsman area, in the kind of confusion about all this, there's a report which we found from EDC listing something called an ombudsman area, which is meant to somehow reconcile the fact that something isn't clear and give some wiggle room to the IBZ. And that ombudsman area in blue was drawn around our block and the block next to us, which is M11, but is mostly residential. I call it like Beverly Hills of Red Hook. It's where, it's some really beautiful row houses. And we were kind of lumped together, on either side of the Berlin Wall there. But there is confusion about this. There needs to be some subtlety and wiggle room to this concept. So anyway, let's now talk about something that, as an architect.
Before you do that, let's stay on the IBZ subject, okay?
Sure.
I actually don't know where this diagram's coming from, but instead I'm looking at what the IBZ looks like and currently, and you're not in the ombudsman area. You're in the IBZ. That's the first point. The second point is I'm not understanding your encouragement towards residential development there, because an IBZ specifically was stated by both the Bloomberg administration and current EDC that the purpose of the IBZ is to retain industrial uses and to promise not to rezone these areas to allow residential use. So I'm very confused by this kind of touchy-feely discussion about how nice it is to have residential in a manufacturing district, and especially in an IBZ, because since you were at city planning for so long, you know very well that the MX districts were a complete failure because the arrival of residential uses into manufacturing districts had the effect of pushing all the manufacturing or any other kind of disagreeable use out of those districts, because people didn't want to live next door to them, or they didn't want to live above them or below them or anything, because it sounds so sweet that makers are so lovely and everybody just makes cupcakes. But actually, industrial users are not cupcake makers only. They're welders, they're clanky, noisy, even recording studios. They're all kinds of things that people hate to live next to or above and so on. So I'm not understanding this touchy-feely concept. And I also really don't understand why you need to have residential at all in this IBZ. There's so many other things to do to create work, create activity, create. And I know residential makes more money, but that's not really the issue, right? So I'm passionate too.
Oh, no, and I would love, the opportunity to, even to show you the site, perhaps, maybe visit some of our friends who are makers of.
So I've been to Pioneer Works many times. I'm a regular in Red Hook, so I really know this area. This is where I play, but I play because it has so much that's not residential to offer. It has so much that's gritty to offer. And there's hardly any place left in New York that has that grit that allows a Pioneer Works to actually exist. And at the same time have restaurants to feed the people who enjoy participating in those kinds of activities. So.
it's a wonderful, it is a wonderful neighborhood that I do love dearly, and I mourn the passing of Good Fork and Fort Defiance and several of the other people who find it very hard to make it through the winter on a restaurant basis. But anyway, I mean, I would love to show you also the things that people are making. I actually don't know. I know one cupcake maker. She actually does it out of her apartment in the Red Hook houses. But my friends are welders, and they have computer modeling machines. And again, I would love to persist. But we are, remember, a little bit isolated in Red Hook. So you don't really move to Red Hook unless you want to be here. And primarily, that seems to attract people who like to make things. And right now, there's not. It's very hard to move to Red Hook. Anyway, but again, I'll be happy. You know, I see John moving on. Shall we talk a little bit about the architecture, perhaps? And I want to make sure that, you know, a lot has gone on today, and I don't want to. You know.
So I'm not sure that we really need to talk about the architecture. I'd rather you answer the questions. We're not up to the architecture. We're not through an A finding or a B finding with the as of right use. So whether the building is pretty or anything like that and so on, I don't actually know that we need to spend the time on that now. I was wondering why you're putting subterranean parking in the proposed and not in the as of right, and why you're putting it in the proposed at all if everything is slab on grade otherwise. And that kind of thing.
Okay. Well, these things we should respond to. Let me hear. Okay. Yeah.
John Ignatius Bean again. So just to respond to the purpose of this discussion on residential and the appropriateness of it, based on our analysis, the way to offset the premium construction cost in this area the only way was to introduce residential. The purpose of trying to establish the existing character and Alex's very passionate comments about what Red Hook is to try to demonstrate that there is a context for residential use, even if there's an IBZ designation. We're trying to contextualize the IBZ versus what's actually here, what's on the block across the street, what's on the block to the south. And so we had a presentation to do that in terms of bulk as well. We're hearing that we need to talk about the B finding, which is obviously extremely important. They're all equal. And Jack is available to talk about how we decided on the as of right and why this amount of residential is the amount that offsets our premium construction costs.
No, so you know what? I don't think we should really be going there. I think you heard from all the commissioners, this BSA is not ready to basically destroy the IBZ. That's a job for if there's a administration that decides that the IBZs are no longer relevant somehow, and that it was a nice idea back in 2004 up until 2021, but now it's the end of the IBZs and we're going to take that away. And not only that, manufacturing districts, we're just going to continue to whittle away at them on a major scale. That's a zoning, a city planning job, really, public policy city planning job. And what we discussed already is there's contaminated sites in every IBZ. There are contaminated sites in every manufacturing district. And if we were to say this site is entitled to residential use in an IBZ, that opens the door to residential uses in every IBZ deep inside, right? And I don't know if you were listening to this morning's conversation, was it this morning? Yes, of the school. Feels like everything's so long ago, but we talked at great length about having a school in an IBZ. So and that's a school, it's not even a 24-hour use, right? And the impact on school children for those few hours of pickup and drop-offs and so on. So the idea of however many apartments this is, I've lost count, 200 something apartments, all assumingly with children in them, running around on the streets of an IBZ, therefore preventing any type of real industrial use. I think all the board members have made that clear, not going to happen. So I think you need to get off of this wagon and look at a different solution. And for me, the only thing that you might be able to argue is a Conover Street frontage for some residential, but that's just my opinion. I didn't hear that from anyone else. Instead, what you should be looking at is bulk waivers and all of that wonderful make work stuff and just more of it. And that will offset whatever it is. We don't even know what your A finding and your B finding levels are, but that has to be what offsets it. This board is not open to residential use. So you all need to go home and like have a drink or whatever it is that calms you down, because we're not doing residential on this site, except maybe if commissioners were agreeable to that. The little bit of Conover, because it's right opposite residential on the other side of Conover. And so that's really all. And again, with respect to affordability, we already talked about that. This affordable housing is more expensive than your market rate housing. So if you're truly looking to house people from Red Hook, then you can't have just 20 units in your whole building be low income and very low income units. You need many more that are low income units, and low income is below 60% of AMI. And otherwise, don't go there about housing local residents. It's not true. What you're doing is, as Commissioner Otley Brown said so aptly, you're pulling Manhattanites. That means I'm not even sure I can afford these rents, right? But it means my friends might move to Red Hook now because there's such a cool building in this location and it's around the corner from Pioneer Works, for example. So yeah, so I would just say cutting to the total chase, and any of the commissioners who want to add to that, please do, so that we don't waste time.
I agree with you, Madam Chair. I think I really do appreciate the detailed analysis Mr. Burke has provided with regards to the level and extent of contamination. I think if that can be justified, and that is really adding to burdening developing the site as of right, like I said, I'll be willing to look at the possibility of which encourages more work, makers work kind of uses first, and maybe if at all, I would give Conover as a live workspace and not even all residential, because I am extremely reluctant and hesitant as a board to set a precedent where we are going to start chipping away at IBZ. I do not want, and this is an extremely active, viable IBZ site. We don't see such large sites for industrial uses, which is very well ensconced with active industrial uses. I am extremely uncomfortable, and I don't think I've been convinced yet otherwise. But I think the contamination argument is a good one. It's in the good direction. If you can justify that is causing hardship in building an as of right, I'm willing to look at a lesser variance, but not necessarily an all blown out residential with some amount of, and in your proposal, you have provided, if I look at the financing, the amount of return you're proposing from your as of right, workers kind of uses, if you add that to your as of right development, you're just shy of little bit. And I think a lot of that amount can be reduced by the kind of contamination work that you have to do and remediation, since it's not a primarily residential, and how much above ground you do or below ground, all of those can also be reduced. So I'm not at all ready to give a residential nod.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to comment on that, Commissioner Shetta?
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that we're still far from like justifying the finding. We didn't get that kind of like details, that justify that this site is unique. Based on the presentation that's done by Mike, what I'm thinking of, yes, the site is contaminated. I cannot say it's not, but the approach that was presented to tackle the geotechnical subsurface conditions and the lack of like good material to build on shallow foundation is I believe it's going to take care of like a good chunk of the environmental issues. In addition to that, if they can think of probably doing some containment to the deep stuff, if they can think that in addition to that, we've spoken about one of the building, Mike spoke about one of the buildings that's 25,000 square feet in footprint, which is almost 30% of the site. If you exclude that, if you consider that the SSI or the ISS, the stabilization technique is going to work for both, and it's needed no matter what, we might be close to like no hardship condition. So I just want to make it clear that we're not there yet. We shouldn't be rushing to it, and let's wait until we get a detailed RAP that's showing the need for X, Y, and Z work, and look at them and see it's justifiable, and then we can take it from there. But the bottom line is, if we get something, we want to make sure that it's needed by regulations. There is no other cost-effective approach that could be adapted to take the remediation cost beyond that or below that, I would say. And this is, like I said, this is the most cost-effective approach that could be done. And then we can start looking into the financials. But before that, I don't want to go there.
Right, I agree. And I just want to say that I've been very uncomfortable with when reviewing all the environmental issues with this idea of a track 4 cleanup, and then you put residential on top of it, where you so-called encapsulated the contamination, assuming that it's as much as everyone says it is. And now you have like kids playing in the yard and all of that stuff on the site. So I have issues about that. I've heard terrible stories about developments in New Jersey that did that kind of thing with housing developments. So I think that by eliminating the residential, then we don't even have that issue of concern for residential safety. And so I think that's another really good reason why you don't convert a badly contaminated site, if in fact that's what this is, to residential use. So I would suggest that,
because it might be driving the entire game.
Right, exactly. That's the other thing, that the level of remediation to make it a restricted residential use may be higher than what it would be if it were merely some version of commercial use. But so to save time and money, both time on the applicant's part and on the commissioner's part, I recommend that what you do first is you establish the A finding with all your environmental and come back to us just with that, not with any drawings for a project or finances on the project or anything. We have to agree that there's an A and the degree of the A. And so you can talk about the remediation costs of the A, and that's all, so that we know what we're talking about. Does that make sense, Commissioner Otley Brown?
Yes, it makes sense, especially given the fact that there's no need for us to review an entire report when the project will change drastically, and even the as of right may change somewhat too.
Right. Okay, good. So let's just keep that really a small submission. A smaller submission means we can hear this sooner, for example, depending on how long it takes, of course, for you to actually get this work done. And then based on what we've decided is the scope of the hardship and the costs of the hardship, Then we can talk about the scope of the waiver that might be possible. And in the meantime, you can get into your head that you're not doing a residential project on the site. Okay, so.
Chair, please, in the submission for the proposal for the remediation, I want to make sure that the engineer indicated clearly that the proposal is the most cost-effective approach to like achieve the remediation goals, and this is like the least remediation that could be approved by the regulatory bodies in the city slash the state. Meaning that if they submit that we need to dig to 10 feet, later on, we don't want to find out that digging to just 5 feet could have been okay. Because if this is the case, if we grant any on cases like these, and we're gonna put a condition on the size of the grant that if the actual remediation changes, if the scope of the remediation changes, this might void the grant or at least change it.
Yes.
I want to make this like very, very clear.
Yes. Right, exactly. We've said that before. So that would be, you can't withdraw from the program if you want to continue with this variance, assuming you qualified, and you have to do the amount of remediation that is understood by this board in order to obtain the variance. Otherwise, the variance is void. That's the standard that we apply to all of these environmental cases. Okay. All right. So I don't know that we need any more testimony from the applicants at this moment, but there are people in the waiting room who may want to testify, and we should open this up to the public.
Sorry about that. The case that we are currently discussing is 2021-9BZ 145-163 Wolcott Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. Webinar ID number is 940-9306-1846. The passcode is 267973. If you're in the Zoom room, raise your Zoom hand and press *6 to unmute.
Okay, so there are a bunch of people in the waiting room. If you want to speak on this application, please raise your Zoom hand. And for those of you who have called in, telephone called, it's *9 to raise your Zoom hand. Okay, I see one person raise their hand. So, and as soon as you're in, I'd like you to identify yourself. Here's another person. These are phone callers. Anybody else? Okay, so the first person whose last 3 digits are 310 of their phone number, please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Gabriela Manduca.
Can you spell your last name, please?
It's M as in Michael, A, N as in Nancy, D as in Doug, U, C as in cat, A. Last name where every letter sounds like another letter.
Okay, go ahead.
Just briefly, I speak without the benefit of any studies, which I'm sure were very expensive studies. But I just think it's important to emphasize we have pursued a procedural avenue here. It's an application for a variance and not an opportunity to essentially rezone, no matter how nice the ideas are. It's an industrial business zone. Granting this severe variance would set basically an impossible precedent to overcome anywhere else. It eviscerates the concept. And if the goal is essentially to create jobs, as the commissioners noted earlier, that means keeping land prices reasonable to encourage employment. And separately, I live there. I live there with significant disruptions to the quality of living because it's an IBZ. I will tell you, bringing residential there is not, in my opinion, healthy or advisable. There's severe pervasive air pollution, severe pervasive exhaust and noise pollution, but that's really secondary. To be frank, my apartment fills with exhaust every day to the point where I live with the windows closed. It's just not healthy. And it's right next to where the proposed development is, and that speaks for itself. I agree with the commissioners that, and with the applicants, that grit is the essential character. But I note in the statement of facts, the applicants called the Red Hook houses just as much part of the character of the neighborhood. And I agree in theory, but they use that as the most significant height comparison available. It's just interesting to me that the study area is limited to 1,000-foot radius, but the Red Hook houses, which are allegedly similar structures, are a 15-minute minimum by foot travel, and they're nowhere in sight from the proposed development. So I really don't see how that is an appropriate comparison here. And I think the lack of a more similar, more closely located development with a similar height speaks to how this really doesn't belong. But I'll leave it at that. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for calling in, appreciate it. And for your patience, I'm sure you've been listening a long time. So thank you. Okay, then we have someone with the last three digits, 336, has their hand raised. Please begin and identify yourself. Go ahead. Oh, to unmute, it's *6. Sorry, unmute yourself by pressing *6.
Okay, thank you. My name is Rose Marcasano. I also live right around the corner from this proposed project. I've been in the area since the 70s. Quite frankly, at this point in time, having worked there, lived there for so many years, there have been significant changes in the area where, logistically speaking, it has become almost unbearable as far as trying to traverse the streets of Van Brunt Street in and out of the area, particularly when the Brooklyn Cruise Terminal is operational. And I think that this massive building that's being proposed will just make it totally unacceptable for the area, unlivable, environmentally wrong, and for very obvious reasons. I don't want to belabor the issue. I'm glad that the members, the council members handling this proposal are being so thorough, because I think it's a total misfit for this particular location. And thank you for your time and consideration. I will follow it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. There are other people in the waiting room. If you'd like to speak, please raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, we'll go back to the applicants. You don't need to speak. You can just listen in there, but yeah. Okay, so how much time then to respond to the A finding question?
So we would like to come back as soon as the board would be able to hear from us. I think we're capable of answering the questions on the A finding in fairly short order.
No, wait a minute. We need a phase 2. The phase 2 work plan, what is it? The RAP has to be done and approved by DEC. So it's not just turn it around and answer our questions. That's what we need. We need to know what is DEC's opinion on the need for the remediation. What is the scope of the remediation, and what's the scope of the contamination? It can't just be conjecture. It has to be based on known information, right? Actual information. Yeah, Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, it's not just the RAP, it's the approved RAP. We need a survey for not a survey like a property survey. We need a survey for the sites around the subject site that will need remediation or needed remediation. We need some sort of comparison scope-wise, remediation scope-wise, and we need this comparison to show that the site under consideration is significantly burdened by the contaminants as it compares to other sites. I just want to mention something. I'm very sympathetic with any geotech or environmental engineer who works on a variance case. You know why? Because when it comes to proving uniqueness on a site based on geotechnical issues or subsurface conditions, That's way so tough task to achieve. Why? Because geotechnical conditions do not come from a local process. They come from a global process that may cover the entire neighborhood, more or less. Usually it's sedimentation, that geotechnical process and geological process over thousands of years and hundreds of years. It's very tough to prove that a specific site has a unique geotechnical subsurface condition. When it comes to environmental, it might be a little bit easier, but still we need to compare the subject site to other sites around and make sure that this site is significantly burdened more than the other comparable sites.
Mhm.
So I believe this kind of work is going to take like considerable time to achieve.
Plus, you need DEC approval. So now that's back and
Yeah.
forth with an agency. So it's a back and forth. And then we also have to know what is as discussed, the least, the lowest required remediation for a commercial use. That's what we're looking at also. So this is also a back and forth with DEC and maybe OER. I'm not actually sure how that's all done. So this is months. This isn't.
I hear that. So I think the best thing to do, if I can suggest this, is we need to speak to these agencies and find out what their workflows are like. May I request 3 months, and then we can, if we need to adjourn, then we will. We can give a status update on our determinations, our findings, our investigation statuses.
So rather than adjourning, because we hate to do that, because it takes up space on our calendar unnecessarily, we will be issuing in the next several days the assignment of this case for the next hearing based on 3 months to submit, okay? And then the project manager will contact you and say, this is the assigned date. And then you check with, in the meantime, check with DEC and OER and find out what their turnaround is, and check with your engineers about their turnaround because they have a lot of work to do. And based on that, you can decide whether 3 months, whether the assigned date is enough time or whether you need more time, so that we try to avoid an adjournment, okay?
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. So I think that's it. Any other comments from anyone before we close don't close, before we end today's hearing?
You can close and vote if you want. You can maybe grant it.
No, I don't know whether that would be a good thing to do.
You don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't think
you don't want to do that now.
I didn't say close and vote to deny. It should be clear.
Exactly.
Right, you need to make findings before you vote, just a small detail. Never mind. Okay, all right, so then.
Are we done?
Say your thing, yeah.
We done?
Thank you for the time.
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Good to see you, John.
Nice to see you.
Yes, and thank you for all the people who called in to participate in the hearing also. Thank you. Okay.
This concludes the public hearing for October 5th, 2021. Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you so much.